Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Okay, if we will, I'll give you 60 seconds. Everybody can find a seat.
Have a good meeting.
Wow, that worked like magic. I wish it worked at home. It's good to see everybody here. We will call the November 7th, 2023 Volusia County Council meeting to order at 9:01. And just a few details before we get started. We will start with an invocation. In just a moment, I'll ask you to stand for that, and then just remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation is open to any and all faith groups of Volusia County. If you would like to be involved in that, please just send an email to K, the letter K, Green, at volusia.org. This is K Green over here to my left. And she will get you signed up and just let you know how it works. We appreciate pastors in the area, in the county, coming out to help with this. This morning, we have Pastor Mose Hawkins with the No Limit Praise Tabernacle in DeLeon. If you would stand with me, and Pastor Mose, if you would kick us off.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Pastor Mose Hawkins with No Limit Praise Tabernacle here in DeLeon, 1313 West New York Avenue. If everyone would just bow your head for prayer. Father God, in the name of Jesus, God, you have given us leaders after your own heart. And so, Father, I pray now that you would give wisdom, God, to these men and women, God, whom you have elected, God, and the people have chosen, God, to represent our county. Father, we pray, God, that you would give them, God, the wisdom, God, to make the right decisions, God, and that you would bless this atmosphere, Father God. God, though there may be times where there are different points of views, God, I pray, God, that it would be such a peace in this room, God, that everyone would come and reason together, God. Lord God, in the name of Jesus, I pray now, God, that you would just continue to bless, God, as our county flourishes, as our county comes together, Father. I pray, God, that the peace of, oh God, be upon this county, upon our leaders, God, upon our people, Father, that this county will, God, shine as a beacon to the world, Lord God, on how to work in unity and in peace. And in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Carissa, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Reinhardt.
Here.
Mr. Robbins. Mr. Santiago.
Here.
Mr. Dempsey.
Here.
Mr. Johansson.
Here.
Mr. Kent.
Here.
Mr. Brower.
Here. We have a quorum, we have a full house. We will get started as we always start our meetings. We like to hear from the public. And so I will start with the public participation. When I call your name, just come up to the podium. Please make sure that there's a microphone close to your mouth because we want to be able to record it and actually hear you. You'll have 3 minutes to talk about hopefully matters that affect the county. And just if you would also just tell us where you're from, what area of the county. You don't need to give your address for safety reasons, but just tell us what part of the county you're from so that your representative up here knows you. I'll just take these in order. I was given the first up is Peter Ferentine of DeLeon. Second will be Paul Richardson.
Peter Ferentino. Most of you know me as the owner of City Limits Tap Room. I am not here today on behalf of that. I'm here today because I sat in the meeting last week or 2 weeks ago, and I heard everyone on the board ask me or talk about change. And everyone said they wanted change in bringing new business to this facility in this county. And I sat back and I watched us work on certain code issues that took forever to change. I personal experience of what we're doing out there, and the representatives are that out there on behalf of us. And I'm not here to get anyone fired. I'm not here to insult, but I'm here to help as the poster boy of other businesses. What we have representing of us out there comes from within. We have to change our faculty's reaction to the county, to the public. When I walk into the permitting department for my construction company, I should not be an enemy. I should be guided on how to solve the problem. Now, whether that's training, whether that comes with regrouping or holding higher ups accountable. And again, I'm not here to get anyone fired. I'm here to solve a problem. I want to be your poster boy on how we can solve this. I've been on a construction site have you ever called the permitting office? Try to get anyone to answer the phone? It's impossible. We have limited times on a construction site. You can't get through. If you get through, 90% of your faculty doesn't know the answer. Now, I'm not saying it's wrong, but there's no way to solve the codes that you are trying to do without a million problems. But you could train the faculty that when the customer comes in, this is how we solve the problem. It's no different than a teacher who reteaches third grade every year. Could you imagine if they were miserable in their position? On second half, I've dealt personally with a code enforcement issue. I've been personally lied to, or it could be that's for my attorney to adjust. What I hold in my hand because I have friends in other counties. I'm proposing for this county body cameras for code officials. I am willing to pay the first year, but if the code would set up a time, if the board would, for me to go over, you giving code officials too much power to destroy a business without accountability. If our officers have to wear body cameras, why should not the people who have the control of our growth in this area? I would not push this if I didn't have a personal experience on multiple occasions. I grew up, I know what a lie is. And a lie is not what I want representing my county. And what I hold in my hand is the paperwork that shows the company that does it.
Paul Richardson. And you'll be followed by Carla Shook.
Morning, Council. My name is Paul Richardson of DeLeon. I get that you have a lot on your plate, and brevity is the soul of wit, so I will keep my comments short, brief. According to Florida Statute 768.218, wow, mouthful. If someone 25 or older dies due to medical malpractice in Florida, only a spouse or child under the age of 25 can sue for pain and suffering. If the reporting is to be believed, Florida remains the only state in the U.S. with such a law in place. Free kill law is what critics have dubbed this statute. While I have little use for hyperbolic sloganeering, it's my opinion that the moniker is very appropriate. Thankfully, the Florida legislature is in special session right now. There's a bipartisan support to repeal this statute, so I hope that they strike the free kill law from the books. All we need is the will to repeal the statute. This is something that we can all get behind. So please email or call your state representative or senator to get behind repealing this law. God bless Volusia County, God bless Israel, and God bless America.
Carla Shook. And you will be followed by Brandon from the Speedway.
My name is Carla Shook, and I live in Ormond Beach. The proposed code enforcement hours of 6 a.m. to 9 p.m., 7 days a week, would mean 15 hours a day, 365 days a year. Some of us live in residential neighborhoods where construction is very near our homes. In my case, it is right behind my backyard. It is an amplified megaphone sound of beeping, slamming, banging, and clanking, and soon we will endure drilling, hammering, and whatever other sounds would occur with construction noises for the proposed 15 hours a day. There have been such loud noises that my house vibrates from the sounds, and that is what I've experienced for the last several months. My neighbor's mirror fell off her wall one morning before 6 a.m. It was caused from the vibrations of these very loud construction sounds. Your proposed 15 hours a day favors the developers and the builders, disregarding the residents living near these construction sites. It is understandable if hurricane or flooding repairs would be exempt due to emergent situations. I hope you find some way of compromising to meet the needs of the residents and construction workers. I recently spoke in person with one of the biggest land developers in Volusia County. He stated he disagreed with allowing construction noise 15 hours a day. Also, as I've experienced, some builders completely disregard the code hours. At the current 7 a.m. allowed time, they start as early as 4:43. Therefore, when you propose 6 a.m., some will start a few hours before that. Therefore, now we are talking about 17 to 18 hours a day. If this proposal was just brought up a few months ago, what is the driving force to get it passed so quickly? Why could you not do an impact study for all of the neighborhoods in Volusia County? Such an impactful ordinance should be put to a vote by taxpayers on a ballot on election day. Please take a look at all the points I have brought up today before making a quick decision that will impact all of Volusia County, as residents will be robbed of their ability to live in a peaceful environment. I'm sure you're thinking, if the companies are breaking the code hours, just report them. I did, with evidence for 10 months, and I spoke at 2 code enforcement meetings. It is a very slow process to accomplish stopping companies breaking the rules. Therefore, the way your proposed plan will go, residents will absolutely be enduring these noises up to 18 hours a day, 365 days a year, before anything is done to stop it. Please consider what I have said today.
Thank you. Brandon?
Good morning. It's my pleasure to be here. My name is Brandon Keck. I'm a manager on International Speedway Boulevard that houses crimes for sex offense. This is a place that only sex offenders and people on CRD go. Now, it is to my knowledge that we are expanding the laws for bus stops, daycares, churches, where no longer we will be able to remain on this property. If a resident goes to jail, they cannot come back. And if someone is coming out of, for instance, Tomoka prison, the nearest prison, they cannot come. There is an elder population. We have over 209 registered sex offenders in Volusia County that are over 65. Now, we incorporate about 25%. If these people are pushed out of the community, they're going to go to the woods. I have someone I'm waiting for right now to come back from jail, and if this goes through, they will die because they're 73 years old on oxygen. They have melanoma. I care for these people. This is an actual community. It's a real community, and everybody bonds together. This is my first time here, and I'm going to continue to come back as long as I'm welcome. But if you put these people in the woods, they're going to end up in the Walmart parking lot, panhandling, creating a disturbance. If you keep them with us, you don't have anything to worry about. Everybody knows where they are. Can't put them in the woods. They will die. Thank you very much.
Jenny Nazak, followed by John Nicholson.
Good morning, county officials and fellow citizens. I'm going to share with you a resolution that the Beachside Neighborhood Watch, and I'm Jenny Nazak, I live in Daytona Beach, on the beach side. This is a resolution that the Beachside Neighborhood Watch recently adopted at one of our meetings, and it's a resolution on greening the beachside. BNW, Beachside Neighborhood Watch, requests that the city and county discontinue the use of non-functional turf grass on all their property on the beachside. Non-functional turf grass is turf grass that is not meant for foot traffic. For example, median strips and the edges of parking lots. Non-functional turf grass will die a natural death in the absence of chemicals and irrigation. Beach wildflowers would sprout up amidst the dead grass, or tall coastal grasses and other native plants could be planted. The new growth should require no mowing, edging, irrigation, or chemicals. BNW also requests that the city and county revisit landscaping requirements on commercial beachside properties. Too often, required landscaping is more intrusive and less attractive than using native beachside plants that will thrive naturally. These new styles of growth would conserve water, enhance the stormwater sponge, reduce pollution of our waterways, reduce noise pollution and fumes, and support beach wildlife. The more natural aesthetic would showcase the authentic beauty of our beach environment for tourists and residents alike, and it would save money, allowing resources to be directed to urgent citywide and countywide heat mitigation needs, such as planting trees. Our hope is that the city and county's example will motivate many private homeowners and business owners to reduce or eliminate non-functional turf grass and use of non-native plants on their beachside properties. By taking care of our beachside in this way, Daytona Beach would become a progressive actor in the nationwide movement to promote the distinctive natural vegetation of each region. we could help move the needle in a more beautiful and healthy direction. Thank you all very much.
John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. If you remember, 3 weeks ago, I brought up the idea of the city and the county controlling both the river and a certain mileage out into the ocean. Within 5 days, somebody proposed that they put all wells in Florida waters. Talk about a timing. So I'm asking you to, again, to know what our rights are, to look into it now rather than later. If you remember the short-term rentals, if we had not had a law about short-term rentals, then we would have been under the control of the state. Because we had the laws already in place, we were protected in some of the areas, all right? So I'm asking you to look at what are our obligations and what are our abilities to use and to protect both our river and our ocean. I understand staff says we'll have plenty of water, we'll never run out of water. I don't believe that. It happens. Nature is changing. There will be use of the river. What's our portion of that river? We have a right, because we have a long section of that river that's part of the county. We have a very large lake. What's our obligation and our ability to use that water in the future? Let's lock it in now before Orlando grows to the point where there's no other land and they go to Lake County and they go down to Henry and whatever. Secondly, flooding is a water issue, all right? Sea rise is a water issue. There's so many interconnected. There is a bottling plant north of us. So what happens if a bottling plant comes in? Remember the fuel depot that everybody's upset about? Well, what happens when a bottling plant comes in and decides to take out 5 million gallons of water a day? People are already worried about the housing taking up water. What happens when we have a bottling company that takes out millions and then they send it elsewhere? So it never recycles here. It goes out wherever the bottles go. So I'm asking you to at least look at it and find out what we have and how we can maintain it. Secondly, with the construction, I went through that a couple of years ago. Ocean Walk, Wyndham, Ocean Walk Shop, Hilton North, they pounded 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 2.5 years. I live within 250 feet of it. You don't sleep when those dredges are pounding into the sand. All right? I understand what she's talking about. We needed the buildings. I didn't complain. But you have to be considerate of the people around you. She has a valid point. I wish you would consider it. Thank you.
Thank you. And that completes the public participation for this part of the council meeting. You will be able to speak on items if you've signed up for that. So we'll move to item 1, the consent agenda. Does any council member have an item they'd like to pull for discussion or a vote?
Item N for discussion.
N?
N, as in Nancy.
Item N.
Chairman, motion to approve the consent absent item N.
Okay, motion to approve by Troy Kent, second by Councilman Johansson.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to also just pull K for comment
Okay.
only.
So N and K.
And N could be for just comment too, by the way.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if the board is so inclined, I know we have a motion in place, but I wanted to see if I could ask a couple of questions on item A.
Mr. Chair, I want to withdraw my motion. I'm going to restate it now.
Okay.
Motion to approve consent agenda item absent items A and N. I don't think I need to address NK. NK. A, N, and K.
Second, Johansson.
Okay. So the motion and the second remain the same. Motion is to approve the consent agenda absent A, N, and K. Really not absent, just for questions and discussion at the end. You did not need K for a vote, Santiago?
No, I'm A, I believe.
Okay. And you don't want to vote, you just want discussion?
Yeah, we can vote on that
Okay.
too.
All right, all in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And Mr. Reinhardt, you want to start with A?
Or it's N, actually was mine. Thank you, Chair. On the concessionaire passing there, I guess my key question is, and we had asked this during the one-on-one, will those savings be passed down to those the vendors themselves? Understanding the reason and the purpose for this, I wanted to make sure that those people, and I think I know what the answer is going to be, but just to make sure and that it's out there in the public as well.
Sure. Ben Bartlett, Public Works Director. As you know, we have a master concessionaire, and all the sub-concessionaires work for them. I would like actually to bring...
And they do
Amelia
a great job, by the way.
To answer your question as far as, because I can't speak to what they will do with the money that...
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, the funds that are allocated will be brought down to the concessionaires that were affected the most, predominantly in Daytona Beach Shores.
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, in fact, almost all of those funds are being allocated for all of the vendors. I think we have 14 vendors in Daytona Beach Shores, so we took those funds and they're being allocated to them.
Thank you very much. I thought I knew what the answer would be. I appreciate that. There were several, I mean, that being my district, there were several who have reached out
Yes.
and asked that question, so I thought I knew what the answer would be. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Chairman, may I follow-up question on this?
Please.
And Councilman Reinhardt, I love that you pulled this to chat about that, and also that you're advocating for your district. You said virtually all of it. Does that mean all of the money's going there? Because there's also some concern for...
It is.
Okay, what about, those concessionaires in Daytona and Ormond, that they were affected by it? Nothing like the Shores, but they also were negatively affected, so...
They were, I mean, we are offering discounts in some of, it seems like the southern extremities and the northern extremities, Ormond Beach and Daytona Beach Shores were affected the most. And how we allocate our fees, 25% of our fees are coming from Daytona Beach Shores. So majority of that money that is coming back to us is going to the shores.
And by the way, you didn't introduce yourself.
Oh, yeah, I'm Melanie Nordstrom, Beach Rentals and Refreshments of Volusia County's co-owner. We're in a partnership, and we are the master concessionaire for all of the concessions.
Okay. So the concessionaires in Ormond are or are not going to get some relief?
They are getting some relief of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, number A. Letter A, Aviation and Economic Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So wait for Cyrus to come up. Good morning, Cyrus.
Good morning, gentlemen, Mr. Chair, gentlemen of the council. Good to see you, gentlemen.
Oh,
again.
is it on? Cyrus, a good summary report. Thank you very much. I was looking at slide, I think it's A7. I don't know if it's up there. Is there a way we could put it up there? Okay.
Give her 1 second, Mr. Santiago.
A7. Right there. The number that stood out to me, Cyrus, if you can kind of elaborate a little bit on it, on the unemployed labor force, the percentage of the change. First, my two-part question. Is that just for unincorporated, or is that the entire county, that number? And as you look at the remaining of the entire state and the USA, that number stood out to me pretty strong. We're pretty high. Can you give us some your analysis as to what's driving that?
So with the Volusia County numbers, that is for the entire county. And the numbers that's driving it. So, and of course, there's a lot of information out there. We're going to have an economist, actually, Jerry Parrish, is going to be actually speaking at the Q. The Q is on November 17th, Friday, after next. And so he's going to elaborate in a lot more detail as to where the unemployment is. So 3.4 for Volusia County is still really good. The number, once you start to have some concerns about where unemployment is once you get to that 5%. Slowly, it's been incrementally increasing, but 3.4 is still an indication that where we are unemployment-wise is still very, very healthy.
What about the unemployed labor force, that 12.1? That's the one that's standing out to me compared to the rest of the state.
So you'll see in the rest of the presentation some of the information regarding construction services. You've seen a lot of change with regards to employment in that particular area. So that's where you can probably estimate the difference in change.
So would you say that we had a peak of construction and it dipped down that caused that number to increase?
That's exactly it. So, and then there's going to be, in some concurrent slides afterwards, you'll see where a lot of the commercial permits, that information's been changing. Residential permits, of course, was higher for Q3, but there's not as much commercial construction going on, and so that is contributing to the increase in the unemployment rate there.
Thank you, Cyrus. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Before you go, Deputy County Manager, you're good? Okay.
All right, thank you.
Letter K.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to highlight that we, after a lot of negotiation, we've got a contract with our lieutenants, and I wanted to publicly thank them for their leadership and for all the hard work that they do, and I just appreciate it, and I think we're right steps on the way for further improvement, and excited about our leadership also out there, and Joe DeMore leading the way out at Corrections. Just want to thank them publicly.
Okay, officers, here it comes. Matt?
You know I couldn't pass up the opportunity, right? You know it was coming. Every single one of these guys out there I've worked with. And I miss you all very much, and I will continue to be your biggest advocate for you, your staff. I can tell you right now that the contract that we've approved is awesome. I mean, these guys could be paid a lot more even, but I'm not going to go there. But what they do and what they have to accomplish day in and day out, I can thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. I appreciate all that you do. That's all I wanted to say.
And Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And I'll echo many of the sentiments that Councilman Reinhardt just mentioned, and I'll just say he is a huge fan of everything that goes on out there. And it's great actually having that type of institutional knowledge up here on the dais, so we can kind of pull from him on certain things, and I appreciate that from you, Councilman Reinhardt. Chairman, I really put my name up to speak just because, for housekeeping purposes, I pulled those 3 items from the consent. I just want to make sure we go back and vote on those, so at the end of the meeting, we're like, wait, A, N, and K didn't get voted on, just so that we get that squared away.
We did vote on them. I said I would just pull them for discussion, but we would vote on all 3 of them. But we can.
Perfect.
If you want to make sure, we can.
Well, I thought that, Santiago, did I hear you correctly? You wanted them pulled for a vote, that one, or do you just want comments?
Just comment.
Okay, never mind, then we're good. That's perfect.
Okay. All right, Councilman Santiago.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to point out an observation I made. And, Matt, you did talk to the officers, thank you, and you said you missed them, but I didn't see them respond like they missed you. Okay. So I wanted to put that on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
One of them smiled. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Congratulations to you, and all of us up here appreciate your service. It's critical to the safety of our county, so thank you. Okay, that takes us to item 2 that many of you are waiting for. Item 2 is the initiating resolution for expansion of the interlocal service boundary agreement between Volusia County and the city of Ormond Beach. Attorney Paulo Soria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of council. Paulo Soria, Senior Assistant County Attorney. This is agenda item number 2. This is the expansion or renewal of the Interlocal Service Boundary Agreement, that's ISBA, between the county and the city of Ormond Beach. Upon direction of council in the last meeting, we were directed to proceed with a resolution. This resolution does 2 things. It includes the property located at 874 Hull Road, as you can see on the screen. Additionally, it's direction to proceed with the renewal of the ISBA. The ISBA expires in 2024, pursuant to statute and the terms of the agreement. You actually have to enter into negotiations, of like more than a year before it expires. So, when we looked at it, might as well start the process now for that negotiation process. So there's 2 things that that resolution does. Just a few things about the resolution. It was approved in 2014. It has a 10-year term. It also functions as a joint planning agreement. It's a JPA. What it does is it grants the city of Ormond Beach extraterritorial land use authority over the unincorporated parcels that are within the ISBA. So they've got land use authority. They can apply the city code. They can change the land use. They can change the zoning, because this ISBA functions as kind of 2 things in one. If you proceed with this resolution, it's the negotiation process is set up by statute. The city may provide a responding resolution, and they can propose, additional properties. They can propose to remove properties. They can propose different points of negotiation. They can propose to remove points of negotiation. It's kind of a good faith negotiation process that's set out by statute and follows a timeline. Entities are supposed to operate and negotiate in good faith, but ultimately it requires mutual consent and agreement to actually engage into an agreement. One local government can't force another local government to enter into this type of agreement. So that's it for the presentation. If you have additional questions, the 2 things about the resolution, if you choose to pass it, is 1, proposing the property located on 874 Hull Road into the ISBA, and 2, initiating the negotiations for the renewal of the ISBA for an additional term. There are more points of information in the report, but I'm here to answer any questions if you have.
And council, I'll just say that it's whatever however you want to proceed. If you want to ask questions now, we have quite a few members of the public, including the mayor of Ormond Beach, who would like to speak, and Michael Dyer would like to say something before we start. So I'll leave it up to you if you want to ask questions now or hear from the public first. Okay.
Sure.
Michael Dyer.
Just briefly, the Interlocal Service Boundary Agreement was something that is a planning tool that was created by statute. It's a fancy way of allowing a county and a city, if they mutually agree, to identify area that a city plans to grow into, and assign that city the authority, land use authority such as zoning and site plan approval, to kind of prepare for future annexation. So that's all an ISBA is. So we have a current ISBA. We have talked to city staff about it, and they have expressed to us that I think, and I see some representatives here, so they'll probably say it as well, they're interested in extending the current ISBA. I don't think they're in a position to recommend approval of adding 875 Hull Road to it.
Sorry, that's 874. That's a typo.
Oh, 874, sorry. Hull Road property. How about that?
Okay, thank you. So we'll start with the mayor of Ormond Beach, Bill Partington.
Good morning, council, and thank you for having me. I'm Bill Partington, mayor of the city of Ormond Beach. I just wanted to give you a little background on how we even ended up with an ISBA. Volusia County, prior to any of you ever being here, probably prior to a lot of the staff that's here now being here, allowed a strip club on the main thoroughfare into our city, which was US 1. Be like, this is not acceptable. We need a way to control this and prevent this. The next thing they tried to allow was a criminally violent biker gang to set up shop on US 1, main thoroughfare into Ormond Beach. That was 2013. The strip club was probably 08, 09. So we knew we needed to do something. We asked for the ISBA. You cooperated with us. We created it, and now we have it, and we agree it's time to start renegotiating that. But as far as the expansion of it to include 874 Whole Road into the interlocal planning and municipal service area, we do object to that. I think one thing that's missing from your packet is that prior to any of this, on September 20th, 2023, our commission voted unanimously to not annex 874 Whole Road and not provide utilities to 874 Whole Road. So the answer to the question in the resolution as far as 874 goes is no thank you. We're not going to do it. We've stated that publicly with wild support from our residents. And so I want to make that clear. There's no benefit to the citizens of Volusia County for this property to be annexed and zoned within Ormond Beach because it would grant the developer rights that it does not now have. And the city does agree we need to mutually examine future planning issues along that entire northern common boundary line between Ormond and Volusia, working together cooperatively. We stand ready to do that with you. Our paramount goal is the protection and safety of the residents of Ormond Beach and our quality of life. Our city attorney has meticulously evaluated the risks of the county's proposal to adjust the service boundary agreement, including 874 Whole Road, and the analysis is clear. Changing it means that the city would be required to annex the property and provide water, sewer, utilities, and other services to the property. The city would be required by state law to provide zoning that is consistent with the county's existing zoning. And the law does not allow Ormond Beach to change the zoning of land that is annexed into Ormond Beach. Annexed property retains the same zoning and rights that it held in the county. The City Commission has voted unanimously, as I've said, not to annex or provide any utility services. And it's important to understand and remember the county's land entitlements travel with that land when it's transferred to an ISBA. That's basic annexation law. I know it well. Councilman Kent knows it well. Councilman Johansson probably knows it well. Anybody without municipal experience may not be aware of that. The county doesn't annex property, so they're not as familiar with it as we are. Let me wrap up since my time has expired. As previously stated, there's no benefit to the citizens of Volusia County for this to be annexed. It would grant the developer rights that it doesn't currently have, and we stand ready to cooperate with you, continue to cooperate with you on this issue, really on all fronts. And I'd be happy to give an update on the air permit if you'd like that at some point as well. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next week, I'm pretty sure that was a hard no. Next, we have the Ormond Beach City Manager, Joy Shanahan. Lindsay Pate.
Good morning, Lindsay Pate, proud Ormond Beach resident. Not all of us are blind to the scheme the county has crafted with this performative nonsense. The county premeditated a shiny distraction of expanding the interlocal agreement for the general public to either be confused by or blindly champion. Last week, county and city officials met privately to attempt a collaboration. The city rightfully said they would not include 874 Whole Road in the interlocal agreement. If they did, it would reverse all of their bold, albeit risky moves, like denying utilities and annexation to Belvedere terminals. Think critically now. What benefit does Ormond Beach have if they accept that in their interlocal agreement? The answer is none. Here are some questions from the City of Ormond Beach attorney and responses from the county's legal team following that discussion. Do you have any legal authority, i.e. statutes, case law, attorney general opinions, to support the county attorney's belief that the county could avoid SB 250 by transferring jurisdiction to the city? County's response, no. Only that he read SB 250 and believed it would not apply. Do you intend to provide a legal opinion to support your positions? County's legal response, no. Is the county going to hold harmless and identify the city if and when the city is sued? County's legal response, no. Is the county going to pay any damages from a court judgment in the event the city is sued and a money judgment is entered against the city? No. Is the county going to pay the city attorney's fees and costs as a result of any litigation? No. And the most compelling one, How does it benefit the city, based on the foregoing dialogue, for the city to assume jurisdiction of the property? No answer. The county's ruse to include 874 Hull Road into the interlocal is baseless and self-serving. Its only devious purpose is to relinquish all county liability. The county's legal team clearly communicated that they want to dump the fuel farm on Ormond Beach and check out. So don't waste our time with this interlocal formality if you clearly don't want to support the city of Ormond Beach. Your actions are evident. The county wants to evade responsibility for not only bringing Belvedere to our doorsteps, but also absconding themselves from being a part of an authentic, realistic solution. Let's not forget, county staff was the first to meet with Belvedere last year. We don't even know the truth of those conversations because they were not recorded. Besides the efforts of Chairman Brower and Councilman Kent, I feel like the county has failed the people of Volusia. We have practically pleaded with all of you to do something of substance, but all we are served are lies, distractions, and ego-filled orations. Do your job, because you are knowingly, and worse, willingly, giving people false hope. So now act with a modicum of gravitas if you actually care.
Jake, did you have a? No, we got a lot more in the, okay, you're just waiting for questions? We have quite a few. Next will be Nancy Bates, followed by Patricia Franzem.
Good morning. Nancy Bates, Ormond Beach, Bear Creek Village resident. I'd like to remind you once again that your primary purpose and your primary responsibility is the safety of the residents of Volusia County and Ormond Beach. You created this mess. Please don't shove it off to Ormond Beach. We're already in dire need of assistance, and we don't need any more shenanigans going back and forth. While I see the need for the interlocal service boundary agreement, I am opposed to adding Hull Road to that for the very reasons that the mayor has given. It is in their, it's not in our best interest for that to happen. So please think outside the box. Do something. Don't just try to foist this back onto Ormond Beach. You helped create this mess. Now help us fix it. Do something to help us. Our very lives are at stake. This isn't something that you can play games with, and I am quite frankly quite tired of all of the legalese that is thrown at us. If it costs you $30 million to save all of the people of Ormond Beach, it's damn well worth it. Stop worrying about being sued and start thinking about our lives. Thank you.
Hi, Patricia.
Good morning. My name is Patricia Franzem, and I am a homeowner in Bear Creek Village, a 55-plus community located in Ormond Beach, a quarter of a mile from the proposed fuel farm. The city of Ormond Beach has clearly stated that they will not provide utilities to Belvedere. So my question to you is this: where would Belvedere get utilities from? Now I have a suggestion. Concerning all building permits in Volusia County and in Ormond Beach, can the county and city pass legislation requiring that all companies who wish to obtain a permit to build in the area demonstrate that they have both an environmental and a safety record that meets legislative guidelines? A list of requirements could be created, and all applicants would be subject to the established standards. A demonstrated record of at least 15 years of a clean record could be one of the standards. Since Belvedere has not yet applied for a building permit, if this is put in place before they apply for the permit, they would be held to the new standard. Once again, thank you for your time, and I really, repeating what everyone else just said, we need you to help us. Everything is in your hands. We will continue to come here and speak to you at all your meetings and give you questions, suggestions, but we really do need you. So whatever it is that you can do, we will appreciate it. Thank you.
Next is Nicholas Agrusa, followed by Catherine Pante.
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm here from Bear Creek Village, and I'm supporting my neighbors. And I don't want the fuel farm in my backyard. All right? That's like a bomb ready to go off someday. Not if, but when. So what I'm saying is, let's get rid of that. Let's do something more appreciate, like putting maybe a solar panels, something that will benefit Ormond Beach, not destroy it. So I guess that's all I have to say, really, gentlemen, but I'm hoping you would think the right way. Let's not do things the wrong way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Catherine Pante, followed by Elena Kraft.
Good morning, council members. Catherine Pante, City of Daytona Beach. Article 2, Powers and Duties of the County. Section 202.2, Security of Citizen Property Rights. In order to secure citizens of the county protection against unlawful taxes, improper use of public property or taxing power, and the abuse of the environment, the county shall have the duty to defend and enforce the following rights, and shall have the power to investigate violations of these rights within the county and by ordinance or by civil or criminal action where appropriate to prevent. 3, abuse of the environment. The county shall prevent the development or use of land or the commission of other acts by persons, partnerships, or corporations which will tend to destroy or have a substantially adverse effect on the environment of the county. Such destruction or adverse effects may include any or not all of the following. A, pollution of the air, land, or water by foreign substances, including noxious liquids, gases, or solid waste. B, pollution of the air, land, or water by the creation of potentially harmful conditions therein, including the creation of unnecessary injurious heat, noise, or odor. The fuel farm meets and exceeds all the criteria listed above. Therefore, the county must, by their own county code of ordinance, take immediate action to reject any formal application which may be forthcoming by Belvedere Terminals, their subsidiaries, or any corporation associated with them. In addition, on August 22nd, 2023, special council meeting during public comments, I brought up a request to change the zoning at 874 Hull Road. The county responds with SB 250 prohibits this change. That's weak for a county that set precedent in the state of Florida by being the first to create home rule. Quoted from our home rule charter, the passage of home rule charter set a precedent as Volusia County was the first county in Florida to adopt home rule powers, pursuant to the 1968 Florida Constitution. Today, most of Florida's urban counties have followed Volusia's leadership and have approved their own versions of home rule charters. The county was not afraid to set precedent back in 1970, so why are they afraid to set precedent by changing the zoning and challenging SB 250? Elena Kraft is submitting a well-written letter signed by over 800 Volusia County residents to date, asking the county to change the zoning and challenge SB 250. The residents have been asking since August 2023. We are no longer asking, but demanding this council take action and vote to direct staff to start this process. In closing, I object to the interlocal agreement the county is attempting to push on the city of Ormond Beach as it relates to Belvedere Terminals. This is underhanded play by the county and pure shenanigans to avoid all liability. Thank you.
Elena Kraft, you will be followed by Suzanne Shiver.
Good morning, Council. My name is Elena Kraft. As Catherine mentioned, today I'll be reading a letter signed by 874 Volusia County residents, which, by the way, fills 18 pages, very small writing, and I have provided copies for each of you to be distributed after the meeting. Dear County Council, As your constituents, we urge you to take swift action to protect the citizens of Ormond Beach and Volusia County from impending threats to our lives, health, and environment related to the proposed fuel terminal project. We ask that you rezone the land at 874 Hull Road to a compatible designation to prevent heavy industrial operations in this highly populated area. To do so, we ask that you challenge SB 250, which you cite as the main reason for your inaction. One of the core responsibilities of county government is to ensure adequate zoning codes to protect the health and well-being of constituents. By allowing this property to remain zoned heavy industrial, you are putting our health, safety, and well-being at risk. On June 28, 2023, Governor Ron DeSantis signed into law Senate Bill 250. The intention of the bill was to help Floridians recover from Hurricanes Ian and Nicole. You've cited Section 14.1 as the main reason for not pursuing the rezoning of the property at Holt Road. Representative Tom Leake's office stated that Volusia County is responsible for the interpretation of the bill as it relates to the fuel farm circumstance. Other cities and counties have questioned the implication of SB 250 and have taken steps to act in the best interest of their constituents, despite the apparent restrictions imposed by this law. For instance, St. Pete's Planning and Historic Preservation Manager stated that the bill is open for interpretation. He went on to say that his department would include analysis and findings regarding why a proposed change would not be more restrictive or burdensome in the analysis up to October 2024. State Representative Lindsay Cross stated that a well-intentioned legislation involving state preemptions often expands and creates unintended consequences and would unnecessarily handcuff local leaders. Palm Beach Councilmember was quoted as saying that SB 250 is very disappointing, discouraging, and unfair. Anna Maria Attorney said the use of more restrictive and burdensome language was somewhat subjective, which would lead to legal quandaries until case law on the matter is established. She went on to say that some governments are trying to move forward with their ordinances and that this is something that needs to be considered by other municipalities as well. On the other hand, disinterested Volusia County officials have left SB 250 completely unchallenged at the detriment of our constitutional home rule rights. Your blind acceptance of this law is a blow to Ormond Beach and the greater Volusia County and is causing thousands of residents to be unnecessarily burdened by the prospect of a hazardous fuel storage and distribution operation invading our area. As our representatives, the responsibility is yours to prioritize our safety and well-being locally and at the state level above all else. Sincerely, concerned Volusia County citizens. Thank you.
Suzanne Schreiber, and you will be followed by David Smith.
Suzanne Schreiber, Ormond Beach, representing June Green Volusia, referencing our charter government. Section 101, purpose. We, the people of Volusia County, state of Florida, in order to create a more responsible and efficient local government, do, in accordance with the Constitution and laws of the state of Florida, ordain and establish as our charter and form of government this charter of Volusia County, Florida. Section 102, body corporate and politic. Volusia County shall be a body corporate and politic, as such shall have all rights and powers of local self-government, which are now or hereafter may be provided by the Constitution, laws of Florida, and this charter. Section 202.4, minimum standards for environmental protection. The council, after consideration of such advice and comment as may be submitted by the governing bodies of municipalities within the county, shall establish minimum standards, procedures, requirements, and regulations for the protection of the environment. Such minimum standards, procedures, requirements, and regulations may include, but shall not be limited to, tree protection, aquifer protection, stormwater management, wastewater management, river and waterway protection, hazardous waste disposal, wetlands protection, beach and dune protection, environmental protection including air pollution and protection from destruction of the resources of the county belonging to the general public, and such other environmental standards as the council determines to be necessary for the protection of the public health, safety, and welfare of the citizens throughout Volusia County. The council shall establish minimum standards, procedures, requirements, and regulations shall apply within all the incorporated and unincorporated areas of Volusia County. Section 203, division of powers. This charter hereby establishes the separation between legislative and administrative functions of this government. The establishment and adoption of policy shall be the responsibility of the council, and execution of that policy shall be the responsibility of the county manager. In perspective, the charter no longer works for public safety and well-being in many areas of Volusia County. When attorneys do not address the home rule charter failures, then it's the council's responsibility, in the charter's own words, political to politic for rights and powers of local self-government for the people they represent. Why has no one referenced the charter pertaining to the fuel terminal? Is it because the charter is irrelevant? The state preempting our home rule charter exposes the problems of the charter government now occurring in Volusia County. As our elected representatives address the weakening of the charter form of government, you were elected to represent us. Thank you for your time.
David Smith, followed by John Nicholson.
Morning, Council. I'm Dave Smith. I live in Ormond Lakes, a quarter of a mile from Hull Road. At the 2023 Biketoberfest, a few hundred yards from Hull Road and US 1 intersection, my friend for years, Mike Patterson, and his rider, Diane Slayton, were hit by a U-turn truck turning left from the right-hand lane. Their motorcycle was totaled, and Diane Slayton was killed. It's a dangerous section of road, especially for motorcycles that are there for recreation, a little vacation, twice a year. This is going to be made more exacerbated safety-wise by the closing of Daytona's Main Street venues. It's been recently stated that bars are being sold, and this will move a lot of this area, a lot of the venues up to this area. The addition of fuel truck traffic will greatly negatively affect the safety of Volusia County residents. I oppose the county's proposed resolution for expansion and extension of Ormond Beach's ISBA. The council must use caution to exclude this Hull Road property so that the city of Ormond Beach is not required to be annexing it or granting it utilities. We do appreciate the council's stated objection to this hazardous fuel storage. Please demonstrate by your actions this stated objection. Thank you.
And finally, John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, 413 Beachside, Daytona Beach. With regard to the bars moving up to this area, Teresa sold 3 bars. The bars are exactly the same. Nothing's going to change on Main Street. They will not go up to this area. Secondly, I understand that you guys have thick skin. You have to listen to what happens at this podium. But as I listen to it, I'm a bit concerned because I've attended probably 3,000 meetings, public meetings over the years, and you get to know the people on the dais, the good, the bad, the ugly, all right? The truthful ones and the ones that are not truthful. Ormond Beach has a representative on this council who is adamant. He has never wavered, he's never blinked about his opposition to this fuel farm. He has been trying everything he can to get this fuel farm not to go in. So those people that are sitting here saying that you guys are trying to get this fuel farm in is absurd, all right? There was only one person who made any comment that can be in any way, shape, or form even imagined to be supporting the fuel farm when he said, guys, watch what you say, because we're going to go into litigation. That's all he said. Because what you say on the dais could be used in legal ramifications if we ever go to court. So that gentleman who made that comment was not for the fuel farm. That comment was, in effect, absolutely trying to prevent the fuel farm. He again got in trouble because he said, well, why don't we try the annexation thing? All right? He's not a lawyer. All right? I thought it was a great idea. If this was a way of circumventing and giving Ormond the ability to prevent it. But apparently it's not. He, in good faith, tried to prevent it. Now, Ken came up with an idea. Buy it, lease it. It's on the next item. This council tried time and time again to do what was right. And there must have been a half dozen people who are saying that you guys are devious, that you guys are trying to get this thing in. Not a single one of you are doing that. But I know I don't need to help you guys out. But people hear what's on this mic. They repeat it. And so they think it's the truth. And it isn't. So I know you all can't say anything, but I can. And my view is every single one of you, because I've seen you guys more than once, are opposed to this, and you are absolutely looking out for the residents of Volusia County, and they have to know it. Thank you.
And for the final, Donna Craig.
Good morning. My name is Donna Craig, and I live in Ormond by the sea. By the sea, by the sea, by the beautiful sea. I live near the water because I love the water. I love the ocean, I love the rivers, I love the lakes, the springs, and I really love the water that comes up to us from the aquifer. I like to drink clean water. When I hear something about a fuel farm such as the one proposed, it makes my hair stand on end. We cannot tempt fate with our water. For many of us, we live here because we love the surroundings, we love the environment, we love the nature that's here. We have a quality of life that we've chosen, and that's why we're here. I'm a 7th generation native Floridian. I grew up in Volusia County. I like to see it the way that it is. The natural beauty, a clean environment, it brings a lot of people here as visitors and as permanent residents. I think we need to protect it. We need to do whatever we possibly can to protect it. We cannot take a chance of ruining what we have in favor of some fantasy of what we might have. I was raised to believe that just because we can doesn't mean we should. And in this case, I think we should not continue to entertain the possibility of this fuel farm. At the end of the day, I get to go home to Ormond by the sea, by the sea, by the sea, by the beautiful sea. Thank you.
Okay, council, we'll open it up for questions for staff. Jake Johansson.
Yeah, Paulo, if we can come up, please. Thank you. The ISBA that we started talking about, obviously driven by trying to come up with solutions for a whole road. However, as the mayor pointed out, that process is about 4 months from coming anyhow, correct?
4 months if it's very quick. So the initial ISBA started in, the initiating resolution started in 2010. The final versions weren't approved until 2014. And that's, that's for a brand new one. This one can probably go quickly, but it is a long process. It's not a quick process, and depending upon the negotiating positions, whether or not there's an impasse, whether or not you go through dispute resolution, unknown time frame.
So it's smart to start it whether Hull Road and the fuel farm existed or not, yes?
That's the policy of council.
Okay.
Ormond Beach can always reject any of the points of negotiation.
Got it. I understand when the public talks to us about wanting to change zoning, and our or at the staff level, we're a little worried about litigation, and so I heard Mayor Partington also mention that if the ISBA included, if the whole road project was included in the ISBA, then they'd be subject to the same risk. Is that correct?
That's their legal opinion. We're not going to,
but
we're not their attorneys.
Yeah, and I'll jump in on that.
Yeah, please.
We've had very good conversations with city staff.
Right.
In those conversations, it's very clear through numerous conversations that the city believes they have the same legal obstacles that the county has. That they believe they would be subject to Senate Bill 250, which basically prohibits any more restrictive or more burdensome land development regulations if you're within 100 miles of a named storm. I disagree with that, but also I've told their city attorney, I'm not the city attorney.
That's
their call.
Got it.
The other issue is Bert J. Harris, which would not prevent you from doing something. You just have liability for diminishment of the market value if you downzone the property or you add some additional restriction.
Got it. So absent Senate Bill 250, when that dies at the end of 24, the SB 250 problem goes away, but the Bert Harris is still there for either the county or the city, as we understand it.
And to be clear, both of those are acts of your Florida legislature.
Right.
They are not a construct of local government. They're something that's imposed on local government. We face preemptions all of the time. And so home rule is not a situation where a city or a county has legal authority to challenge a state law because they feel it is bad policy. We are faced with bad policies, depending on your point of view, probably all the time. But under the state constitution, the legislature has the authority to enact these laws. So that what home rule is nothing other, and what our charter did for us, is it allows us to regulate in areas unless the state says we can't. It does not say you have the legal authority to challenge something that you think is a bad idea. We have seen the legislature continually erode home rule authority of local governments by regulating in areas that they had not before, from the minutia to the big. And so Senate Bill 250 is one of those issues. And I heard Ms. Kraft got up and spoke and reiterated a letter on encouraging you to challenge Senate Bill 250. And in the letter it says, other cities and counties have questioned the implications of the bill and have taken steps to act in the best interest of their constituents, despite the apparent restrictions imposed by this law. Well, we called and spoke to the city attorney for each of the jurisdictions cited in that letter. And the answer is, not only are they not challenging Senate Bill 250, they are following it. We're unaware of any government in the state of Florida that has filed suit. And for the simple reason that the legislature, even if we disagree with it, I'm not happy about it, has the authority to do it. City of Naples, one of the jurisdictions cited in this letter. We spoke to their city attorney, happens to be the same attorney that represents Anna Maria Island. They got sued for enacting an ordinance in violation of Senate Bill 250. Suit's still pending. They're trying to get out of it because they've decided they're not going to enforce any of those new restrictions. Now, since we last met, we have become aware there's a special session of the legislature. They're meeting this week. They're meeting now. It's going to be over by the end of this week. They're proposing to change the Senate Bill 250. They're actually proposing to extend it another 2 years for named counties all along the west coast of Florida. But at least the way it's written now, it looks like it ends it for East Coast counties, for Volusia County. Now that, if that passes, removes one legal impediment. Then you still have Burt J. Harris to deal with. Burt J. Harris doesn't prevent you at some stage early on of downzoning the property, but it creates an opportunity for a property owner to recover for their loss in market value for that property. And I know I'm kind of filibustering, Mr. Jansen, I apologize. But I heard a speaker get up and say, the county has been lying. I like to know where and who. I don't say much, typically, but if somebody calls me or a staff member a liar, I will respond. There are no lies going on. We've been telling you the facts and give you legal advice. You do not have to take it. But we would not be doing our job if we didn't. I heard recently someone say the only thing worse than bad legal advice is taking it. Well, you're hearing a lot of bad legal advice today. Challenging Senate Bill 250, we're not aware of any government that's done it. Legislature has the authority to preempt this. I've heard the charter referenced. I've heard, why aren't you enforcing your environmental minimum standards? Well, I'll tell you why. That charter provision provides that you will implement it by ordinance. You have done so. And when will those standards come into play? During site plan application, which you have not received yet. This interlocal agreement proposal with the city of Ormond, they actually voted in September to start those discussions with us. We had a very good conversation with city staff. They're free to say they don't want this property added. They're free to say they want to add it. But I think what's telling in speaking with the city, they recognize they have the same legal impediments we do. Senate Bill 250 and Burt J. Harris. Now, I heard someone say, you need to do whatever you need to do to stop this project, even if it costs $30 million. If Senate Bill 250 goes away, you will have that opportunity. You can change the zoning rights. But I do not want the impression to be given that you can do that and there will not be a consequence for that action. That is a policy decision of council. That's not a decision of your staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Continue.
No, I have no more questions.
Okay.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Nichols, for summarizing what you've seen over the thousands of meetings, but shortly the most recent ones. You were very accurate in your description, and I appreciate your courage for going in front of the mic and sharing them. And Mr. Dyer, thank you for your explanation there today, because I think you summarized it pretty well where we're at today, both legally and policy-wise, what our options will be before us. I wanted to address the comments that it was the motion to expand the territorial boundaries was a maneuver or some sham or something like that. It was the contrary. It was to give tools available. If you listened, I know a lot of people talk and they hear stuff, and always come to the source. That's my advice to you. Come to the source and get your own information. But it was to give the folks out here advocating. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I think I'm in debate, so I apologize. I'm going to go into the questions. I'll save that for later. I caught myself. Can we pull up the map again? Because what I want to do, Mr. Chairman, for the council's purpose, which I think they know, and the members of the audience, but to give some context as to why the motion for the resolution was put forward. And, you know, I think it's pretty plain language, what you see here that staff prepared. And this was a basis for the decision to make the motion to give the territorial rights to the city of Ormond in the motion, in the way of amending the interlocal agreement. Now, Paulo, the question, can you give us the legal terminology as to how geographically does Senate Bill 250 affect cities and counties?
Sure. So if a city or a county wholly or partially is within 100 miles of landfall of either Hurricane Ian or Hurricane Nicole, It is prohibited until October 1st, 2024 from implementing any more burdensome or more restrictive land use regulations. That includes downzoning, that includes changing the zoning, that includes anything that makes it more restrictive to develop.
Perfect, thank you. My follow-up question, so you said 100 miles wholly or partially?
Yes.
Based on this map that we have in front of us, I see the circled areas. Can you tell me where Ormond Beach may lie?
Ormond Beach is outside of the, and I'm trying to make it stable. Yeah, it is outside of the 100-mile radius of the landfall of Hurricane Nicole.
Would it be like in this area where I just put red approximately? Yeah, oh, you can't see it, it's not showing there. I'll have to turn around. It's not showing there, let me try red.
If you look closely, you can actually see the outline of the cities within the county. So you can see the outline of Daytona Beach in the northeastern portion. You can see the outline of Ormond Beach in the northeast portion. You know, based on this geospatial analysis, those two cities are outside the 100-mile radius. The 100-mile radius affects Volusia County because it encompasses.
It touches.
Yes. It's, affecting MIMS. It's affecting the kind of southeastern section when you get to Canaveral National Seashore. But most of the county is not within the 100 miles. Unfortunately, the way that the bill works is if you are wholly or partially in that radius, everything is affected.
And that's why it applied to Volusia County policies on land use, correct?
Yes.
And so, in recap, then, it was your legal analysis or staff's legal analysis that Ormond Beach did not come under the provisions of Senate Bill 250 based on this map and the way the...
Yes, it affects governments. It affects government action. So if you are a government that's within that 100 miles, you as a government cannot act.
So in essence, that if you're not in the area by Senate Bill 250, you can make land use decisions that are more cumbersome or in any way. Is that correct?
That's my interpretation of the bill, yes.
Okay. And the interlocal agreement that we currently have in place allows for cities, including Ormond Beach, we may have some with others, to make those land use decisions and apply the land development code, right?
So long as it's a specific type of interlocal agreement, that's also a joint planning agreement that it has to specifically grant extraterritorial rights to, these municipalities.
So we were basically, I think we were establishing when we passed this recommendation to bring this ordinance back, giving the opportunity, if Ormond so choose, to include this land, and they potentially could make land use decisions on this land if it's incorporated in the
Into the ISBA, yes. Correct. Pre-annexation.
Correct. And that would have, in some cases, circumvented Senate Bill 250.
That was the goal. That was kind of the, this is a new bill. There's
it would have
nothing
given
kind
them
of
the
like it.
tools
Yes.
to do something locally if they so choose.
Yes.
And that was the intent. I wanted to establish that. I know it may be repetitive, but I wanted to establish it for the folks that may be hearing it firsthand. That was the intent. Now, Ormond Beach as a city can say, no, I think they have today, right? The ordinance before us today, well, I'm in debate again, Mr. Chair, you've got to catch me. My other question, Polo, based on your legal analysis, I want to establish a couple of things that may or may not be fact also. When a property is annexed, correction, in an interlocal agreement like this, the way it's currently established, if we enter an additional property, is there a time frame as to when the city must annex?
No. It preps a piece of land for annexation. Portions of the ISBA are negotiable. So if there is a piece of land that you want, can be in the ISBA, but should not be annexed until some other aspect is in place, like the provision of utilities or something like that. You can, it's a flexible document that is supposed to take the place of the normal annexation procedures under statute.
So it could sit in this status for 50, 100 years possibly, theoretically, I'm just saying. There's no clock that started to say by 2 years you must annex into the city of Ormond Beach, any property, or any city.
No, not unless there's some other document. But the ISBA itself does not provide that, shot clock for annexation. The ISBA can terminate, and all properties that have not been annexed aren't annexed, and it just
There's
remains
no-
within the county.
There's no, theoretically, could be no requirement to annex, even though I know it's a pre-annexation thing, but it can theoretically ride out for as long as the agreement allows it to.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. There was a comment made about, no, it just strikes the annexation thing. Are you familiar with the comments that were made earlier today regarding this interlocal agreement, the particular one that we have in place with Ormond Beach? It was explained to us today that it began because two things. One, they were unhappy about a strip club, I think it was, a strip club coming into the neighborhood, or just up the road in unincorporated area. And the second one was, I think it was described as an outlaw biker bar or something like that. And that was how it started that. Was that because the city wanted, and you may or may not know this, and maybe the basis can be established, was that because the city wanted the land use decisions and apply their land development code on those properties to prohibit them?
Clay, do you have any? I'm not aware
I know I'm going
of
way
that
back,
history.
but was that
That's-
a tool, is that a tool to do that? Is that what the intent?
That was a long time ago,
I know.
but that's my understanding.
So we did it as a tool, it sounds like it was done as a tool to stop something that the city did not want near them. Is that correct, Mike? Oh, Mike, I know I distracted you.
Yeah, that was well over a decade ago.
But it effectively
But
worked in that.
my
in that
understanding is the
case.
city wanted more control, land use control over that area.
And it sounds like they won, because they don't have the outlaw biker bar or the strip club there. Folks, I'm explaining this precedent here to understand that I didn't just come up with this idea out of the back pocket. There was established precedents that, one, the city asked for this expansion, meaning to look at the interlocal agreement. There's precedent where they've done it and they've actually stopped properties from being developed in the manner that they did not want. The precedent was there, the tool is there, that was the intent. Now, if the legislature changes, and I'll stop now, Mr. Chair, if the legislature changes the Senate Bill 250, then the difficult decision is what do we do next? So, just want to take away by asking these questions, these wild rumors about there was some underhanded things. It's a tool that is still available. And I think we should pass the resolution and let staff negotiate. The city can change it, and we can change it, and let it go back and forth as things develop. So, thank you, Mr. Polo. Sorry for the historical questions.
Mr. Soria, just a couple questions, staying on annexation. If Ormond has said they don't want to annex it, however, if they did, would they be required to create the same zoning category that we have now?
That's a policy decision for Ormond. Once they annex something, the decisions of what to do with the property is up to Ormond Beach. Now,
But they're not required to copy the existing zoning?
Mayor Partington is correct in that when a property is annexed into the city, it comes with it the county's land use and zoning.
Okay.
That doesn't change. The city has the authority to change it to whatever zoning and land use is appropriate for that annexed area.
So you've heard two things from the city on that, and I had this good conversations with the city attorney. I think I think he would agree with me. We've agreed in our conversations. They would have the same issue we would. I mean, that if they annex a property, they take it with the county zoning, and then if they make a change to the zoning, it'd be just like if you change the zoning, it raises the Burt J. Harris issue.
Okay. As of the last 48 hours, do you know if Belvedere has a lease on this property?
Personally, I'm not aware of any lease on that.
Anybody? Does the staff know if there's a lease yet?
We do not know.
Not that you're aware? Okay. Who would sue us then?
The Florida East Coast Railway, as a property owner, would have the rights.
The Grupo Mexico would be the ones that would have to sue under Burt J. Harris or Senate Bill 250?
Whoever is the property owner under the, the property owner is the one who can sue under Burt Harris. Other entities may sue for various reasons, due process issues, that kind of thing. So, you know.
Other entities?
Yes, if you have, if there's a site plan application, for example, by Belvedere, you know, and they can claim a due process violation if there is something like that.
Okay.
So we're looking at, okay, what are the potential grounds for, you know, a challenge to a county action, whatever it goes.
So far, we haven't received a site plan application or a permit request for anything. Can Belvedere do that without having a legal
They can
lease
submit,
on the property?
An owner's authorization, so you can have an agent and you have an owner, so long as the owner provides authorization to the agent can file on behalf of the owner.
Okay. Ormond Beach has clearly said they don't want to annex this. If we leave this exactly how it stands, is that going to work its way out through the I mean, this has to be negotiated because we have to reestablish this agreement for next year. Will that work its way out, or do we need to remove it since they have clearly said please don't give us a property?
That's a policy of this council.
But I'm asking about the process of
if the process works its way through and that becomes a point, then you can't enter into an agreement unless the property is removed.
Yeah.
You know, it becomes a point of negotiation, but ultimately it requires mutual consent and agreement by both entities. Once again, one local government cannot force another local government to enter into this type of agreement.
Okay.
Mr. Brower, I think I think you have three options. You could vote to not proceed with the resolution. You could vote to enact the resolution as written, or amend it on the floor and remove including the whole road property and just proceed. And what's left in that is to discuss extending the ISBA, which city staffs indicate they want to do.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, I didn't know if Mr. Partington, I don't know if you'd indulge me real quick. I thought I heard you make a statement during comment. I'll wait till you get down here. And just FYI, Bill and I have known each other for probably back into the 1900s. We went against each other, and I have a lot of respect for you, Bill. But I just want to make sure I heard you clear before I ask Paulo some follow-up questions. Did you say that the ISBA, if there was an annexation by Ormond, that it would actually give the landowner more rights than they currently have?
Correct.
What would be the additional rights that the property owners or potential tenants would get from this annexation?
If they were annexed into Ormond Beach, they would have the ability to request water and sewer utilities. They do not have that right now.
Okay. So if you opted not to annex them, then they would not have any access to water or sewer, correct?
Correct.
I think you guys have already resolved you're not going to provide water and sewer to them?
Correct.
Okay. Do you think this project will still go forward without water and sewer availability? Will they be able to get septic and wells?
I don't know. I mean, there's a possibility. We're committed to fighting the project, working with you to fight the project at every possible angle, but I think it would be a substantial impediment to them moving forward if they did not have water and utilities. Just from a fire suppression standpoint, from a convenience standpoint of running a business, you would think they would want those services.
Okay. But you're saying that if you were to annex them in, as Mr. Santiago suggested, to better able you to stop them as well as you guys stopped the strip club through annexation, and you stopped the other
criminally violent biker gang.
The biker gang, yeah. You stopped that undesired location through annexation, right?
Right. And the difference, well, we fought those on our own. Ormond Beach fought those successfully on our own prior to an ISBA being in existence. What we realized as we were trying to clean up that US 1 corridor, which is a gateway not only into Ormond Beach, but Volusia County, is that it would be much easier for us in the future to prevent these types of things showing up directly on US 1 if there was an ISB in place. So our city attorney initiated the process with the county. It took several years, but we finally got that completed. And so the difference is, after we had the difficult legal fights with both of those entities to prevent them from happening, we requested the ISBA. This wasn't part of that because this was on nobody's radar, but the problem now is the vested rights ship has sailed. And so Belvedere has vested rights on that Volusia County property. No matter what you do with it, trying to, a gimmick like transferring it through an ISBA to Ormond Beach, the clear, plain language reading of SB 250 makes it obvious that you're creating a much more burdensome process for Belvedere by doing a maneuver like trying to transfer it to Ormond Beach for us to annex. And so you're still stuck with that liability no matter what happens. And I think that's our point. That's why we're committed to working with you to find ways to prevent this from happening. And there are other legal options, but that's not on your agenda today.
So you're saying that if you were to accept the invitation to annex in this property, are you saying that the law would absolutely require you all to then provide water and sewer?
It would be much more.
Otherwise don't have to.
Much more likely we would be required to provide water.
Is that through your legal staff that they told you that, or is that?
Correct.
Okay.
Right now we have home rule authority. We decide who we annex and whether we provide them water or sewer. And we can do it as a policy, which we've done in the past. We can do it on a case-by-case basis, which I think is what you're going to see in the future. But if we annex them in, then they have a much stronger case to sue us for water and utilities and for that to be granted.
Okay, so you heard Mr. Santiago's explanation as to why we even passed this or even agreed to talk about it again today is because we're trying to offer you another tool to help you in your fight.
Right.
Purportedly, okay. I'm still against this for the airport proximity issues in the airport overlay. That's my stressor about this being where they're talking about putting it, because I just think it's in a really dangerous area for the flight paths. But if we were to pass this resolution today, I mean, there's no heartburn, at least on my part, if you don't accept it. But I'd like to at least pass it so that at least you and the county staff could explore going further into looking to see if maybe annexation might be the way to go to help you in your fight to stop this. I mean, I don't want there to be any heartburn if we pass this resolution to give you the option.
Well, and I appreciate that, Councilman. That's certainly your policy decision to make. Our position is it doesn't really change the calculus like you might think it does. If you read Senate Bill 250, there's a short paragraph in your staff's information that says if you make it more burdensome or more difficult for a property owner by any means, whether it's a gimmick, whether it's a shifty maneuver, whatever you want to call it, by transferring it to another city to try to get around it, the legislature thought of that before you, and they put the language in there to make sure it still applies. You know as well as I do, judges and courts do not like gimmicks or tricky maneuvers to avoid state statutes, and that's exactly what this is that's been presented to you. It was an okay thought, but unfortunately, it just doesn't have the force of law behind it. And that liability has already attached. Those vested rights for Belvedere have already attached, and that's the problem.
Are you guys concerned that your, I don't want to say maneuvering, but your declaration that you're not going to supply water and sewer is already going to open you up to a Senate Bill 250 lawsuit or a Burt Harris or a due process problem?
No, because that's strictly an Ormond Beach issue, and we're not within the Senate Bill 250 area.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
If I could ask okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, before you go, do you have questions?
Well, I was going to ask Paulo a question too in follow up of that, but if you want to.
Well, I just wondered if Mr. Kent or Santiago had questions directly for the mayor while he's here.
Go ahead.
Do you mind if he?
No,
okay.
go ahead.
Troy Kent.
Thank you, and Councilman Dempsey, for yielding. I appreciate it. Mayor Partington, thank you. I know you worked during the day, a big effort for you to be here. Thank you for caring enough to come and show up. Just a couple of things to help me with my memory, because you and I served together a long time on the Ormond Beach City Commission, and it's sort of been floated out here a little bit that, we talked about this interlocal service boundary agreement and how Ormond Beach worked diligently to get the county to agree with something like this, because the gateway to Volusia County and the gateway to Ormond Beach, you know, it's been mentioned that we were able to stop a strip club and stop a biker club gang from being in Ormond Beach. But if my memory is correct, I don't know about stopping it. They actually came into our city. The Cheater Strip Club was operational. I mean, it wasn't like, Council, I want you to know, it wasn't like we stopped it from happening. Like they wanted to come in and we were like, no, we're going to stop this. This can't happen. It did happen. They were there. The biker club was there, and Ormond Beach had to fight alone to stop that nonsense in our community. And that's where we came up with that ISBA, and we wanted to have more control into your first welcome, your first glance of Ormond Beach and Volusia County. Not the greatest look for both of those government entities. So I think that's important. And then just briefly, and Mayor, I don't believe this one's for you, but just briefly, Mr. Dyer, did I hear correctly, the state legislature is going in for a special session this week? And with that special session, is there talk of Senate Bill 250 being extended? And is that extension, do we know definitively, is that extension only on the west coast of Florida, or is it everywhere? Could you please touch on that?
Based on, we understand there are 5 bills filed for this special session. One of them is really a large bill dealing with storm recovery issues. Within that bill, at least the last version we saw, if it passes as it's written, it appears that it would extend Senate Bill 250 for named counties, but they all appear to be on the west coast. And it appears that the East Coast, us included, would no longer be subject to Senate Bill 250. And that session ends on Friday, I believe.
Gotcha. And then just very briefly, Chairman, if you'll grant me the quick latitude, not that Councilman Santiago needs me to defend him at all, because he's very capable, but I will just say publicly, I don't believe there was any sleight of hand or ill-conceived concepts from Councilman Santiago with what he brought up at the last meeting. I truly believe that it was an idea to help Ormond and help us work together, if it was possible, to stop this from happening in our community. We've had a little time for the dust to settle, and Council, I'll just tell you after I hear from everybody else, but I would be ready to amend the resolution by removing 874 Hull Road, but continuing to go along with looking at our interlocal service boundary agreement, because it needs to happen. What I don't want to have happen is, one of my quick goals getting elected was we needed to have better relationships with our 16 cities, and we've been working really hard with that. This is upsetting Ormond, and that's not what I want to have. I don't want to have that adversarial relationship. We need to work together to get this done.
Thank you, Councilman.
Councilman Santiago.
Mr. Mayor, I did have a question for you. And Troy, I know you can hear me in the back, and thanks for that, no, I know you can hear me, but the working together, because that is the intent, right? But that also has to go both ways, right? Both parties have to be engaged in that, and that's what I'd like to see. Mr. Mayor, I just have one question. Does the city of Ormond have a territorial boundary for their sewer and water services?
We do. We have a water, sewers, well, it's called a utility service area.
Yeah, typically most, if I'm my recollection, most cities extend that, or they're allowed to, based on state law, to extend it up to 5 miles past their boundaries of their city limits. Do you know if Ormond has executed that at any time?
I think we have in Ormond by the Sea, and I think the main point of that is it's up to the city.
Correct, yes, it's adoptable by the city. And the only reason I bring it up, Mr. Mayor, and for knowledge for everyone, is because my thoughts, based on my experience, is that you may have some challenges on your sewer and water declaration. I think Don was alluding to it a little bit. I don't know where your boundaries are. I didn't ever ask staff about it, but the boundaries are typically, when you put them out there, you're telling everybody within those 5 miles that I'm the person providing sewer and water anywhere between here and this boundary. So I don't know if that line applies here, but it's important to put it on the record so people know that that may be in play or not. So I get you're using all your tools. I think that's going to be a tough one, but Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for being here. I appreciate it.
Don, I'm going to come back to you, but Mr. Mayor, I have one more. I hope you're not sorry for coming in today. We really appreciate it. This is helpful to us, but Councilman Kent has piqued my curiosity. And now I remember the history that Cheaters was there, and you really went to work to get rid of it. You used the interlocal agreement. How did you get rid of them?
Well,
Without getting sued by Bert J. Harris?
that was prior to Bert J. Harris, if my memory serves me, and also we did not use the ISBA because that wasn't in existence at the time. It was just a standard lawsuit code enforcement issue that finally ended up with them closing business.
And a lot of public support.
Correct.
To help you.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Don Dempsey, I'll return the questions for you.
Yeah, I was just going to ask Paulo. Thanks, Bill. I appreciate you. Paulo, you heard what Mr. Partington was saying about if we allow them to annex in and they annexed in the property, that they would have to allow water and sewer, where now they have more flexibility. Do you agree with that analysis of the law?
That's a policy for the city. You can write the ISBA in any way that you want to, including, denying utilities to the property pursuant to the ISBA. They'd have to formally annex and, but once again, it's the city's water and sewer service area. It's their policy. They can dictate how they want to treat it. They can also write whatever policy that they want into a proposed ISBA as a negotiation point.
Do you think that's going to subject them to a lawsuit, though?
If I could just interject there, because I've talked Randy Hayes, their city attorney. We've talked many times,
right?
And we've also, and I know he agrees with me on this. I'm not the city attorney, and he's not the county attorney. So we've been careful of saying, hey, we can give a point of view.
Right.
We're not speaking for the city on it. I wouldn't want him speaking for the county.
Oh, okay.
On it, but we have had that kind of open dialogue. We may have some differences of opinion on how it impacts this issue or that issue, but ultimately that's the city's call and decision.
All right. Well, that's all then. Thank you, Paula.
Okay, council, we'll open up. Did we get several more requests to speak from the public? I noticed while we were asking questions, people were bringing up yellow. Not for this item?
I had one additional person for item 2, but they advised that they would speak on item 3 instead.
Okay. You would like to speak on item 2?
No.
Council? I'll have to ask for it's a change of policy. Did you turn that in a yellow sheet?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Would you like to hear from him? Sure. I'm seeing yeses. Okay, please come up and tell us your name and where you live. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, council. I'm an hour and a half late, but I'm always on time because I can't be there if I'm not there. My name is Doyle Lewis. Volusia County made me a homeless man. You're looking at a homeless man for 12 to 14 years over situations like this. I built houses my entire life. When you look at somebody, you don't know who they are. You think you do. Every day changes because that's what life is. I vote yes to let this happen because our United States government stands behind my freedom. Florida does not. I've been thrown in jail for the really weirdest things I've ever seen in my life. I build houses for people that don't want to pay. My name is Doyle Wayne Lewis. Volusia County made me homeless, and I came here for one purpose, to live by the Atlantic Ocean. If you have the United States government behind you, you have more power than anybody. When you say no, you're biting your own foot off. You're talking about our military. You're talking about our freedom. You're talking about how you can talk, how you can say things. I've been told to shut up in Volusia County a lot, and I will not do that. When you slap the United States government's hand, that's exactly what you're doing. I believe in our freedom. Right now, our United States government's in trouble. We got too many people up there that can't remember what they're doing. They need a computer to push a button. Well, if you don't know how to push that button, you don't know what to say. We need to change our government a little bit. I support our government. I support our military. I always have since the day I was born. This has to do with old railroads that are being taught to let people walk freely down the railroads. This has nothing to do with dance clubs. This has nothing to do with bikers. You know, most military ride bikes because you can actually fly them in an airplane cheaper than a car so they can go to country and country. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Doyle Wayne Lewis, and y'all made me homeless, and I'm a home builder.
Okay, council, I'll open this up for debate.
Motion.
Pardon me?
Do we want a motion? Motion before debate?
Do you have a motion to start with? Okay. Would you like to make a motion?
No, Troy. Sorry, Troy.
No, it's okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Motion to approve initiating resolution for expansion and extension of the ISBA between Volusia County and City of Ormond Beach.
Motion to approve as written by Jake Johansson, second by Vice Chair Robbins. Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll make a motion to amend that motion by removing 874 Hull Road.
To remove 874 Hull Road is the motion to amend. Is there a second on the amendment? I'll second your amendment.
Thank you, Chairman.
Any discussion?
Okay.
Discussion?
Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Chair. Can I have your red sheet real quick?
Have the what?
The sheet.
Oh.
So if you're if you're going to amend as chair, you just got to pass the gavel for this item only.
Right.
Right.
Okay,
Chair?
debate on the amendment. Yes, sir. Well, this is
The chair.
Vice Chair, you're being summoned. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, I think, Troy, the reason, I know what you're trying to do. I think the reason you didn't get a second, because the ordinance as is written allows them to discuss all options on all lands. There's no need to. The city and the county can get together tomorrow or when they start negotiating and say, you know, they don't want that parcel on there. So I think it's just that's why you didn't get the second. Let's just vote on it clean and let the negotiations happen between staff. We don't know what's going to happen in the legislature in this special session. City and county can still say no to this. Let's not take away tools that they can or can't use. That's the only reason.
Mr. Johansson?
I concur. It just, it gives them all options. It doesn't restrict them in any way, and both county and city can walk away from Hull Road at the end of the day, and no harm, no foul. But if we omit it and something comes to fruition where we can act, they're going to have to come back to us, and that'll involve 2 hours of conversation and another 2 or 3 weeks of staff work. So I trust that the city and the county can work together and bring back the status quo or something new if they want.
Mr. Santiago, are you still? Okay, Mr. Kent, go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I don't necessarily completely disagree with what Councilman Johansson or Councilman Santiago said, but I heard from Ormond Beach today. And I think by removing this, it helps. I think keeping this on, we're in a situation where we continue to incite negative feelings between the two government bodies, and that's not my goal here. This sends a very clear message, if we were to go along with my amendment, is that we're okay with the interlocal service boundary agreement being reviewed, but we don't want to push this off onto Ormond. That's the only reason why I made that motion to amend it, is to let everybody know there's nothing up the sleeves. This is where I am with it. And not that I think there's anything up the sleeves otherwise. This just puts an exclamation point on it for the community at large, so they know that's not what we're trying to do. Since we've been accused of that, I just thought it would help clean this up a little bit.
Thank you. Anybody else? Chairman Brower, go ahead.
I concur with you, Mr. Kent, which is why I seconded. I'm afraid that this just bogs us down when what's needed here is really aggressive action in order to stop this. So later on, probably not until closing statements, I'm going to request a motion to appeal Senate Bill 250, Burt J. Harris, on the grounds of our county charter, and we'll discuss that with the county attorney. But I want to keep the focus on how we can stop this. The city of Ormond Beach has taken very aggressive action already to say we don't want this here, and so I'll vote no on this.
Mr. Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I take a little exception to how it was described, and I get it. The city of Ormond Beach has taken aggressive action. You have, Mr. Mayor, and your council has. But so has this council. So to leave that out of the context, I think it's maybe forgetful or inappropriate. That's why I want to bring it up. This council has done a lot within the law to do what we can to this thing. And leaving it in there just leaves it as a tool. What if the legislature does something drastic it's not liked? They may just reverse Senate Bill 250 and then it goes away for us. But what if they do something differently that this tool might be available to them? They don't have to execute it. So to exclude anything, I think, is not being visionary or giving all the opportunities available to address something. Mr. Mayor, you're right. You could say no. The county can agree to it at one point and say, no, we're not going to do Whole Road, right? Or include Whole Road into this, or this particular property in there, I should say. So leaving it in there, I think it's just a tool that doesn't hurt anything. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Santiago. Mr. Kent, go ahead, please restate your motion, and we'll call for a roll.
Yes, my motion was a motion to amend the resolution by removing 874 Hull Road.
All right, and that was seconded by Chairman Brower. Carissa, can you call the roll, please?
Mr. Reinhardt?
No.
Mr. Robbins?
No.
Mr. Santiago?
No.
Mr. Dempsey?
No.
Mr. Johansson?
No.
Mr. Kent?
Yes.
Mr. Brower?
Yes.
Motion fails 5-2.
5-2. Thank you.
Thank you. Read any of that? Okay, so we're back to the main motion on the floor, which is to pass as written. Councilman Johansson?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Just a few comments before we vote on the main motion. I would like to address a couple of the comments that were made earlier as well. And I concur with Mr. Nicholson that we are in earnest via official means and unofficial means doing everything we can to stop this project from coming in Ormond's backyard. I represent the entire county, so you have to respect that I hear from Ormond, but I also hear from folks in Pearson, DeLeon Springs, Edgewater, and elsewhere, and of the 500,000+ citizens here, some care, some don't. So I have to weigh all that. Having said that, again, I'm not a big fan of the project. I mentioned that many people are working on this, and we are, and I know people that aren't even involved in government that are trying to leverage their relationships to get this moved. So bear in mind that there's tons of people trying to do the right thing here. And as I understand it, Clay and Paulo, you can nod, there is no site plan here. They've been talking about this plan for over a year, correct, Clay? Yes, that was a yes. So I would say that knowing how some developments and subdivisions come, if this is such a easy, already zoned easy project and they already have the air permit, why aren't they here yet? And I'm hoping the answer is because there's enough people complaining about it that they're thinking. They haven't come with a site plan yet. I put it into football terms. They called up the Volusia County football team and said, we want to play you. We want to come and kick your butt. We want to do that sometime in the next 3 or 4 seasons. But they haven't shown up at the field yet. They haven't put out their team. They haven't told us who's on their team. So we can't play them until they get here, until they enter the field. In the meantime, we're prepping our team. We're doing everything we can. We're sending scouts. We're trying to get the sanctioning body to not let them come. We're doing everything we can. So rest assured that this county and others in the city and others outside the county and the city are doing everything they can to move this project along. And the fact that they're not here yet is a cautious but positive sign. And I will keep working with staff to do everything I can using my network and connections to make sure it doesn't come. I appreciate everybody's time today. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Then the motion on the floor is to pass the resolution for expansion of the interlocal service boundary agreement, ISBA, between Volusia County and the city of Ormond Beach. Carissa, would you call the roll?
Mr. Reinhardt.
Yes.
Mr. Robbins.
Yes.
Mr. Santiago.
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey.
Yes.
Mr. Johansson.
Yes.
Mr. Kent.
No.
Mr. Brower.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
That takes us to item 3, direction to initiate discussions with FEC Railroad on possibility of leasing or purchase of 874 Hull Road, Ormond Beach, Florida.
Yes, Mr. Chair, so this motion was passed also at your last meeting. It would authorize your staff to initiate discussions on the possibility of leasing or purchasing 874 Hull Road. And I know Mr. Kent may have some statements to make since it was his motion.
Okay. Any questions for the county attorney? We have one member of the public that wants to speak. Is there a motion?
Yes, Chairman.
Councilman Kent.
Yes, Chairman. I am going to make a motion here, and I believe that this is yet another tool in our tool belt to deal with this issue. So I'll make a motion to initiate discussions with the FEC Railroad on the possibility of either leasing or purchasing 874 Hull Road.
Second, Johansson.
Motion by Troy Kent and second by Jake Johansson in favor of the motion. Have one member of the public who wants to speak to this issue, Suzanne Shiver.
Suzanne Shiver, Ormond Beach, representing Green Volusia. To continue the discussion that I stood up here and read previously, because there was seems to be a misunderstanding. The state preempting our home rule charter exposes the problems of the charter government now occurring in Volusia County. As our elected representatives address the weakening of our charter form of government, you were elected to represent us. I never stated the charter could stop state law. The word strategy has been used in this chamber many times. Sitting in wait for the state preemptions and not reviewing our charter weaknesses is real. The keywords were politic for rights and powers of local self-government for the people they represent. Is Mr. Dyer denying that our charter can be strengthened? So what? We sit and wait on future preemptions? It's suggested we don't know our own weaknesses, or possibly that we're too stubborn to look into it. We obviously have them, or we would not be in this position. Where is the strategy pertaining to the future of our weakened charter, which is standing right now with state preemptions? Please review the charter. Thank you.
Catherine Pante, followed by Doyle Lewis.
Catherine Pante, City of Daytona Beach. Simple request, not to lease, to purchase. A lease leaves it open for them to revisit it later on in the future. So if you can purchase it, that would be the best option. Thank you.
Thank you. Doyle Lewis.
Doyle Lewis, Daytona Beach. Homeless man. I'm okay with this. This is how you buy out your competition. That's called business. But you're going to have to pay for it. It's kind of like building a homeless shelter when you don't want it in your backyard. You got to pay 3 times more to put it somewhere else, and it's going to cost you. Every single one of you drive automobiles and probably don't ride a bicycle but once a year. So I understand the process here today, even though you didn't think I know that. Everybody here loves to fly in an airplane and go fast. Guess what John Wayne's #1 rule was when he got in an airplane? His #1 rule, because I flew that airplane over Oklahoma, was make sure the gas tank was full. You remember that. My name is Doyle Wayne Lewis. Ride a bicycle a little bit more. Thank you.
Jake Johansson, did you have questions or ready for debate?
Ready for debate, sir.
Okay,
I'll
go ahead.
defer to Mike if he wants.
Yeah, just to clarify, I know there was a comment made about, changing our charter. Just to be clear, the last item on your agenda today is your legislative platform. You're going to be talking about it. And I know for as long as I've been here, which hasn't been that long, you always talk about wanting to battle home rule issues.
Yes.
And have the state defer to local governments and decisions. So really, there's nothing you can do by way of charter to prevent the state, but you can lobby the state to stop preempting you in certain areas, and so you'll have the opportunity for that discussion today.
Okay, Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, sir. Couple of things. I'm very excited for all options, including this lease and buy and anything else that anybody can pull out of the hat. But I believe in the vein of collaboration that Mr. Kent and others have talked about throughout the morning. I believe we need to involve the city in that conversation, because it still is land right next to the city, and I don't want to do that in a vacuum. So please consider involving the city, George and staff. And based on some previous conversations, I don't want to say this is a foregone conclusion, but I know that in George's comments, maybe last time or the time before, he said that at a high level, as I understand it, that leasing has kind of already been chatted about at least. So I think this is a good idea, it's just another arrow in our quiver to use if we possibly can. So I'm excited to move forward and see. You never know, maybe FEC would be nice to us and give us a good deal. We'll see. Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Jake, thanks for bringing that up, because I think when we voted on this almost 3 weeks ago to bring this back before us, the motion that we voted on was for the city to be involved with the purchase of the leasing. And I think the intent that I had there when I made that motion was, fiscally involved also. So does this motion exclude that?
This motion, I didn't add that to the motion, but I heard Mr. Johansson talk to our staff, and I'm totally fine with that, for them to work with Ormond. I haven't heard Ormond say they would be against financially participating in this. So I'm anxious to hear, from them as well. I know the mayor's got to wait until he talks with his commission. Do you have a commission meeting tonight, Mayor? So it'll give you a great opportunity tonight to bring that up, since you were here front and center and you heard it from the horse's mouth. And that's something we can always add.
Okay, thank you. I think that was the intent, so I just want to make sure. Thanks for bringing that up, and hopefully, if this does come to fruition, that there is some skin in the game and whatever deal we come up with. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. This particular item I was most excited about because it is another tool in the tool bag. And I love that you use that reference, Mr. Kent. And that's all we were doing on the first one, I think, is just more ammunition, as much as possible. The mere fact that no application has been given to us is kind of like saying, well, I just bought this piece of property and I'm just going to talk about what I'm going to do with it. And then that person says, well, I'm going to sue you because you talked about it. But I haven't submitted anything yet. So, and I think that's how a court would look at it. Maybe call me ignorant on that. But anyways, nonetheless, I like the idea of more tools in the tool bag. So I was mostly excited about this one, so I'm excited to see how it turns out.
Yeah, I agree with that, Matt. You look at it and the chances look kind of slim, but you don't know until you try. I actually just have a question for Mr. Dyer. It's not included in this, and I know the county is always reluctant and cautious, and I'm glad about that, to ever use a tool of eminent domain. We always try and buy property from somebody. Is there somewhere down the road possibility of eminent domain for this property?
Sure. I know the city has come out and said they're considering that option. So we met with them several days ago, and we left it that they're looking at that as well. We're going to follow up and have another meeting after this one to hear more. So we're kind of waiting to see what the outcome of that is. That certainly is always something you can talk about. There's some whole other set of issues associated with that. But we're curious to see what the city comes up with in that discussion. So it should be, I think we're going to meet fairly soon.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, discussion? Then the motion on the floor by Troy Kent, seconded by Jake Johansson, direction to initiate discussion with FEC Railroad on the possibility of leasing or purchasing of 874 Hull Road. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. And we're already on number 4, which many of you have waited for, I think. Item 4, school board request for additional school resource deputies.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Councilman. Thank you for having us here. My name is Patty Kaur. I'm the Interim Chief Operating Officer for Volusia County Schools. I'm joined today with our Deputy Superintendent, Dr. Rachel Hazel, on behalf of our Superintendent, Dr. Balgobin, who had to be at another conference. Also, I'd like to thank our principals for being here. We have Mr. Cash from Creekside Middle School, Dr. Hinson from Daytona Middle, Dr. Velez from Galaxy Middle, Mr. Fidance from Heritage Middle, Dr. Rick Inge from Silver Sands Middle, and Jaquise Copeland from Southwestern, and unfortunately, Mr. Vogus could not be here today from Holly Hill, prior commitment. We are here today, do I do the slide? Oh, sorry. We are here today as a request in an effort to maintain the highest level of safety and security for all of our students in Volusia County schools, as well as our faculty and staff who come to our schools every day and service our students, to ask for you all to provide to the Sheriff's Office support for us to hire 7 additional resource deputies in the schools I just mentioned, and they're listed here at the bottom as well. These middle schools do not currently have full-time law enforcement on their campuses, and we are requesting support from the Sheriff's Department to provide those deputies. Also, I am remiss, we have Lieutenant Stirrup here also from the Sheriff's Department, who works with Captain Smith, who's our Director of Safety and Security for the school district. In addition, in this agreement would be 1 additional sergeant position, and if you have questions about that, Lieutenant Stirrup is here. That has to do with the supervision schedule and how they supervise the number of deputies a sergeant is allowed to be responsible for. So it would be 7 resource deputies and 1 sergeant. The rationale behind our request today is that just simply alone having a school resource deputy on our campuses is first and foremost a deterrent. When families and students see that the presence is there, it makes a big difference when they're there every day and consistently. The school resource deputy is part of our threat management team. There are requirements with the state of Florida and DOE that we are required to report, and it's here called the School Environment Safety Incident Reporting, or SESR, where we have to involve law enforcement on certain levels of threats that occur on our campuses. But one of the most important things, and as a prior principal of Galaxy Middle School, we did have a full-time school resource deputy when I was there. Then there was a time that the Sheriff's Department was, I believe, low on staffing, and they weren't able to do that for us. We have enacted our Guardian program as well, and we have guardians at all of our elementary schools and the middle schools that do not have SRDs. However, our school guardians are there for one reason, and their reason is to stop a threat immediately in its tracks. They do not have arrest powers. One of the most beneficial things we had when I was a principal and had Deputy Patterson on my campus is that he interacted with our students. He also ran a biweekly mentoring with my 10 most difficult male students on my campus. They're embedded in the school community. They're consistent. When we have an incident on campus and we have to call for law enforcement, sometimes that's difficult because we get a different, it's whoever's on the road deputy at the time that responds. They may or may not have a relationship with the school. They may or may not know the staff or the students. By having the consistent school resource deputy on campus allows us to train them, especially with our students who have disabilities and need and require some additional training to deal with those students. And they do get trained by the Sheriff's Department. I wanted to bring forward 2 quick pieces of data here. We were lucky to add a resource officer at River Springs Middle School, which is in Orange City this year, and also a New Smyrna officer in New Smyrna Beach Middle School this year. And what you'll see here is when I was talking about those severe events that were required to report to the state, this is up through October, almost the end of the first quarter of our first quarter for school system, from one year to the next. So there were 288 incidents last school year in the first quarter at River Springs Middle School. We've added a school resource officer there. There have only been 30. There was only 33 at the time we pulled the data. In addition, New Smyrna Beach Middle School added a school resource officer, and they went from 158 in the first quarter last year down to 19 in the first quarter this year. Some additional data that is here just shows you, unfortunately, what we're seeing, and a lot of this is post-pandemic, more and more severe incidents happening on our campuses at a younger age, which is why we're here talking about middle school today. We do have school resource officers in every high school, all 10 of our high schools in Volusia County schools. But we are seeing more severe and higher level incidents occurring. And we're not here to talk about elementary, but even in the elementary schools, we've been confiscating vapes, we've been confiscating weapons. We had a 10-year-old that was arrested from one of our elementary schools for a weapon on campus that went through our Family Resource Center. The Family Resource Center, it's actually the Sheriff's Resource Center in Daytona, but we partner with them. All juveniles who are arrested or have a charge go through the Resource Center before they go to the branch jail. And as from January 1st up until October, they had already processed over 1,000 juveniles through the Resource Center. Our gaggle alerts, it's a system that we use, and it can track students that search. We just had one yesterday where a student searched for, how do I purchase a gun? Where can I purchase a gun? We very often get those after hours, and then we do have to still partner with the local municipalities, and they go out and they do the wellness checks, but many times it happens during school time, so you see some data there. I just wanted to make a clarification on this because I know this slide got a lot of attention. So these are the calls from service, and this came from Captain Smith, and they pulled the amount of times that police were receiving or going out for a call of service to these particular middle schools. However, out of the, for example, Creekside 98, those are calls for service, could be patrol, could be extra patrol because there's no law enforcement there, could be traffic. 36, excuse me, of the Creekside 98 calls were initiated by the school. In Deltona Middle, 41 of the 71 were initiated by the school. Galaxy, 17, Heritage, 58, Holly Hill, 43, Silver Sands Middle School, 39, and then Southwestern, 23. So those are the numbers of the ones that the school actually knew about. However, I'll tell you, and if you were to ask the principals, they will tell you, many times law enforcement will show up on the campus because the parent called them. Something happened yesterday at school, they may not have reported it to the administration. A student goes home, the parent calls the police, they come the next day and somebody wants battery charges on another student or something like that. So this just shows, for your information, the amount of times we're pulling law enforcement off the road to respond to something at a school site, whether it was initiated by the school itself or not. And that's my name, and Lieutenant is here as well.
Thank you very much. I think we have some questions. You have questions, Mr. Santiago?
Yes, sir.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for being here today. I mean, for me, this is not a very difficult task, right? We hear a lot about safety. What's the actual dollar amount that that you're looking for us to commit to this?
So I know this was worked out between the three CFOs. So our CFO couldn't be here today. He's at a conference. That's Mr. Cease. And I know Ryan with you guys, and then the CFO from the Sheriff's Department. It says on here the expenditure $762,011, but the revenue $419,106. What I can speak to, because I can't speak to the dollars and cents, I can speak to the percentage share. Volusia County Schools pays 55%, and the Sheriff's Department incurs 45% of the cost. The Volusia County Schools does have our share set aside for this, should you all approve it.
Okay. Mr. Chair, maybe I can ask a more expanded question to our finance folks. What would be what dollar commitment are we looking for the county to, from our coffers to supply to this?
Ryan Osowski, Chief Financial Officer. What you're looking at is both a revenue and an expenditure. Due to the way that the Sheriff's Office is budgeted, they need approval to adjust their entire budget amount, even if it's coming from the school board. So it would be the difference between those two numbers, which is approximately $350,000.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that answer. And I have one more question for you. Thank you. First, I'll say this is, like I said, it's easy for me. You know, those schools need the help. And thanks for our sheriff for responding quickly. I know he was on this right away. So thank you, Sheriff Chitwood, on that. I have a question. Maybe the council also should be aware. I kind of want to throw it out there because at near University High School, the county has some issues. You may or may not be aware of this, so that's why I put this out there. The county has some issues with a lift station over there that we have to make improvements to or something, and we have to acquire some additional lands that are on school board property right now. I wonder if you're capable of addressing, because typically the school board would charge the county for that, a fee for that. I don't want to make it contingent upon that, but what I want to put out there is, I think, governing bodies are all the tax dollars for the people. I'd like to send back to you and your leadership, if they could consider working with the county and not, I think the cost was approximately $65,000 that the county may have to have paid for that. Don't quote me on the numbers, but there's something out there pending. I think we should all be good partners, because that's all servicing that whole area also, including the schools.
Right, thank you. Yep, and I know exactly what you're talking about. It's a little wedge of property where the lift station is, and the way it was explained to me, and just for transparency, I'm on day 5 in the job. So, wow. But the way it was explained to me, there was a 20% discount already given on that. So you're looking more for maybe in kind.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to see this county's position. I mean, we're coughing up money, and it'd be nice to work together. And I certainly support this regardless, but it'd be a good gesture to show to everyone that we're working together.
Understood. Yep, I'll take that forward.
Councilman Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I've got a few questions about this ask. And before I get into those questions, I notice that our sheriff is here, and I'll just say publicly, it's no surprise to anybody that I'm a fan of our sheriff, and I don't think there's a better, finer sheriff in the state of Florida. That being said, I've got some questions for staff and some for the school district as well. George, whose sole responsibility is it, or Mike Dyer, whose sole responsibility is it to pay to have law enforcement in our schools?
The state law would put that on the school district.
What cities in Volusia County participate with their city tax dollars and participate with the school board in having a police officer, city police officer, in their schools? And George, maybe it'd be easier if I just read this and you tell me either you agree or disagree.
That's probably the easiest.
Daytona Beach has 9, and they have a 50-50 split with the school district.
That's correct.
DeLeon has 2, and there's a 50-50 split with the school district. Let me back up just a moment. The cost for Daytona Beach, I believe this before the split, is $39.59 per hour. The cost for the 2 in DeLeon with that 50-50 split is $39.21 an hour. New Smyrna has 1 with a 50-50 split, and the cost at New Smyrna is $33.76 an hour. Orange City has 1 officer at River Springs Middle School with a 50-50 split, $58.51 per hour. I'm sorry, $58.81 per hour. Ormond Beach has 1. And 50-50 split, and that's $21.28 an hour. Mm-hmm. South Daytona has a 50-50 split with 1 officer at their elementary school, and their rate is $45.23 an hour. And the sheriff's office, the 7 SRDs, the hourly rate would be $90.61 an hour. Is that accurate, George?
I believe so. That's
okay.
What we've come up with.
Okay. How much money does the school board have in reserves?
Hello.
Hi.
Rachel Hazel, Deputy Superintendent. I don't have that exact figure. I can tell you what policy and legislation requires us to have, but if you're looking for the exact number of reserves, I would have to get that information from our CFO.
I might be able to help you. I did the homework. It looks like $134,053,625. Your general fund has $56,660,985, and your unassigned reserves has a balance of $26,844,339. I know you can't testify here before us today about the accuracy or not. I thought you all would have it on our one-on-one. I asked that question, but that's okay. Our staff got that for me. So, George, how much larger is the school district total budget in dollars when compared to the county of Volusia budget?
I think it was like over 250. Go ahead, Ryan's done the math for us, so.
So there's 2 answers to that question.
But mine was very specific. I asked for a dollar amount.
If we add our operating and our non-operating budget together, their budget is approximately $2 million larger than ours.
I believe it's $2,546,908. So that's not $2 million. That's $500,000 you're leaving out of that, and that's important. Would you agree with that?
Fair enough.
Okay. So I'll just say, council, I brought my tax bill with me today, as each of you have your tax bill. We got it recently from that great guy, Will Roberts, which, by the way, I mean that seriously. He's a great guy. He just happens to have the role of tax collector. And when I add up everything on my tax bill with Volusia County, from County of Volusia to the sheriff's office to mosquito control to the library, all of those things, and then you look at the school board, what they collect, my tax bill is a $60 difference that I pay more to the school board than the County of Volusia. Just putting that out there. George, how much money does the school board pay the County of Volusia for sheriff's deputies at our courthouses, or even today, like we have security here today?
That's our responsibility. They don't pay us.
Oh, okay. Why is Port Orange School District, why is Port Orange not putting police officers in their schools?
My understanding is when Captain Smith met with them, they have a staffing issue right now, and they don't have personnel to place there.
Gotcha. I wonder if they have a money issue. They have a staffing issue, but I wonder if they've got any money and if they could come to the table and participate. That's just a wonder I have. Why is Holly Hill not putting one officer in their one school in their city limits? Do you know? Because during our one-on-one, I thought I heard the answer was they said they didn't want to participate. And I thought, well, Ormond, what if you didn't want to participate? Or what if Daytona with 9 police officers said, we don't want to participate? Small city of South Daytona participates. Just food for thought. Has the school board asked the cities of Port Orange and Holly Hill to financially participate with this agreement?
I don't know that answer.
Okay. All right. The cost for service screen, it looks like Volusia County has a major problem with like criminal behavior almost because of the number of calls where a police officer or deputy has to be called out there. Do we know why these behaviors are so extreme? We have any idea what's going on there?
Well, that's why I gave the clarification about the numbers, and we can speak if any of the principals are interested in speaking to what they've seen differently. Again, sometimes we're not the ones calling. So, for example, like Creekside, I said it was 36 calls where the school called. It could be a fight, it could be a battery, it could be, we're just seeing, unfortunately, an increase in those numbers. And in addition, part of that is that because of the state assessor responsibility changed, what we're required to report to the state changed and became more strict. Now we have to report more things, so that require law enforcement.
So that total number with Creekside of 98, 36 is what the school called. The other ones could have been a parent.
A parent, yeah.
Okay. Do Volusia County schools have metal detectors for their schools?
We do for high schools.
Okay. Are they being used in the high schools?
Right now, they're being used at all sporting events and events where we draw large crowds.
But not for kids to go to school every day?
Yeah. Okay, not at this time.
Okay. So we have metal detectors, we just don't use them for kids to go into school, and we only have them for the high schools. What about, do we have, I believe it's called a weapon detection system? Like, when you go to a sporting event, it might not necessarily pick up on your keys, but it will pick up on a machete, a gun, a knife. Does the school district have any weapon detection systems?
We have the metal detectors at the high schools, and we have wands at the high schools.
Okay. George, just a wonder here, but sort of a question as well. Makes me think, what about security at private schools? You know, those are our constituents. Those are our people as well. It's something for us to consider if this goes through. How many guardians do you have at every middle school?
We have 2 guardians per middle school assigned, but we're required to have 1, and so there's always 1 there every day. The extra guardian may get pulled if a guardian at an elementary school, they only have 1. If that guardian is out sick, they pull from the middle or the closest middle school to send over there. So we have assigned, but not always 2 at every school.
Gotcha. And by the way, huge fan of the guardians, by the way, hardworking men and women who earn every dollar that they make. Amazing. I would agree with that. Amazing people. Is there a plan by the school district, if this ask gets approved, will you be removing one or possibly two guardians because now you'll have a deputy there? Is there a plan to remove a guardian?
There's not a plan to remove a guardian. What ideally we would like to do in the middle schools is what we have in the high schools, where we have a law enforcement officer and, instead of two guardians, one law enforcement and one guardian. So we would reassign the other guardians. And then we do have lead guardians that travel as well, and we usually always need somebody to fill in somewhere.
So one would get removed?
Or reassigned, reassigned.
Removed from that school?
Yeah.
That makes sense. How much money does the school district get from the state for the safe schools allocation?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we're trying to find out. Unfortunately, Mr. Cease couldn't be here.
Does this sound right? $5,436,164?
I don't do the money, I can't say. I don't want to misspeak.
I would ask, but you may not know this. How much money was left over from last year's safe schools allocation from the state? The numbers I received from staff was $232,875.76. On the slide of additional first quarter data that's in our presentation, there were 97 threat assessments. Do we know what is the percentage of those threat assessments that were harm to self compared to harm to others? And, harm to self is very important as well,
Right.
but I think
That's a different response.
I think it helps this council weigh, because harm to self compared to harm to others is a different response.
Mm-hmm.
Do we know what percentage that is?
I'd have to pull it, yeah.
Okay. And, impressive information with River Springs, got a police officer from Orange City. Did they also get a new administrative team this year, a new principal?
A new principal.
Yeah. Sometimes that helps, getting someone new leading the charge there, that could have had a
New Smyrna did not get a new principal, and they're seeing similar positive results.
impact. Okay. And then if we do this, my question is, what precedent are we setting? And I will hold off on the rest of my comments for debate. Thank you.
Councilman Johansson.
Yes, thank you for coming today and having a conversation with me earlier. And this might be a better question for your SRO that you brought. You said that if we had SROs in the school, we wouldn't have to pull them from the street. If we put them in the school, are we going to hire another one that we pulled from the street to fill the street position, or?
Well, from what I believe, the new positions would go straight into the school. We already have the patrol handled.
Got it.
These would be specifically assigned for the school.
So growing the force. Got it.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, thank you very much. Back to the school board, we had this question, we had this conversation. You mentioned that the school board pays 55% and the county pays 45%. And if you recall the conversation, I was like, well, you're wrong. The taxpayers pay 100%. So it baffles me in the whole, common sense thing. Why, when I pay my taxes, I have to cut the dollar in half and give 55 cents to you and 45 cents to George, and you may or may not skim your admin off the top and then give it to the sheriff, maybe at 95 cents to the dollar. I don't know that, but nonetheless, why can't the school board just assess me the full dollar, or assess the county the full dollar to give to the sheriff? We have a public safety line, and just make it very transparent. At the peril, George, I understand, or the school board, somebody's millage is going to go up. But I would expect that we would be transparent and say, the county's raising their millage, and the school board is decreasing theirs. What I'd like to see is for you to contract with the sheriff, since the school board is responsible for the safety of our children, according to our attorney, and write the check directly to the sheriff to do it. At the end of the day, it's all my dollars. It's all our dollars. So I'm hoping that the who pays part gets answered. And my next question is in the decrease in the assessor data. I have a hard time arresting middle school kids, but I guess maybe that's where we are in this day and age. But once you put an SRO in a middle school, do the numbers go down because he/she resolves it in the school without reporting it? Whereas if an SRO isn't, then the school needs to call it out. Now it becomes it goes in the books as a call for service, and then it gets counted, or do the ones that get resolved in-house because there's an SRO there, do they get counted as well?
No, they get counted because anything that's considered assessor offense is required to be reported to the state of Florida, and we do that through our reporting system, and that is regardless if the law enforcement is in-house or out-of-house.
Okay, I think Mr. Kent asked most of the other questions I had. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, sir.
Vice Chair Robbins.
I think Ryan's going to educate me.
I have an answer for one piece of your questions.
Please.
This is actually a contract between the school board and the sheriff's office, and the school board does pay the sheriff. And the relationship that the county has to it is the county council approves the sheriff's total budget. In order to amend the total budget, you have to amend both the expenditures and the revenues. That's why that's listed on this agenda item, both an expenditure and a revenue. The revenue is paid by the school district to the sheriff's office pursuant to statute. Any outside services that the sheriff does, that revenue gets passed back to the county. So we actually end up having to recognize that as revenue on the county's books, and then we have to fund the entire additional budget request. So it's by statute that we're involved. I hope that helps.
So let's change the statute.
Vice Chair Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. Ma'am, thank you. I appreciate you coming in here today. Obviously, public safety, as you know, is one of our top concerns here. We've supported it robustly. Just recapping, and thank you, Mr. Kent, you brought up a lot of good, valid points. We established role and responsibilities each of us play. We established the robust reserves that the school district has. We have established the options with the cities and possible overlap. What I want to establish is where exactly this school is at, because I'm getting some conflicting vibes here. Back in April 21st of 2023, I chair the opioid board. And as you know, opioids and fentanyl is a major concern in our society, within our schools. Everything that we do is now focused on this because it is by far, hands down, the #1 threat to our kids. We sent a letter unanimously supported by police chiefs throughout the city, throughout the county, as well as other public safety officials and fire departments. Back on August 21st, this elected body also sent a letter to the school district requesting Narcan. Okay, that's what this was about. What I want to establish, if public safety, and given the irrefutable evidence that I just stated, if public safety was our joint concern, why has it been almost a year and we have not, or the sheriff's office has not received a simple letter or acknowledgement back from the school district in terms of getting Narcan in our schools? Do you have any insight to why that may be?
I don't have insight about the letter. I didn't receive that letter. I don't know who you sent it to. It wasn't me. But what I can tell you since then is that we do have Narcan on every school campus. We already had it on the schools where they're law enforcement because they carry it, but we now have trained all of our guardians, and all of our guardians, which we have at least one on every campus, now carries Narcan.
When did that take effect?
The training was last week, I believe.
Okay. So something did go through.
And I think by Friday they all were delivered. Yeah.
Because our staff never got that.
Councilman Robbins, at the school where I work, our guardian got it either Thursday or Friday.
Good. Well, I'm happy about that. What I wasn't happy about was the lack of
Of response.
communication.
Yeah, I can look
You
into
know,
that. I
and we
don't-
have to have a better, it's too easy to communicate, especially right now. But to have something like that over almost a year with this magnitude, and here we are talking about additional funding, for us to drag our feet with that and not communicate, we have to work better together. And that's a must.
Understood.
So, other than that, I think there's a lot of questions that have to be answered with this. I'd be interested to see what the rest of my colleagues have to say, because the last thing, I have people in District 3 coughing up bones, okay? The economy is difficult right now. Everything is inflated. The last thing I want to do, and kind of the path that this council has done, although I won't speak on behalf of them, is being a little bit as fiscally responsible as possible. So when I hear that there's a lot of reserves or robust reserves like I do, and this falls under a certain purview, it leads me to the question of, by doing this on our end, are we going to be taxing the citizens again when none of this is possibly necessary?
I just want to speak to the robust reserves, because that's been mentioned a couple of times. And I don't have the exact numbers. I can pull our budget presentation and go through all of the numbers, but I do serve on the negotiating team and have for many, many years. So I understand the conversations about the reserves. One of the things that I do want to point out is, while right now at this moment it looks like that number is quite large, we did receive ESSER funding like all districts did and all states did, and a lot of spending was incurred on those ESSER fundings because those run out. And then that was done to protect the general fund, so that moving forward. Not to say, I mean, our budget is very transparent. It's on the website. It is there, but we are in the next year with ESSER funding going away, going to incur a lot of recurring expenses.
Are you able to get us an answer on non-appropriate fund balance? I think it was 26 million that was quoted. Are you able to get us?
Sure, I'm going to step outside and make that call right now.
What's left on that? Because I think that'll play into how we go forward.
And Councilman, it was 26,844,000, closer to 27 million.
Good details. Thanks. Chairman, that's all I have for now.
Thank you. Councilman Reinhardt?
Thank you, Chair. With respect to the guardians, and I know they do not have arrest powers, do they have the ability to detain if, say, there wasn't a SRO there, SRD, I'm sorry, if there wasn't a deputy there and one had to be called off the street, do they have the legal right to detain that individual?
They do, in the sense of they can supervise them in the room, but they're not going to.
They can't put hands on.
They're not going to lay hands.
Okay, hands cannot be put on, okay. If this wasn't passed, how would you proceed? Or can you, is that a fair question?
Well, yeah, it's a fair question, actually. What I was going to say, if the 300-ish thousand was the issue, at a minimum, if we were looking, if we could look at the 3 Daytona middle schools, because they don't have a municipality, they partner with the sheriff's department.
Have to anyways, yeah.
So if this was a question of we can't do all 7, I understand your concern about Port Orange and Holly Hill not coming to the table. That makes sense. The 3 Daytona middle schools, and actually Southwestern Middle sits in the county. And so the county, so those actually would be the 4 schools that we wouldn't get in the local municipality anyway. It's the sheriff's department. And then what was your other question? I'm sorry.
Oh, no, how would you proceed?
Yeah, okay, so we would have to proceed the way we are now with guardians on the campus and call 911 every time we.
Every
need
time,
somebody.
right?
Yep.
Okay. So my understanding when I asked the question during the communication is that the sheriff's office would have to absorb this beginning next year, after we fund it, and then next year they have to make that part of their budget. I get that. I guess these numbers didn't just creep up on us, and I'm sorry if it sounds, but these numbers are very high. So, and I said during the interview, I said, well, that with the news, I said, well, that was a number that stood out with respect to the Port Orange school that was in my district.
Right.
For the calls for service. And I understand the numbers. Thank you for clarifying that earlier. I was going somewhere with that. I apologize.
It's okay.
So they didn't just jump up. So we had all just done our budget. You know, the county had done the budget, the sheriff had done his budget. you guys had done your budget, most of the cities have. What delayed that? I mean, was there no thought process beforehand to say, okay, well, you know, we need to, after the budget, we're done for the year, to say, okay, let's go back to the sheriff's office and add these schools?
Right, and I know we came in after the fact, which isn't ideal, but I know that superintendent reached out to George or I'm sorry, Mr. Rectenwald, and we had a meeting. I don't know why the timing was the way it was.
Okay, all right. As with respect, in all fairness, they talked about, and I think Mr. Johansson said it best when he said that, you know, I have issues with arresting middle school kids. I can tell you that the age group from an arrest factor is getting younger and younger, and I know the sheriff and the deputy chief can then certainly attest to that. The ages are getting younger and younger. And even back in 2017, when I retired, we were seeing more of these juveniles being transferred to adult court. So, and I can tell you that we've had them as young as 13 years of age, brought into the county jail, an adult facility, being transferred to adult court because of the heinousness of their crime. And they've been given opportunity. And one of the things, and I know this cannot be answered now, so, but something to think about is, you know, I said it during the interview on the news, is what's the root cause? I mean, what is making a jump like this? And I think the sheriff said it best a long time ago when he did an interview talking about the involvement of the parents. So, but that's an argument for another day. So, but thank you very much.
Appreciate that, and no one likes to arrest, I mean, with the 10-year-old get arrested. Nobody wants that. However, our obligation is the safety of every single person who walks on our campus. And I will stand next to law enforcement all day long, and we will arrest those children who come on campus who mean harm to somebody else
with
or
themselves.
who come to disrupt. We will not tolerate it.
Understood,
And if it
and I
means
appreciate that.
we don't have support here today and we have to continue to call 911, that's what we're going to do, because we're not going to stop enforcing the law on our campuses. We won't.
And I said it when we had our chat, is that public safety is a huge importance to me, and I get that. And, you know, Silver Sands is right there in the heart of my district, and to see their numbers increasingly higher than everybody else, that's a concern to me as well. And I appreciate the fact that they answered the question with respect to reserves. Now, 55% school board, 45% sheriff's office, but I heard a number with some of the cities, 50-50. So I'm glad that we got ours 5% lower. So anyways, but I was just curious about that. It was kind of a unique, 5% is 5%, but that's all for now.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yes, thank you, and nice talking to you again, and thanks for our meeting the other day. Is it fair to say that the only difference between the guardians and the SROs, the officers on campus, is that the officers have arrest authority?
Yeah, they have arrest authority. They can detain as well. Our guardians can't put hands on.
Sure about that? Can your bus drivers?
Well, let me rephrase. If a kid is in harm's way, to break up a fight or something like that, yes, we can put hands on. But when we talk about detaining, like physically restraining someone, we don't do that unless it's in the case of some of our students with disabilities, we have people that are trained in the way to do that.
Why is that a difference? I mean, your website, at least the Volusia County School Board's website, talks about what the guardians are. I've been involved in the criminal system for 33 years, both as a prosecutor and defense attorney, and I've dealt with a lot of... Well, now they can hear me. I gotta use big words now. So anyway, basically, a lot of these guardians are former LEOs,
Correct.
law enforcement officers or military personnel.
Yeah.
I've dealt with a lot of these guardians when they were with the sheriff's office. And these are no people to joke with. I mean, they're great. They were great deputies, and I would only assume that they were great SROs. I mean, I'm sorry, great guardians. Your website says that the average years of prior experience of the Volusia County school guardians for 26 years law enforcement experience or 22 years military experience. So it's fair to say that these guardians are either retired cops or retired soldiers.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm only speculating, but I would think most of these SROs, the deputies on, are less experienced than what we've got already with the guardians. Is that a fair assessment?
I would have to look at the personnel records to see, but they're not law enforcement. They're employed by Volusia County Schools, and they're school guardians.
We
They're
have
not
a
law
thing,
enforcement.
like, you go
Even
to
though their
Lowe's-
background is, they're not
You go to
current.
Lowe's and if you shoplift at Lowe's, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Russ or Mike, but if you shoplift at Lowe's, you have what's called, at Lowe's, you got the shopkeeper privilege. The shop owner can detain you, physically forcibly hold you until the police show up to deal with the shoplifter. My understanding is that a principal can also, and a bus driver can also detain a student until law enforcement shows up to deal with the situation. And are you saying that I'm wrong with that?
What I'm saying is that the only time we put our hands on is if it's a safety issue or to protect a child from themselves or to protect other people from that child. So we're not going to go force a kid to sit in a seat and then hold them in a seat until law enforcement gets there. We're not doing that. Now, if they're tearing up the room, if they're destroying things, if they're hitting, striking, then we have appropriate, it's called nonviolent crisis intervention, an appropriate and safe way to restrain. And then we have to report that to the state. But we're not just holding kids till, we're not physically holding. We've had kids run off campus. We can't physically hold them. We follow them to make sure they're safe, and we call for law enforcement.
So if a kid's a problem and you guys don't want to touch them, I mean, how often does that happen, and how often have they just run off school property?
I mean, I didn't bring that with me today. I can't say that's often, but what I can say is when a student is going to try to elope, we try to follow them to maintain their safety while we wait for law enforcement.
All right. I guess, like we talked about before, my concern is that we're setting up precedent to take over for Daytona, DeLeon, New Smyrna, and that the county's going to be asked to fund all these schools as well in the future. And my understanding is this is only a one-time request. Is that right?
This is here today because we did miss the deadline of the budget season or whatever, but no, if we would want law enforcement on all of our middle schools moving forward. Now, that's not to say that we won't get Port Orange to the table, and in the future, if they don't have a shortage of officers, that they wouldn't come to the table, but what we're asking for today is for the remainder of this school year.
Okay. All right. How many guardians are there on these schools that you're requesting funding for? Is there at least one or two at each of these
There's one or
schools?
two at each. I believe there's only one at Holly Hill, but there's one or two at each of these middle schools.
And they're armed, is that right?
They are armed, yes, because their sole responsibility and main job is to take out a threat. If a threat comes on campus, they take out the threat.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Just had to get that thought down before I lost it. One more question. How did we get here? Why are we at the 13th hour? Not the 11th, not the 12th. We're all in government work. Our budgets run from November 1st to October 30th, 31st. You know, October 1st to September 30th. How did we get here where we have worked diligently to get our tax rate where we need it? The bills are out. It's a done deal. And at the 13th hour in November, we're being asked to pay for something. How did we get here? Did no one who missed this at the school board?
I can't answer that. I just know I was invited to a meeting in Mr. Rechtenwald's office a little while ago. I can't remember the date, and he recommended we speak to you guys and come here. So,
George, did you request a meeting, or did the school district request a meeting?
No, the school came to my office to request this, along with the sheriff, in mid-October, about 4 weeks ago. And I did point out that they would have to, it would have to be this meeting because we are already within the window of the previous meeting. But the request and the meeting came in mid-October. So.
Okay. I'm still just trying to wrap my head around, like, this would have been a different story if the school district came to the county, went to the sheriff earlier in the process, and then we had this. Did you want to say something, Mr. Rectenwald?
Yeah, now, the question, I don't know from their side, I mean, but my understanding is there's two things going on here. Their desire to increase the level of security. At the same time, cities saying they don't have the manpower or don't want to help with that request.
Right.
I don't know when that occurred. That may have occurred after, late in the budget process or after October.
Right.
So that's the part.
It's like we're guessing now because we don't know the answers to that. And I'll just say, I struggle with that because these aren't brand new schools. It's not like they came online this year and it was an afterthought. They've been here. And I would have just thought that request would have come. Chairman, they pulled my name off of our list. That was the last question I had that I can think of. I'm ready for debate, and I'm ready to begin debate if no one else has questions.
Dr. Hazel has some information for you.
Oh, good.
Okay. There are still some questions.
I spoke with our budget director just a few minutes ago, and she said that the $26.8 million that was quoted in reserves is the correct number. That's in our budget book on page 54. The board policy is that we maintain a 5% balance. 5% would be $26.7 million. And then the required amount by statute is 3%. You also asked about our Safe Schools allocation budget. There was no rollover last year, and it is projected to be in the negative at this point, so we will have to do some funds.
Chairman, since I haven't yielded yet, my questions were still there. George, can you have our finance team look and find out why I got the number for Safe Schools rollover of $232,875.76? Hopefully. Yep, and I see him coming up right now. Hopefully before we're done with this item, just because I don't want to give bad information. I only like getting good information because that's whenever we can make the absolute best decisions possible. And then, for the school board, before you start, one more question for you. So could you think of a better area to use reserves than the safety of our kids? Is there a better area for you all to use your reserves? I would think your reserves that you have, like if you're going to dip into them, there's nothing more important than the safety of the kids.
Are you asking my personal opinion, or are you asking me to speak on behalf of the board? Because I wouldn't be able, the board sets our budget. And
you're the deputy superintendent,
if you're
assistant
asking me
superintendent.
for my personal opinion in the superintendent's position, we do, in fact, we've gone over our Safe Schools budgets and that amount allocated. So
I'm talking
I
about
think
general
we've been
fund.
very, very clear that our position is that the safety of all students is the most important priority to us.
Right, but no, but I was asking, could you think of any other reason why you would dip into your general fund reserves unassigned of $26,800,000? Could you think of any other reason that would be more important than making sure that you have this funded?
I think that safety of students is very important.
Gotcha.
I note that the school board, that the deputy superintendent, her answer came from their budget director. My answer came from the chief financial officer. There might be a difference in how they interpret the numbers. His answer was that the last year roll was $232,875.76, and that it was all tied to an encumbrance. What that means is there was an outstanding, and this was in the answer that was provided to you, the encumbrance part. That means that while there was a rollover, it was all tied to something, a prior year purchase order or something. So from a budget perspective, there might not be any money rolled over, but from a, was there money rolled over? Yes, it was this amount, and it was tied to a PO. So that could be the difference.
Vice Chair Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. School board, or school administration, thanks. I want to throw out a possible solution. I was a former police officer, pretty familiar with a lot of the cities and their programs. Municipalities have part-time police officers, and the last thing we kind of really want to do is leave things kind of stagnant or vacant right now, especially if a decision has to be made. How do we get the agencies that are struggling for staffing, how do we get them at the table? Because every agency has a part-time program, and a lot of those officers are seasoned retirees that would probably honestly be the best fit for some of these positions, and not to mention the savings that you'd be getting out of it. Can we get these folks or the cities that are in need at the table? Can these positions be filled with part-timers until we get this figured out? Because I think, I mean, it's an honest solution here, and I think it could benefit a lot of people. And like I said, tremendous cost savings as well.
So I'm just taking some notes. So that would only affect 3 of the schools, and that would be the 2 middle schools that reside in Port Orange and the 1 in Holly Hill. We still have the 4 that have no municipality that the Sheriff's Department supports, which are the 3 Daytona schools and the Southwestern Middle.
Well, I mean, I'd
That's
like to
the
figure
Sheriff's
that out. There's a lot of questions, and I'd be willing to put that in a motion after I hear, what everybody else has to say, but I'd love to get all of our questions answered, and plus be able to see if we can get those staffed by part-timers or reserve officers that are readily available all the time.
George, do you want to respond to that before we?
Yeah, just to clarify, there is a municipality. I mean, that statement, I'm not quite sure. The city of Daytona is a municipality.
I meant they don't have their own law enforcement. Right. They don't have separate law enforcement.
They
like
contract, as we know,
right.
with the Sheriff's Department. Right. So if you're talking about money, it's still money coming from a municipality, either through a contract or with their own, or like I think you guys mentioned, if they didn't have the manpower, could they pay instead? I'm just clarifying what's being said. Thank you.
And just so I'm clear, I understand that we contract with Daytona in the sheriff's office. I want to know if we can use part-time officers where in the cities where they're needed, and that can roll over the sheriff's office, but that's on him. That's his.
Right. So I would have to talk to
involved in
Captain Smith, and he would investigate that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
How many council members still have questions? I do. You have a question, I have a question. Okay, go ahead, Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that's one of the reasons I'm enjoying serving on this board, because of the diverse backgrounds and the questions. And you heard my comments in the beginning were quite different, but this line of questioning has opened up a lot for me. My first question, I think the reserves question was a good one for me. So can you tell me, for what reasons can the reserves be drawn? What are your parameters on accessing those funds?
You mean going below the required fund balance?
Well, the reserves are there for a reason, right?
Right.
For what purpose?
Well, I know that the school district itself, and again, I'm not a CFO, so I want to preface this by saying I'm giving you from my background and having served at this for several years. The reserves can be used for emergency purposes. Our board sets a policy that says how much we have to have in reserve we're self-insured for insurance purposes, for maintenance purposes, if there is something that occurs that we would need to dip into those funds for.
So could it be interpreted being that we're acting on an off tax period time when we do millage and stuff like that? Could it be assessed because we're here today at this time frame that it is an emergency?
I don't know that.
Subjective, probably, right?
Yes.
So that's kind of sort of where my line of question was. Was there ever any dialogue within the school board to saying, hey, we have this emergency or we have this urgent need, let's tap into our existing reserves to cover the difference?
That was not a discussion at a school board meeting, no. The budget presentation that was presented included all of the information about all of our budgets, but going below the required balance was not a conversation.
Yeah, the line of questioning has opened that up for me, because when we have a storm, we tap into our reserves to clean things up and we work it up, or whatever the emergencies are. My next question is on I still haven't heard, and maybe somebody can enlighten me. Don was asking questions along these lines on the guardian versus school resource officer. Do we have data that specifically says that one is better than the other as far as outcomes?
I don't know that we have data about, when you say better, are you talking about like, we see less discipline referrals, we see less incidences that have to involve law enforcement if one is on the other? They have different duties, so they perform different functions and why they're the purpose of being there, so I don't know what that data would look like. We keep track of number of incidences that occur on campus. We keep climate surveys. We keep, we have tons of data. I just would need to know what,
All right, no,
what
thank
it would
you,
look
thank you.
like.
I'm not being critical. I'm just trying to make a good decision. Guardians, as they are today, can they be pulled from the school for any particular, are they dedicated to that school? Can you tell me how, could this instance play out? We have a guardian at XYZ school, and tomorrow we say, you're not going to be there. No guardian.
What, I know.
So we're required by law to have armed officer or armed guardian or officer on every one of our school sites since the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas situation. So what the legislator said is they understand that not every school district can employ a law enforcement officer at every school depending on staffing. So one of the ways to be in compliance is you can have an armed guardian. You have to have an armed guardian. So every armed guardian is assigned to school for the year. It could change over the summer if we have had a guardian say, I've been on the middle school schedule, but my kids are on an elementary school. Can I have an elementary school instead because the hours work better?
But
we don't just randomly pull them.
There's still someone there, right?
Yeah, so, and they're assigned to that school, so they're part of that school community. That's a big part of that, because they work with the community, they work with the kids, people identify them. On occasion, on the schools where we have two, like I said earlier, if someone calls out sick at an elementary and there's only one, then we must pull one to fill in. We have to have someone there during.
I understand. I think you've answered my question. There's still one there. As a staffing, I think has kind of opened my eyes a little bit too, because I recall, and I don't know if you can answer this question. I know we have representatives from law enforcement here. My understanding is that there may have been times where we had law enforcement assigned to a specific school, and they had to pull them because of staffing needs. It may be wrong, so that's third party. So I'm just throwing it out there. Where we had to pull out a school resource officer because staffing needs on the law enforcement side in the community. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that. I would have to talk to the sheriff's department or Daytona PD. It would depend on what school you're talking about.
Because I know at one time, I don't know what the staffing levels are now, but we were short deputies here, and that might have been the reason. It might have been a legitimate reason. If it did occur.
Okay. Yeah, that would be
where
the
we
sheriff's
pulled out a
department.
school resource officer from a school because of other law enforcement needs. The reason I asked the question is if that is still, and I don't know if you can answer this, is that still a possibility versus a guardian is always on site? Do you follow where I'm going?
Yeah, so the guardians are employed by Volusia County Schools, and law enforcement's employed by the law enforcement agency in partnership with us, so I can't speak to what the law enforcement agency would do.
Does anybody in your staff know if at any time where any SROs pulled from a school and it did not have an officer? Sorry, I don't want to put anybody on the spot. I just wanted, it's third-party information.
You guys are asking incredible questions, good questions. And I gotta tell you, 5 days in your job, we're back there now fresh to you, and you got this down for a fact. The way, after Parkland passed, there has to be a gun on campus at all times. Okay. So even if it's a school resource officer and gets pulled off, somebody's gotta plug that hole immediately. So
My question is to make sure.
that's just what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Sheriff. It was third-party, that's why I wanted to put it out there to make sure we get that facts.
So, you know, historically, the sheriff, I've been here long enough to say historically, like most of you have. Historically, and the council will remember this, the sheriff provided a deputy at every high school and every middle school. Then we had the economic meltdown that occurred in 2008, and it was kind of a hybrid thing. And then the federal government put out a grant where when I was the chief in Daytona, we were able to get 9 school resource officers on that grant. And after the grant expired, City of Daytona continued to do that. One of the things that we talked about was, as you're asking the questions now, why are you coming in here so late, there was an opportunity to apply for that federal grant back in the springtime. So we've already been in contact with the United States Attorney's Office. It's going to come back up again in the spring of '24. And we'll see how that works out on that, the spring of '24. And the other thing that hasn't been mentioned is we have readjusted our staffing levels that we will supply that sergeant by collapsing positions We're not asking for anybody to pay for the sergeant. I can field that sergeant. And we're probably the only organization in Central Florida that is almost completely staffed. We're hiring, we're beating people off with sticks, thank God. People are coming here to work and live and raise their children here. So that's why when they came to us in October, I went to the city manager and said, look, I can't tell you about the funds, but I can tell you manpower-wise, we can do this because we do have the manpower for the first time in decades.
That's great. It's because they got a good county council in Volusia County.
You got a great county council looking out for public safety, and a great county manager.
My final question to you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Chair. If the council decided to not do this, what is your plan B?
We continue with our guardians in schools. We will apply for, if we can partner with the grant, we would definitely do that. We would continue with our current in-house safety measures. We have guardians on campus, and we would just have to
So
call.
it'll be a trained person still at every
We
school
have
with a
to.
gun?
Mhm. They're already there. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Thank you. I just have one
Yes.
question, but I want to preface it because I don't want it to be misunderstood. You had mentioned before if we didn't have support here today. I think what you're hearing is tremendous support. I don't believe there's anybody on this council that doesn't want our kids to be safe in school. We live in a dangerous world now. It's not the same high school that I went to, or middle school, where chewing gum and smoking in the boys' room were the problems. We have serious problems. We have a wide open southern border with who knows coming over. We've got a world at war, and we're seeing in secondary schools students attacking Jewish students. And God forbid that would come down to our high schools or elementary schools. I believe we're unfortunately at a spot where we need an armed officer in every school. My question is, we both have budgets. We both just went through a budget season. We both have reserves. I look at this and see that this is your jurisdiction. So why are you asking? I think you should get everything here, but why are you asking us to take it out of our budget after budget season instead of yours?
Understood. And let me clarify, I didn't mean that you didn't support the idea. I meant if the finances weren't there. If the financial support wasn't there, that's what I meant when I said about support.
We would come up with it, I think. I'm wondering why the school board doesn't.
So we are, and it's already in line with the current contract we have. That's why we're asking, is we already have SRDs at many of our schools and at our high schools, and we already have a split. That's how it's always been with the sheriff's department. That's why we're asking. It's to continue what we already have in place, just adding more personnel, which is the 55-45 split. So we had to come up with our 55% as well.
Okay. Councilman Kent.
Debate, Chairman?
If you're ready for debate, if that's the end of questions.
Council, I'm going to just start and just say, I'm blown away that the school district would come to something so important and be so unprepared with the lack of data. It's borderline, in my opinion, disrespectful to come hat in hand asking for money and not having your ducks in a row with basic statistics ready to go. Mind you, when I asked several of these questions at our one-on-one, I thought for sure we'd have them today. But anyway, let me start out by saying that I do not believe there is a more important priority in the school system than school safety. I'm a parent of a Volusia County student, and my wife and I expect our son to be safe at school every day. Unfortunately, all of our children in the past were not always safe while attending Volusia County schools. I am all for the safest measures the school system can put in place to protect our students. I voted for and I led the charge while I was a sitting city commissioner in the city of Ormond Beach to have a school resource officer at Ormond Beach Middle School. The school board did not come and lobby us at that city commission meeting. They didn't have to. They had me as their biggest advocate. Heck, I was actually one of the assistant principals at Ormond Middle School during that time. But the funding was different. That was a federally funded grant that paid 100% from the feds for the first 3 years. Then the city had to share the cost 50-50 with the district for the following 3 years. Then, I always thought the school district should pick up 100% of that cost, but I no longer served on that city commission, so I kept those thoughts to myself. But I do have a seat at this table. I think it's plain wrong to have residents in the cities of Ormond Beach, Daytona Beach, Orange City, New Smyrna, South Daytona, and DeLeon pay twice for law enforcement in schools when others are only paying once. This is not equitable, and I cannot support a system that is unfair to many in Volusia County. Daytona Beach residents are really getting hit hard with the extra cost of providing 9 city police officers in their schools. This is setting a horrible precedent. Council, if we approve this today, and if I were sitting on a commission from Daytona, Ormond, DeLeon, New Smyrna, Orange City, or South Daytona, I would be pulling my resource officer immediately and just have the county of Volusia pay my way. I mean, it might work out for Port Orange and Holly-Hill if we approve this. I recommend that if it's understood that some cities pay half while others pay none, then I would say, school district, send those cities a bill so it's equitable across the board. Or you can follow the lead of Lake County or Brevard County. I didn't know that we could go to other taxing authorities, government bodies, and ask them to help pay our bills. George, if that's the case, I'm going to recommend that you go to the school board at their next meeting and you ask them to help us pay for the Ocean Center, the jail, the Daytona International Airport, and the beach. Council, the school board has a massive budget of over $1.4 billion. They chew through tax dollars, and their budget is larger than ours. They have more than enough in reserves to cover this ask to make our schools safer. They don't want to spend their money. They want to spend our money. This responsibility is squarely on the shoulders of the Volusia County School Board, and I'm disappointed that they would come to us at the 13th hour, not the 11th or 12th, but the 13th hour. Our budget and tax rate is set. We worked really, really hard collectively during our budget session to get our tax rate as low as we could. And now in November, the school district comes to us to help them fix their problem. I would say to the school board members, if they're listening or listen to this later, it sounds like someone over there dropped the ball. I would find out who, and then I would hold them accountable as an elected official for their inadequate decision-making skills. County council colleagues, I am for funding our citizens' priorities, not another taxing government's shortcomings. This falls squarely on the backs of Volusia County schools. I'm a hard no on this request from the Volusia County School District. They've said that if it's not funded, then they'll continue with the status quo of calling an officer when needed, but that's their decision. They can pay this difference of 300 some odd thousand when they're sitting on $27 million worth of reserve. Thank you.
Councilman Johansson.
Yeah, I kind of like to echo one piece of Mr. Kent's comments. I found it very interesting that the school board comes to us with this request and the importance of it. However, if we don't pay for it, we'll just go back to the status quo. So it's important if somebody else pays for it, but if we have to pay for it, then it's not so important. I don't believe that to be honest negotiations, and therefore I think you'll get a no from me as well. Thank you.
Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I guess my biggest concern, when I first heard about this, of course, public safety is first and foremost the very first thing that comes to mind, and the security and safety of our children as well. Being now a grandparent, having kids that are in smaller kids that are in school, and I guess when I said that, I was for it, but I also wanted to hear from my colleagues, because I never ever try to come into a council meeting predetermine what I'm going to say. So that was important. And Councilman Kent, one thing that, and I had to write it down, I guess what scares me is if this was allowed, that the other agencies like Daytona, that is in both of our districts, would just say, you know what, we're done. Because I got news for you. That discussion happened a long time ago with Daytona. They chose to continue it. So the conversation's already been made. And then, of course, what would happen with Holly Hill and some of the others. And I get with Port Orange, you know, it's like, well, why? Why did they not do it? Why did they not come to the table? And, you know, they're going through a crisis right now with staffing, and we see it all over the place. You see it in the, I'm not even going to bring it up, you know what I'm going to talk about. So, and then the other thing is the calls for service. If there was an issue, and we just went with the status quo, and they refer back to the deputy, that does pull, just food for thought, that does pull a deputy off the road. But that's a response the sheriff's office would have to do. And I know that the sheriff would have to agree with that, is, you know, we get a call for service, whether it's in a school or in a neighborhood. It's still going to have to happen. So where initially, you know, where it was before, I'm not so certain now. Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great debate, great questions. I was on the other side where I think I'm going to land on this now, based on my colleagues' questions and debate. We all know it's important for safety for our kids, so it's nothing that we take that lightly. I think the comments that I'm hearing and where I'm leaning is that process. The process and precedent is important also in many instances, and in this one I think it's a very important one. Council members, I think, I forgot what movie it was, but I also believe in a comment that was made in a movie where it said strength in numbers. I think this should be a unanimous vote to deny, and send a clear message to all other governing entities. So make sure you have your house in order before you come to us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Robbins.
Thank you, Chairman. I think Mr. Kent's assessment is absolutely 100% totally spot on, and I support his conclusion, and I'm ready to take a vote at this time.
Thank you. Jake, you are exactly right when you said this is a policy that we're providing for bad policy. Your arguments from both ends of this council, there's nobody up here that's against school safety. Everybody up here wants absolute school safety. I don't want them to go back to the status quo. The school board needs to fund this, and that's where the responsibility lays. This is your jurisdiction. This is your responsibility. And for us to come in and support a bad policy from the school board or however this came to us, sets a horrible precedent from two different bodies that are extracting a huge amount of money from the public for our budget. So I don't think you're going to win this vote. I'm asking you, don't go back to the status quo. Fund this out of the school board funds. That's what they're there for. Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Council. I'm prepared to make a motion here in just a second. Before I do, I just want to say to the principals out there, you do hard, incredible work every day. You make positive impact at your schools every day. And I'm a little surprised that the district had you here all day when you're not only the academic, but the safety point person at your school. So we're going to have this vote so you can hopefully get back and keep your school safe. With that, I'll make a motion to deny.
Second, Johansson.
The motion is to deny the school board request for additional school funding. It was seconded by Councilman Johansson. All in favor of denying, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And it fails unanimously.
Mr. Brower.
Yes, sir.
I do believe that you had a public comment participation slip from Mr.
I'm so used to seeing John Nicholson's name. I'm sorry, John. If you would like to come up, and we already voted.
He may change our mind.
John Nixon, Beachside. I wanted to mention, why are they here now?
That's the question.
I have a list of things that I wanted to say, and Troy kept stealing them. And every time, there's another one. It's because, all right, don't they have a contingency fee? I had to when I was in business. I had to put aside money just in case something broke, just in case you needed it. They should have the same. Secondly, and I know I harp on Daytona Beach all the time. I live there. I know I go to their meetings occasionally. So when they did the 9 officers, the city had to pay half of it. Why does Port Orange not have to pay? They have even more money in their budget than we do. Daytona is getting 3 schools, and they don't have to pay. Do you understand? Why aren't they asking them, Holly Hill, I mean, I like Via a lot, and if they had gone to him and said, we're having this problem, we need you to fund this, all the other schools are, he'd fork it up, all right? So I'm asking not only you guys, but the community behind me as well. You can't constantly come to the city of Daytona Beach and say, you have to pay for 9 officers, but we don't want to pay for ours. That's in essence what they're doing. So do you understand my point of view? It is not that we're not funding them. They have an officer in every school. They have a gun in every school. They want a second gun is what they want. All right? It's not, you're not doing anything about not protecting kids. There is already a gun in the school. The problem is that gun, and these people are certified people. You heard it from them, but they can't touch a student. That's where the problem is. Go to the legislation and have, I mean, these people are certified. They're just, I mean, they retired. So 5 months ago they could touch a kid, but now they can't. That's absurd. So for those couple of reasons, I'm asking you to deny this. Thank you. Which you already did.
And before we break for lunch, County Manager George Rechtenwald.
Yeah, I just, again, something that John said, I want to just clarify. I believe the school board did go to these entities. I think they chose not to participate. I think I was told Manpower at least was in one of the cases, but I don't think that that they were remiss. They actually went to those agencies. They got anywhere with it at that time. If I'm incorrect, let me know, but that's what I thought it was. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Johansson.
Yeah, Chairman, just to wrap up, obviously I was in Port Orange 4 years ago. Many of our council members in Port Orange had affiliation to the school or the school board, and probably had to recuse themselves, if I recall. And the other thing that I think it's important for the school board to know is you had a different police chief at the time. So if you haven't been back there in 4 years, I'm not saying they're going to say yes, but it might be ready for a re-engage before or after the election season. So that's all I have, sir.
And with that, we will break for lunch
Mr.
until
Bauer,
1.
I would just like to clarify that the vote is still 7-0 after hearing Mr. Nicholson and everybody else's comments.
Okay. We voted for you, John. With that, we will break for lunch until 1:15.
This is Volusia Today, a public information radio program brought to you by the County of Volusia.
Good morning, Volusia County. My name is Michael Ryan, and you are listening to Volusia Today, the radio show for Volusia County. It is a beautiful Friday morning out there, and I'm joined by my co-host, Heather. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Good.
You got big weekend plans?
We do. Obviously, with Halloween coming up, I have 2 littles.
Oh, yeah.
Lots of family things, hay rides, all those fun things.
Yeah, I have a house full of teenagers. They don't even acknowledge me on Halloween. we don't even get to see them this weekend, probably.
Yeah, definitely some Halloween parties, I'm sure, on their
You have a costume?
agenda. I don't know.
Come on, man.
I
you
leave it
tell
all
us.
to the kids.
We're all friends, and nobody's listening. You can tell us.
My little girl's Rapunzel, and my son is Sonic.
Nice.
So.
Nice. Well, before we go to our guest, Heather, you have a couple news items you wanted to touch on before we talk about water.
Yeah, so here, Volusia County Community Information, I actually specialize in public works. Those are the divisions that I work with the most. So in my world, our solid waste division has household hazardous waste collection events this weekend. There's one in Ormond today, 8 to noon, and one in New Smyrna tomorrow from 8 to noon, and they are at the respective public works facility for those cities, so Ormond Beach Public Works and New Smyrna Public Works. I also get to handle Parks and Rec. We have a trail ribbon cutting for a new trailhead at the Marine Discovery Center in New Smyrna Beach, and that is on Halloween. So I won't be dressing up at work either because I'll be headed out for a ribbon cutting, and that is at 10 a.m. at the Marine Discovery Center. And then finally, in my world of public works, which brings us here today, I work with our Water Resources and Utilities Division, and we are doing a ribbon cutting next week as well for a wonderful DeLeon Springs water quality project that is bringing some water and sewer lines to DeLeon Springs, and that is on Friday at McInnes Elementary, and we're really excited about it.
I tell you what, let's dig into that a little bit deeper and introduce our guest. Are you good with that?
Yeah.
Today we're joined by Mike. Okay, I'm gonna take a shot at this. Mike Ulrich.
Good enough.
No, tell me, what is it really?
No, that's right, Ulrich.
Ulrich. I knew I was going to get the first. And we also, Mike is the director of Volusia County Water Resources and Utilities.
That's correct.
That sounds super important. Well, let's talk about that in a second. We're also joined by Kelly Young with Volusia County Environment. She's an environmental specialist, Kelly.
Right, with water quality.
Good morning, both of you. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning.
So, Mike, let's dig into your title a little bit. That's a huge title. What does that mean? What do you do?
Well, it's multifaceted for sure. Like most utilities, our primary responsibility is to our customers in making sure that we distribute safe drinking water to them, receiving their wastewater back to treat it safely, return it to the environment, and then, of course, keeping it affordable and reliable throughout. We act as about the same way as 15 other utilities across the county and hundreds across the state. So that's more or less our primary goals. But in addition to that, maintaining safe drinking water and keeping it affordable and all that involves a considerable amount of environmental issues for maintaining sustainability throughout this growing state all the time. So always a challenge. It's easy to answer the question, but not easy to do on a daily basis, that's for sure.
All right. I think most of us kind of probably take water for granted a little bit. And, as long as my faucet turns on and I can wash my clothes, I can take a shower, I don't think about where it comes from or where it goes. Yeah. And I think that it's probably a pretty complex system. How big is the Volusia County utility system?
It may sound large, but it's we have over 500 miles of water and sewer lines that, hopefully stay underground where nobody happens to notice them, 15 water and wastewater plants spread out throughout the county, and actually we operate more within rural portions of the county. We're in just about each corner of the county. Southeast, northeast, northwest, southwest is probably one of our primary areas. We have a very dedicated group of water operators, state licensed and that, great engineering team and customer service, really dedicated and committed to the citizens that we serve.
Mike, are we primarily in unincorporated Volusia County, or do we cover cities too?
Oh, yeah, we cover cities, and interestingly, water doesn't know jurisdictional lines like the municipalities do. Many of the cities extend their lines out into unincorporated areas to serve, and we actually serve within cities quite a bit. We're in DeBerry, portions of Orange City, Daytona, so we're in a lot of different places, Oak Hill, Edgewater, and so it's a interesting and confusing, sometimes complex things, and that's why working together with all the other utilities around the community are very important as well.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. Like with the no boundaries with water, you guys have got to probably have good relationships with the other utilities, and
oh yeah,
a lot of interactivity. I don't know, that's probably not the right word.
Yeah, collaboration, coordination. Efficiency is most important. You certainly don't want to have competing water lines going down the same streets and things like that. And so sharing of resources, very critical to the overall efficiency, not only for our operations, but for the customers that we serve.
Okay. Good morning, Kelly.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good.
So Mike and I have talked a couple times. This is our first time meeting.
It is.
Who are you? What do you do? Tell us about you.
Who am I? Well, I actually have been with the environmental management program for 23 years now.
Wow.
And started when we started sampling the springs. Started in the year 2000. And I cover the water sampling program with environmental management, where we have 3 people that go out and sample about 80 stations throughout the county, crossing county and municipal lines, of course, because water, again, doesn't have the same boundaries as the municipalities and the county. And we cover Halifax River, Mosquito Lagoon, the St. Johns River, several lakes, all the springs, and some stormwater locations as well. So we sample those places. We send the samples to a laboratory where they process the samples for different chemicals, chemistry, and then we take that data and we actually give the information to the state to help them make decisions about whether or not water quality has improved or is in decline. And we also supply that information to a website that we have so that our citizens can look at that information as well.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
So when you sample, what are you sampling for?
Oh, we've got a list of probably 70 different parameters, different things. Some of the usual things are dissolved oxygen, pH, water temperature, salinity, conductivity, but then we also measure different nutrients, or the nitrogen and phosphorus components of the water. We also measure metals in some locations. We look at solids, dissolved solids, total solids, just a whole variety of things.
So me, again, I go home and just turn on the water, and I don't really care where it came from or where it goes. Mm-hmm. Why do I care about all that stuff in the water?
Oh, boy. Well, we have standards, and of course the state has standards towards drinking water and how safe your water can be for drinking. So we want to make sure that our waters in the natural environment, the rivers and lakes and places like that, are safe enough for recreation and for fishing. And so we sample for those things, but you should certainly care about what your water contains, how much nitrogen there is in it, chlorides and things like that. You want to be sure that what you're drinking is not harmful to you. And so we're looking at the same issues in the natural environment to make sure that those waters aren't harmful to the environment or to the fish and shrimp and oysters and all those other things that you eat out of that water. So that's our purpose out there.
Okay. And did you say 23 years?
Yes.
How many years? That's a long time. So does over those 23 years, has the water quality changed greatly?
In various places, we've seen it get worse or stay about the same in most places. But that's one reason we're here today, concerned about the springs and how the water has declined at most of the springs across the state.
Okay. Heather, actually, why are we here today? What are we talking about today?
So yeah, I mean, just exactly what she's saying. I think this is a point where your two worlds are colliding, where, one sees that there could be an issue, and then how can the other help solve that problem? And so, I mean, DeLeon Springs now will be resorting to water and sewer line, and maybe tell us a little bit about how that project came to be.
Sure. I think that one of the important things in talking about colliding is it's more collaboration as it's become. In many years, I will tell you, probably 15 years ago, if a water conservation manager in environmental management came to talk to me, I probably would have said, well, we're not going to be talking much, because our goal in trying to generate enough revenue is to provide water to customers, and they would pay the bills and allow us to remain sustainable. So conservation wasn't among those things, but when you really look and consider Florida as a resource, and with more people coming to it coming to the state every single day, the need for us to collaborate and really protect what's a limited amount of groundwater supply is very important. It's vital to the state. Water issues across the state are common, yet also different depending upon the different water sources, and the policies that are being made essentially require a direct communication between water suppliers as well as environmental policies that are being done for protection of the spring. And so we've worked very hard, and in doing so, the DeLeon Springs has been a terrific example of not only working among our county divisions, but also with another city, with the Volusia County Schools, the Department of Environmental Protection, the St. Johns River Water Management District. Everybody has a role in this, and nobody would have been able to have pulled this project off on their own, but together we've done something pretty special up in that area.
Mike, for those of us who don't, what is the project? What are we doing out there?
So essentially, the project involves a few components. The first primary component was just the construction of advanced wastewater treatment systems. Basically, we'll be able to collect wastewater that's being that can come from this area, can be treated through or conveyed through the lines that we've constructed, and will be sent to the city of DeLeon for advanced wastewater treatment. This is going to be a tremendous benefit to an area that really has had none of that type of municipal infrastructure in the past. And so as a result of it, there was a considerable amount of concern at the state level with regards to aging package plants that were up in the area, private package plants that the state would like to see removed at some point in time and put on municipal systems. Septic tanks, again, are concerned in some of the more vulnerable parts of the spring that the state's assessed, said that these are some of the areas. And septic tanks in general are not known to be a problem unless they're in a really densely consolidated area, if you will. And so bringing the presence of this infrastructure into this area essentially helps prevent the proliferation of more septic tanks and private wells, if you will, as the area continues to grow.
Okay.
And then the wastewater, most commonly around here, they're using it for sprinkler systems.
Well, actually, as far as the wastewater goes, it will be whatever is conveyed through these lines back to the city. The city will recycle that wastewater. They'll use it for irrigation purposes or alternative water supply, which will help in Blue Spring, because the city also provides a lot of the water and alternative water supply to its citizens, businesses, and residents. And the city of DeLeon resides quite a bit in the Blue Spring spring shed.
So saving DeLeon Springs, saving Volusia Blue Spring, I mean, what a great project. Now, Kelly, in your world, the septic tanks, that's where the nutrient nitrogen comes into play. Are there other nutrients that are impacting the waters that this sewer line will also help?
Oh, sure. As a matter of fact, the majority of what the state has determined to be the culprit behind the nitrogen problem is fertilizer. So we've got to spread the word. no pun intended, to, to spread the word about fertilizer use and how that has created a problem with the springs and other watersheds where too much nitrogen goes on the ground for different agriculture uses, or even locally on your own lawn. We want folks to know that there are times of the year when nitrogen can be a real problem. When it's a rainy season, that excess nitrogen can just run off your yard and you're losing what your grass needs. So we have restrictions, we have a fertilizer ordinance in place that we want to try to teach people about to hopefully get less nitrogen out there, less phosphorus, some of those nutrients that grow all kinds of algae, which has been the big problem in our springs, to reduce that nitrogen and phosphorus amount to eventually that gets into the groundwater, which then comes up in the springs.
I tell you what, Mike, Kelly, let's take a break and come back. I'd like to dig a little more into the project up in DeLeon Springs, but let's take a break first.
Make the most of your day at the beach. Download the Volusia County Beaches app today. Sign up for real-time notifications on vehicle ramp openings and closings. Find staffed lifeguard towers. Get updates on tides and beach conditions. Plus, off-beach parking and coastal parks info. The Volusia County Beaches app is available for your smart devices at the App Store and Google Play.
All right, we're back. I'm Heather Belden along with Michael Ryan, and you're listening to Volusia Today, a public information program brought to you by the County of Volusia. And we are here today in studio with Mike Ulrich with our Water Resources and Utility Division and Kelly Young with Environmental Management. We're talking about a new DeLeon Springs water quality project that's going to help just keep DeLeon Springs flowing and healthy. So they're bringing in a water and sewer line to the kind of economic, the business corridor in DeLeon Springs. Right? I don't know if you've been to DeLeon Springs. I wouldn't say it's a downtown. It's no Times Square, but there are a lot of businesses right there along Highway 17, and this will help get them water safer for DeLeon Springs. So with that, what are some of the other benefits that the community is going to see with this new water project?
So I think you hit on quite a bit when you talked about the core business area and along that entire corridor. First, bringing the municipal services into that area, especially in the wastewater side. That's one of the more vulnerable areas considered by the state, vulnerable to the type of wastewater, the septic tanks and things that's occurring. So bringing it into that area allows for future connections that again will have the advanced wastewater treatment. The community itself, the DeLeon Springs Community Association, a very passionate group of business leaders, as well as those that really care deeply for their community and the heritage of that community up there, have been really working to try to get water and sewer up into that area for more than 10 years, probably closer to 15 years. This was an opportunity between Springs Protection, as the DeLeon Springs was recognized as one of 30 outstanding Florida springs throughout the entire state of Florida, having additional protections necessary tied to its water quality and that. So the state got involved in this and said, we want to set some goals for water quality standards, coupled with the DeLeon Springs community that saw the opportunity for water and the connections that they'd so sought for so long, because having water and sewer, or having just on-site water treatment and on-site sewer treatment made for a very small footprint for your actual business. The presence of having central sewer does no longer requires a considerable amount of on-site infrastructure right within those properties, and so they'll benefit from being able to grow their businesses, have reliable services. Fire protection is another major component of when you're running municipal water lines up into the area. A lot of folks tend to forget that, we're not only providing the safe drinking water, but, those fire hydrants that are along the side of the road are also, maintained by the utilities necessary to, to protect the area. So, the combination of the state's desire for improved water quality, not only at the spring and the state park, but within that entire 100 square mile basin, coupled with the community's desire for water and sewer service, coupled with the school who had their own water plant and their own sewer plant on school site, and their aging systems, really made for a nice marriage, multiple bottom lines, if you will, which is always one of the most critical elements of a really good project, is when you can get a lot of different agencies involved in a common good that brings about multiple bottom lines in a positive way.
Mike, can we talk about the school real quick? Because I think when we first started talking about this project, I didn't have a clear understanding of the water quality at the school, the current water quality, or previous, I guess. Were the kids drinking, they were having to drink bottled water? Somebody told me that.
Well, I can't speak directly for the school itself. They've never, the community has mentioned it from time to time. There is an on-site water plant that was there. And so some days it may have been more reliable than other days. Sure. But because we didn't monitor, the private system itself, it's hard for me to have assessed what it was. But I do understand that much with any aging system, they become harder to maintain. It really requires professional treatment plant operators to be able to, operate these types of systems and that. So I think that they were only too glad to have the opportunity to decommission both their water and wastewater plants and rely on more centralized services, as well as some of the mobile home parks that are up in that area, and some of the other smaller communities that still rely upon small package plants for their systems. They're also going to benefit in the long term as well.
God, Mike, I don't think we can underestimate the impact of this, or overestimate, I don't know,
Yeah.
the impact of this project. I mean, it's gonna be beneficial for the school. There's like a direct benefit to that particular school, right?
Yep.
Beneficial for the Springs, beneficial for the business community, beneficial for future economic development. I mean, that's huge. A lot of times you drive, down the street and you see a water project, and it may be an annoyance because you have to drive around it. It may slow down your commute or whatever. But sometimes you don't understand the impact of what it's doing for the community. And when you have a project like that crosses all those different boundaries, that's a big deal.
Yeah, it certainly is. Most folks won't. They'll always know the cost of their water when they receive it in a
Sure.
monthly bill or something like that. The only time they really consider the value of it is when it's not available.
Yeah. We talk a lot about on the show, I think Volusia County, or any county, or any municipality as a whole, the core services should always be the priority. The water, trash pickup. We don't pick up trash. That's a bad day for somebody, right? So, water, wastewater, roads, trash pickup, the core services are, if we fail at that, then all the pretty and fun stuff it kind of becomes, less significant.
And it's not only the government as much as the citizenry as well. You can have a lot of positive impact with groups that work with you, to bring about, that understand these types of things, and then, work together with government and the advocacy groups to help us bring our story to the state and the water management district to say, this is how we think we can, again, achieve multiple bottom lines for springs protection, for other environmental protection, as well as prosperity for the community.
Yeah, and one more thing about this project that we haven't even touched on, another benefit, is the growth of that area. And I know DeLeon Springs is a rural place, and they are concerned with overgrowth, but I think this project helps bring more smart growth or growth that's at least not going to harm the environment.
Yeah, it's a really key point is that the presence of infrastructure going up into that area doesn't necessarily lead to, massive growth by any means. Those are still community decisions, but I will say that if there's any lesson to be learned locally, you could look at Gemini Springs and Blue Spring, things that growth that occurred, things that occurred that people didn't really realize 20, 30 years ago that are now seeing the impact of that lack of infrastructure and all of the septic tanks and the package plants and the different types of systems that are in there that have had the long-term presence. Again, rural, septic tanks in rural areas and less than or not densely populated areas, they work just perfectly fine, but the presence of them in very, very consolidated areas, 6 or 7 per acre or something, can have a real detrimental impact on the water. And of course, this isn't unique to Volusia County. There's 2.6 million of the septic tanks throughout the state, and some of them in the more vulnerable areas, they're going to need to be addressed in one respect or another.
All right.
Mike needs a cape. Mike is out there saving the world. I love this.
One job at a time.
I tell you, one school at a time, one business at a time, one little community at a time. Thank you both for joining us this morning. As we start to wrap it up and head into the weekend, Heather, we need to talk a little bit about the dog beach is coming up.
Yeah, so Ormond Beach, you are going to have a new area that is going to be dog friendly, and this is the first time in many years that we've opened a new area for dogs.
Like more than 30, is that right?
I don't know. I'm so young. I don't know.
Yeah, that was before you got all grossed up.
Yeah. So it's opening soon.
So you're the one that's been here for a long time. I've been here like 3 days or so. The dog beach opens up at dawn, I think, on Wednesday morning, if that's October 1st. We have an official ribbon cutting on Saturday morning at 9 a.m. At a park that Heather's going to tell us the name of.
Andy Romano.
Yeah. And actually, the dog beach itself starts at Andy Romano. That's the southernmost border and goes north. So please feel free to join us and bring your four-legged friends. You can probably bring cats too, I would guess.
Maybe not.
You can bring your cats, man. You have cats.
I guess on a leash, maybe. I have no cats. No, I have a
that's
dog.
a good point. No matter what you bring out, it needs to be on a 6-foot leash. So if
Children.
you join us,
No, I'm just kidding.
yeah. So with that, Mike and Kelly, thank you very much for joining us. Any parting 10-second words? Enjoy your water.
Yeah, I would say, just increased awareness to what we have now and what we need to preserve for the future, and that is our water supply.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
There's another lie.
Come to meetings before.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, John.
You're at every single one.
I know, I don't come to meetings.
There's a 10-foot great white.
You have a better memory. Okay, it's 1:18. We'll get started in 60 seconds. These are 100 years old.
I know it. Just taste it.
We're not eating them fast enough.
Sure.
This is just. Yeah. It's U.S. News now.
Are you uplift us? I mean, we said that was just
Chris said he did.
I saw him today. He said,
Okay, it is 1:20. We will resume the November 7th Volusia County Council meeting, and we are starting with item 5, if Mr. Irvin is ready, a rehearing of a request to reduce liens for 120 South Shell Road.
Good afternoon, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. This is an item that was presented to you back in July on the consent agenda. It was pulled and the council declined the request to reduce the lien amount. Unfortunately, it was a mistake that we made in my office. The property owner was not notified of that July meeting. And subsequent to that, there's been miscommunications. I heard today that we confirmed that they were notified about this today and that they had the right to come and plead their case and to identify why they felt that it was appropriate. Right now, I'm looking around for the property owner and his attorney. Unfortunately, I do not see him. I'll give you a quick overview. This is property that under a previous ownership fell into disarray. The county took it upon itself to do lot maintenance. As such, we typically lien the property and the amount of the cost to maintain the property plus any administrative cost. Once that lien is established, it's subject to a 12% per annum interest rate per Florida statute. The subject property owner acquired the property through a tax deed, has cleaned up the property, and is requesting a reduction in that lien. Per previous council's directions, we make sure that the value of the amount of the lien is brought to current value and would result in basically a roughly $4,800 reduction in the lien if the council so sees that that's the appropriate action. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
David Santiago for questions.
Yeah, questions and motion. Mr. Chairman, given that there's no new testimony, no new evidence presented to the council, I move that we deny the request.
The motion is to deny the request from Councilman Santiago, and the second was by Jake Johansson. Questions? Did you say the owner is not here?
I do not see Mr. Sayed, and I do not see Mr. Clark. Those are the two. Mr. Clark's the attorney. Mr. Sayed's the property owner.
This is his second bite at the apple.
I know.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Santiago. Okay. Any, Councilman Johansson?
Thank you, sir. I spoke on this issue before, and seeing as the applicant's not here, it makes it even stronger for me. But I want to say that when people buy these properties and tax deed sales and foreclosures and everything, usually people buying these properties are well aware of the liens that are associated with them, and they get it at a very reduced rate to begin with, knowing that it comes with, I'll call it baggage. So then when they come in and ask for a little bit of relief, it's in addition to the relief they already got for getting a good deal on the property. So I'm not inclined to do this unless there's extenuating circumstances, like it's a very blighted property and they're going to fix it up and rent it or sell it as a affordable house or something of that nature. So absent any of that, I'm ready to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And Council, I could not agree more with Councilman Santiago and Councilman Johansson. And I think that also what this does, I think this is the second or third one we've dealt with since we've been together as a group, but this sends a message that unless there's an extenuating circumstance, like Mr. Johansson said, that this council is not in favor of reducing these liens when you're coming in and getting them at a bargain deal anyway. And it's not appropriate. So I'll be voting yes as well.
Okay, I don't see anybody else with a comment or question, so I will call the vote. The vote is to decline the request to reduce the liens, so a yes vote is declining their request. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries 7-0. It's denied. Item 6 is a quasi-judicial hearing. Special exception for a small sawmill on East State Road 40. Director Irvin.
Good afternoon, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Before you today is a special exception for a sawmill. The subject property is located in the DeLeon Springs area. It's south of State Road 40 across from the Volusia Speedway. As you can see in the aerial and the location map, it is a very remote agricultural area. It has an AR zoning and an A1 zoning, AR, agricultural resource land use, and an A1 zoning. What we have right now is a request to have a sawmill operating out in there. This is a special exception in the A1 zoning. The application has met compliance with all the special exception criteria. Staff recommended approval to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. The Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission did get a recommendation of approval from Amy Menuzzi. Otherwise, there was no public comment on it. It's coming to you with both staff and the PLDRC recommending approval. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Before we start with questions, this is a quasi-judicial hearing. Does anyone have any ex parte they need to declare?
No.
No. Okay. Then we'll move on to questions. Councilman Santiago.
I'll pause for questions. Ready to make a motion, Mr. Chair. If we have public comment, I'll wait.
Mr. Robbins, do you have a question?
No, sir. Ready to second his motion.
Okay. You don't know what it is yet.
He's psychic. I move to approve.
Okay. Move to approve.
Second.
Second by Danny. I'm going to let her speak. Okay. We do have one member of the public who wishes to speak. Amy.
On an hourly rate, or you're done already?
Mr. Brower,
Amy in the room?
Amy indicated that she could not stay and that she needed to leave, but she did give her comments over.
She said what?
She gave her comments to Nika.
Oh, no.
You guys are making my job too easy. For the record, Nika Hosseini, the law firm of Cobb Cole, 231 North Woodland Boulevard in DeLand. Amy just wanted to express to me, and we've been in contact, that her association, she's president of the area association in that area, that she fully supports the plan, and she did. If you look at the minutes from PLDRC, she spoke there, and I think she just kind of wanted to echo the same sentiment here, but she couldn't stay too long. So that's really it. I'm just here for any questions, but Mr. Santiago is just making my life really easy right now. So I'm happy to answer any other questions you may have, and if not, we respectfully request that you approve this.
Okay, thank you. Did you have a question, Mr. Santiago?
Oh, no, sorry.
Okay.
Ready to vote.
I'll just add that I live close to here, and it is a very remote area. Don, I don't know if you remember, we had the sawmill up on the northwest corner of 40 and 17. It was a cypress sawmill.
Yeah.
It's a great business, family, provided really good product, good service, so I miss it. So I'm happy to see this come back. Seeing no other comments here, I'll call for the vote to approve the special exception. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries 7-0. Item 7 is also a quasi-judicial hearing on a rezoning of 2360 A1A from general commercial. I'll let you finish it, Mr. Director Irvin.
Good afternoon again. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. This is a rezoning. This is multiple parcels with B4, which is a general commercial, B8, which is your tourist commercial, and R4, which is single-family residential detached, detached. It is located in the Ormond by the Sea area. It will be serviced by City of Ormond Beach Water and Sewer. The applicant has come in and proposed 32 units to go on this about 2.5 to 3 acre parcel. What we're seeing here is that they're going to be utilizing a condominium style of ownership as opposed to fee simple lots being cut out for the individual townhomes. It has gone through the review with your staff. We find that the density and intensity of the use is consistent with the comprehensive plan, that the access to both Briggs and to A1A are providing for access and sufficient protection, and that emergency vehicles can access the site. Here's the concept plan. Excuse me. Briggs is up here towards the north. That is an existing public right-of-way maintained by Volusia County, and then you have A1A over there on the east or the right side. This shows you the general layout of the individual townhomes and their recreational area. They went through the PUD process to get some specialized setbacks and development intensities, and so therefore it's coming to you with a recommendation of approval to your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission from your staff, as well as a recommendation of approval from the PLDRC. There was no public comment at the PLDRC meeting. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Before we start with questions, does anyone have any ex parte that they need to declare? And I guess I'm the only one. I did ask the attorney some questions just before we started, and I'll share those in a minute and her response. Councilman Reinhardt.
Motion to approve.
Second. Motion to approve by Matt Reinhardt, second by Vice Chair Robbins. Questions or debate, Councilman Johansson?
Question.
Okay, go ahead.
Clay, talk to me a little bit about the, appears to be right now possibly public parking on the other side of the road by the beach and the beach area. Now that I want to make sure I coordinate and think about the rezoning in the future, since we've rezoned in the past and burned in the future, which is now. So how do we deal with that? Does that become private, or is it private now, and will people have access?
I have ownership over A1A, so that is public land over in there. It's still open to general public use. In regards to parking, along A1A, there are areas where people have pulled off,
Right.
not necessarily at designated parking spaces. If, however, there are concerns or complaints, A1A, along that area, the DOT has been notified in the past, and they have put no parking signs.
So that, right now, as you know, we're home rule, if it doesn't say you can't, you can, so people are parking there. Is that going to be a big stink with the local community if DOT puts no parking signs there after 25 years of parking?
Yep.
All right. And that's in unincorporated Volusia County?
Yes, sir.
So can we possibly beat the mad rush of upset citizens and set expectations that in the future because of this particular area being built up, that there's probably going to be a future expectation that you can't park there and set them up for success, so when it happens in 10 months, they're not surprised?
We can. I do need to correct what I made a statement that they do own portions of the area on the east side of A1A. Within the public right-of-way, however, is where the DOT's domain is. And yes, we can work with the property owner to ensure that those who are parking there are notified that this may not be available once this project is developed.
Yeah, I just have a feeling that people have been used to having that beach to themselves, or at least not to themselves, but use it, and it may become less available after this gets built. Thank you.
Okay. Clay, did you just say they own some land on the east side?
Yes, sir. As you can see in this portion right here is theirs as part of the ownership of the parcels.
Will it be a private beach?
No, sir. We still have customary use over the beaches in Volusia County.
Okay. I'll just state here then, since I see no other questions or debate, that the questions that I ask Mrs. Did she go away? Is it still Hosseini?
Right now.
Okay. The question was, would all construction be west of A1A? And the answer was yes. And then with no construction on the east side of A1A. And then my other question was, would there be a road or just a driveway? And her answer was that there would be a driveway which you will build and maintain, not the taxpayers.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Councilman Kent?
Yeah, no, not a question, just a comment, Ms. Hosseini. If you just let your, the property owner know, I received many calls where people were so grateful that this dilapidated building was taken down. It was a huge eyesore up in that area, and the residents that live there, I mean, it was, of course, just out of the blue for me, because the phone calls started coming. My parents live up that way, so I was able to see it driving by. So even with just the building down, it's a huge improvement.
Thank you. Yeah, and we did have a neighborhood meeting with the surrounding neighborhood. We met with them. We had about 20 people that showed up and kind of walked them through the development, what it will be. So at the very least, the individuals that live in the surrounding area are well aware of what's happening and what's to come, and they all seem to be fairly supportive of it.
Okay, good. Any other questions, comments? Then the motion by Matt Reinhardt is to approve, and the second was by Vice Chair Robbins. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries 7-0.
Thank you all for your time. Appreciate it.
Item 8, Ordinance 2023-43, eliminating the requirements for county business tax receipts.
Good afternoon, Council. Ryan Osowski, Chief Financial Officer. Before you is a continuation of the August 15th council meeting direction to bring back an ordinance which would eliminate the business tax receipts effective January 1st, 2024. Also, part of that motion was to go back to the cities and get feedback from them. We did receive response from 2 cities that was attached to the agenda item that was provided for your review. Just as a recap from the county's perspective, the general fund impact of this is a reduction in revenue, but a corresponding reduction in expenses. For our collection effort, there'd be actually 2 positions that we would no longer need that we'd be looking to reassign. We have vacancies in other places, so this is not a job loss situation. In the MSD fund, the loss would be $147,000 in revenue, so total $300,000. The city impacts, as previously reviewed, are on the slide here. The responses we received were from Orange City and Edgewater, 2 of the cities in the middle of the list. And with that, the proposed ordinance was provided, and we're seeking direction.
Councilman Santiago.
Another great day in Volusia. We've been making changes to things like that. This is what I've called, if you live in a city it's double taxation. If you live in a city and you want a business. So this eliminates that double taxation and eliminates the single taxation for those that want to start a business in Volusia County. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the resolution, the ordinance, sorry.
Is there a second?
I'll second that, and I'll set a question.
Danny Robbins makes the second. David Santiago makes a motion to approve. Go ahead with your questions, Vice Chair Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. I believe the bills kind of already went out for people to send them in. Are we still accepting those fees? Is that for this year? Because if this goes through, if this goes through, do those people still have to pay what they just received in the mail?
Yeah, we've set it as effective date. We actually discussed that. That was part of our staff recommendation at the last meeting, was to have it be January for the effective date. So that way, all the bills that went out, the people that paid, and recall from that slide that there's a bunch of cities that have received distributions. So if you were looking to do some kind of retroactive, first of all, it's part of this budget that we've already approved. And second, you'd be asking all the cities to pay it back, and it'd be a massive administrative effort to try to do those refunds. So it would be prospective after January 1st.
And I'm good with that. So it would be out of the question just if it would be too hard just to do it for unincorporated Volusia, or should we just leave this alone? No?
The way the tax, it's actually not a one-for-one, the way the distribution works. It's a pro rata share. So regardless of who pays where, we have to prorate and distribute. So there's no, if you were to refund just the unincorporated area, you'd still be getting money back from cities. It's all mixed together the way the statute works.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Councilman Johansson.
And just a quick question or a quick comment for, I believe it'll be Clay in the long run, but I have no problem getting rid of the business tax. However, I am concerned about him not being, or them not being able to track the businesses that are working and all that stuff. So if we can work staff on some way of capturing the data we used to capture with business tax receipts, to kind of monitor the business in the county, that'd be great. I think it's important that we have that information. Everybody on this council gets emails from 3 or 4 frequent flyers about businesses that are operating illegally. So we know about them, but there's a bunch of others out there that may be operating illegal or illegally, but we don't have any situational awareness on them. So that's all I ask, but I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Councilman Santiago, you removed it. I just had one question. I don't know if it's Ryan or Clay. I think I'm on page 27. Part of what this pays for is a surcharge for generation of hazardous waste. So we're looking at firms and businesses which generate hazardous waste in the county to fund mandated inspection programs. Well, is there another means to do that if this goes away?
So the general fund numbers that you see on the screen include the hazardous waste surcharge. So we had already taken that into account as far as the revenue we'd be losing. The responsibility to do those would still fall on the general fund, so that would be paid for by property taxes in lieu of these taxes.
Okay. Any other questions? Comments? We have a motion to approve by David Santiago, second to the motion by Vice Chair Robbins. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the county business tax is repealed. Item 9, contract with PNS Paving, Inc. for the Amelia Avenue safety improvements.
Good afternoon, Tad Casbier, County Engineer. This is a contract with PNS for the removal of traffic lanes on the section of Amelia Avenue between Voris at the south end and Ohio at the north end. This is driven by the results of a safety study indicating that there are quite a few issues in that corridor that could be resolved by removing travel lanes and replacing a north-south pair with a continuous turn lane through that section overall. It also makes other improvements to the corridor. We've got quite a few shopping centers that have direct access with no direct controls on the limits of the driveway, that type of thing. So it is quite a bit more than what we expected, but unfortunately that's what we're seeing with a lot of our construction projects. Inflation has certainly caught up to our capital system. So staff recommends approval.
Thank you. Questions? Question, or you have a motion?
Motion.
Anybody have a question? Okay. Councilman Santiago.
Move to approve. Second, Johansson.
Motion to approve by David Santiago, second by Jake Johansson. Comments, questions, Councilman Kent.
Yeah, just a brief comment. Council, I'm going to vote and approve this, but I got to tell you, this is one of the items on this agenda that gave me more heartburn this past week. I can't stand the price of this for 0.59 of a mile. We're not adding lanes, we're decreasing lanes. But Mr. Casbier and I had a conversation, and something's going to have to change. Something's going to have to give whenever we have estimates and they're coming in 60 to 100% higher than what our estimates are. It's hard to get that message out to our constituents and let them know, we're not going to be able to do as much because of the prices of things. And my hope is that, the companies we deal with, I want them to make money, but at what point, 0.59 of a mile, and this is, $3.2 million. It's a lot of money for what we're doing here. And there's more to it than just decreasing the lane. I know that. I'm not trying to minimize the work. I'm just saying this one bugged me.
Thank you. Councilman Santiago.
Sparked a question for me. Ted, you may or may not know the answer to this, but it seems like when it comes to road projects, we got two choices for the most part that I recall. What is going on in the industry that does not allow that to be a more competitive marketplace? And what can we do to change that?
Sure. One, I think we all understand that there's an inflation factor in play across the board for all services, not just transportation. But one of the things I think we're seeing overall with our market in particular with road construction versus even building construction is the Department of Transportation, District 5 in particular, was earmarking a large portion of money to the I-4 corridor projects that were going on, and those are big budget items. So that said, the contractors working on those projects were not the small local firms that we have generally working for us. So a lot of the bigger firms, not that there are a whole lot, were being occupied with that. Now that the department has really moved on from that and is now doing a bunch of smaller projects, the firms that were doing our work at much more reasonable prices, as we assumed back then, they're all busy doing that. And we see that across the board with all of our projects. We only had 2 bidders on this project. We have another project, Turnbull Bay Road, we're just doing paved shoulders, and we only had 1 bidder on that. And that one came in over 100% higher than what we had budgeted for, simply because there's just so much work out there for these guys. They don't even need to bid on our projects to a certain extent. So, Mr. Kent's point, the market is so great at this point. Their demand is so many different projects for DOT and other governments that they only bid with really high numbers, figuring if they get it, great. If not, just as fine.
Has there, and I'm not recommending,
laws were put in place in Tallahassee to limit the size of projects that we can do, government projects in-house. So we've had to fight that. Actually, at the time, they were trying to cut it down and make it $50,000. I think it sits today at $300,000 or $500,000, something of that nature. So it does limit what we can do with our in-house forces. And we do a lot, and we do things that a lot of prep work often to minimize the size of a project. So we're very fortunate that we can do that, and we are analyzing that very thing wherever we can. So that's definitely something I've asked the team to look at, the timing. The other part of your question, maybe Tad is going to get to it or not, but the big civil stuff like roads, you're kind of limited in competition to the amount of asphalt plants that you have. We're actually pretty lucky, again, in this county to have more than one. There are some counties that have none, and their asphalt has to come from a long way, and it's even more expensive. Here, at least, we do have, I know 3 that are active all the time, and maybe a 4th in DeBerry that maybe sometimes activated. So we actually have the potential for 3 or 4 bidders, but a lot of those projects that are road related, if you don't make your own asphalt, it's very difficult for you to be competitive. A lot of times it depends on the mix of the project. Maybe if there's a lot of drainage, a large drainage company could get it and then sub the asphalt part. But
Well, I just want to recommend that Jake and Matt are both retired. They can make flagmen and help us out. With a hard hat and an orange vest, go for it, and a flag.
I'm actually game.
All right, there you go.
That'd be fun.
I'm sure we can at least knock $5 or $6 off of this thing.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve if we don't have a motion in place.
Then we have, we have a motion and a second, but that brings up a question. Only 2 people bid. This is a low bid. The next one is like $1.3 million greater. Do they have an asphalt plant?
They do.
They do. That's a lot more.
Again, a large number of these contractors will go ahead, even if they already have enough work, they'll go ahead and bid on something. They'll just throw a nice high number in there. Again, that Turnbull Bay project, we're comfortable that's exactly what the heck happened, because we had it estimated about 2.5 in that range, and it came in at 3.3. And when we talked to the contractor, because he was an only bidder, we said, I don't really care if I get the job or not.
so we may end up changing the timing on some of our projects because of that fact. I mean, some things we get tied a little bit by grants and we have to use them. And then there's also, when we're doing rehabilitation, it's still better that we get it fixed now rather than have to rebuild the entire road. But so we're making more of those analysis because of exactly, that type of thing. And see, things typically don't go down much, but you did hear earlier, you'll hear a little bit more. Maybe as some commercial goes down, that often does have asphalt, parking, site work and stuff that could help us if that was to slow down a little bit and we could have some relief in the civil road area.
When you put bids out, how far is the reach?
Well, we put them out on the internet, and so they technically reach everywhere. But I mean, for most contractors, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to travel a long distance. So a vast majority of our bidders, as you saw with PNS and Massey, they're both local. Halifax Paving, who's won quite a few recently, they're local. That's where we get our best prices. Anytime a bigger firm comes in, say from Orlando or up north, it usually is on the higher side of things.
Okay. Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. You made me recall something whenever you mentioned that, you feel like sometimes the companies bidding just throw a number out there.
Yes, sir.
And Council, I want you to know, part of my conversation with Mr. Casbier was, I said, maybe we just don't do it right now. Maybe we just hold off because the prices are so outrageous. And we talked about what George just mentioned, which was the possibility of the price going down. And it's really, it sounds like from your expertise, both of you, it's slim to none. But George, you said something to me when we were having a conversation prior to this meeting, and I believe it was something to the effect of, in the old days, if you all the county needed to pave a road, you had people that could pave the road.
Right, that's what Mr. Santiago was mentioning.
Yes.
Right. So
and I'm just saying, maybe with some of these outrageous bids that we get, if it's not something, and I think all of it has to be done yesterday, but if it's something that, we could hold off on because the prices are so outrageous, or something that in-house we could do, maybe we start doing that and putting a message out that, we're not going to pay 100 times, or double the amount of what, we believe this should cost. We want you to make money. I don't mind putting your kids through school, but I don't want to put your grandkids through school.
Right. Exactly.
I will say, to George's point earlier, this is one of the projects we do have a grant on, so it is something we can't wait on.
Yeah, I recommend on this one definitely because of the grant. But yes, as we're going forward, that's what we're looking at. Let me just mention one other thing. We had a major contractor in, I think yesterday or the day before, and we were really questioning hard pricing on that. And they do bring up a lot, same thing we're hearing in a lot of areas is that labor force. That's the other part. The big road projects are very heavy material laden. So you've got, something like asphalt, which is oil and rock. And by the way, Florida's not a great land for rock, right? It has to come, lime rock comes out of all the way out of South Florida. So that's one of the drivers there. But on building construction, a lot of it's labor. And, when you're down there at 4% unemployment and you can't get young people to get into the trades and do this is some of the result of that as well now over a long period of time. Definitely, Mr. Johansson and everybody, we can use the labor. So if you're maybe not flagging, but can you lay brick or something? We'll be talking.
Poor curb. Councilman Dempsey.
I hate to ask this, but I'm going to. Is there a PETA factor that's being put into these bids? I mean, are we, when we deal with these contractors, how are we dealing with them on, inspections, paperwork, change orders? I mean, do we have a reputation of being difficult to deal with? And that's why they're just throwing these high numbers, because they don't really care if they have to deal with us because we're such a difficult client?
I would say that's not the case. I mean, generally the requirement on road construction is actually dictated by the FDOT contracts. We use the same service or the same specifications they do. So we require the same inspections. We use the same asphalt materials that they require, same base materials. So no, I think in dealing with the contractors, we're not any more difficult to deal with than DOT. And actually, in a lot of cases, I think we're probably easier to deal with because we generally do end up working with, the Halifax Pavings, the PNS, the Massey on a regular basis. There's a good rapport along those lines. And if there's enough DOT work out there, if they didn't like working with us, they just wouldn't bid. So we are still seeing them bid, that group overall, on a majority of our projects.
And I know you're not probably hands-on on all these projects, but is there a way we can monitor just to field complaints? Or I know they probably don't want to.
Oh, they have no problem calling if there is a problem.
I'm sorry?
I do talk to them if there is a problem. So yes, I have a construction manager that oversees the construction group, and he's the first one after the inspector for the project that would hear from them. And then, if it's enough of an issue, they come to.
Are we delayed in getting payment out to them? Do we pay promptly, or does it go through a long process? And
we have a set system standard operating procedure. They get paid in a very short time period. We don't delay. We don't hold any of that unless the work is not consistent. With
they're
what the
protected by
requirements
Pompeii Act. Most of those people that specialize in that prefer to work for governments. They understand that you're not going to get your money tomorrow, but they understand you're going to get it within the Prompt Pay Act guidelines. Again, they have no problem the 3 or 4 major ones. If they can't get satisfaction with the county engineer, they usually will pick up the phone for me too, but that doesn't happen often because we do have a rapport that goes on, and we talk on a frequent basis. So
okay, I just want to make sure that.
And I will say we're definitely not pushovers at the same time. We don't just approve whatever they want.
Right. I just don't want to be nitpicky and sticklers because there's all kinds of clients. I just hope we're fair.
I mean, what I would note is, for example, we've just bid out 3 or 4 projects in a row in the last 2 to 3 months. Prior to that, we had a group of about 4 or 5 projects about 10 to 12 months ago, and we hit all of our numbers, and in a couple of cases, we were underneath. Okay. Now we're seeing just generally across the board, and if it were a PETA thing, then you would think that there would just be a particular contractor or something along those lines that just continuously bid higher, didn't bid at all, and everybody else would be down around the normal prices. But.
All right, thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Yeah, thank you. And George, I did not know that law existed, but it sounds like the Paving Association is very influential in Tallahassee.
Well, it was the Transportation Builders Association that I had to go up to Tallahassee and put put on a little presentation in front of a committee. And again, a lot of it also, they got to remember, we have to maintain a certain amount of ability for emergencies, not just natural disasters, but things that occur, we have major pipe breaks, things that happen that we have to respond to in a hurry. So we do maintain a pretty robust team. But that does, if they had taken it to 50, that would have really hurt us. Or where we're at now is probably a good spot that does allow, you have teams out there today who are building large drainage structures and things or replacing them that we do in-house today.
Yeah, and I think, given the circumstances that are going on globally, right, economically, that maybe this time to revisit that in our legislative discussions. I know we're going to talk to John later today, but I think we should get creative. I'd like to see some creativity, just because it's the way we've always done it, and we have to keep doing it that way. And we already got 2 volunteers.
At the time, that came about because a county that was isolated down, I think it was Highlands County, were having trouble getting asphalt. They built their own asphalt plant at their landfill and used the gas generated to manufacture the asphalt. That got the attention of the Transportation Builders Association, and that's what moved that at the time. So
maybe the time's now. Thanks, George.
Yeah, fortunately, almost 2 million, 1.9 million is paid by grant, but the rest comes, the other 1.3 million comes from local option. We need a lot of road work, and our gas tax isn't going to last long. So I think we're getting ready to hear another suggestion of how to reduce expenses. Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. You know where I'm going with this, right?
I got a feeling.
You got a feeling?
Yes, sir.
So we have a lot of inmates out there at the jail. And, thanks, Jake, I appreciate that.
Teach them a trade, too.
So, in your comment, there's a lot of work out there. Like you said, a lot of asphalt work out there. So, we talked about the work crew. I know that at one point they were talking with P&S Paving about utilization of those inmates for that. I don't know where that
well, you
went.
can't, it starts getting into, we gotta be careful where you're going. And again, especially depending on monies, where the monies are coming from too, there are actual laws against using inmate labor for certain things, but definitely the idea of working with the inmates, training.
That's what I'm going with.
Yeah, we've had them out before on sidewalk crews to learn how to do concrete flat work, and we can look and I believe they have some pieces of older heavy equipment that we are doing some training, getting them ready so that when they walk out the door, maybe they can walk down the road a little bit to that asphalt plant and get work. And I know the PNS was one of many that were interested in what kind of talent that comes out of there.
Whatever happened, just out of curiosity, because I know they talked about it at one point before.
Well, I think we are doing some of the training stuff, but then as far as the PNS, I'm not sure, like I say, they were getting to a point where they were looking at using them while they were still incarcerated. That's you're going too far. It's the idea, can we get them ready and put them back
Trained so they're ready
trained
to get
into
out.
the workforce.
Okay.
But we do where they get used are by our in-house forces. And again, they've done a lot of work out there at the beach. It's another place where we can mobilize people and do work.
So if we had our own paving part, they could be utilized for that, not a private company.
Correct, but there's some training and everything that's involved. I think the idea, they work really good for supplementing and labor-intensive work. I think they did a lot of pre-cutting of boards and things and can do stuff like that allow our actual trades workers to put stuff together
Would need
quicker.
industrial zoned land for that, right?
I was waiting for someone to bring that up, but
I didn't know what classification would need.
Conversation took a dark turn there.
We have a rather cautious motion to approve because we need road work by Motion by David Santiago, second by Jake Johansson. Before I call for the vote, we do have one member of the public who would like to speak to this item, Doyle Lewis.
Good afternoon. Doyle Lewis, Daytona Beach, the world's most famous beach. It's amazing that you've been talking about sign work and paving. I worked out of Action Labor. I just got fired because I ride a bicycle with a trailer that pulls the trailer. The bicycle pulls the trailer. The new owner at Action Labor trespassed me, so I can't go to work. That happened last week. We were doing a lot of traffic control for PNS paving. I'm going to ride a bicycle for the rest of my life. You can like it, or you don't have to like it. I don't care. Keeps me healthy. Number two, ever since I moved to Volusia County, you've tried to make me a felon. You arrest me for any little thing I do. I'm not a felon. 14 years on the streets, I sleep right on the sidewalk. I build houses. I bought a house in Ormond by the Sea. Didn't want to buy it. It was overpriced. I could build that house in like 90 days or less by myself for $210,000, and that was back in 2005. Then you crashed the market in 2008 and 2009, and I lost it in 2010. So when you're talking about paving roads, my stepdad and his dad did paving. Our town really did not use hot pavement. We used tar and pebbles. Maybe you should go back and check out what tar and pebbles can do when you do crushed rock 6 or 7 inches thick to save money. I learned a lot from my dad, my stepdad, and his father. And I understand how to count the numbers and who's responsible for the roads. You are looking at somebody. And right now I'm nobody, and I'm going to stay that way until you allow me to live in a house safe. I'm an old man in a young body. If you want to save money, you got to talk to the federal authorities. Because making pavement is not that hard to do. All you got to do is recycle what you have already. I was working at Samsula. They're crushing concrete up and reselling it. They get paid to take it, and they get paid to resell it. My name is Doyle Wayne Lewis. And the next house I live in this county, I will build.
Okay, thank you. No other questions or comments? I'll call for the vote. The motion is to approve this paving contract. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries 5-0. Okay. Item 9, proportionate fair share agreement with the city of Daytona Beach. You can complete it.
Tad Casebare, County Engineer. This is a proportionate fair share agreement between ourselves, the city of Daytona Beach, and Hines Acquisitions LLC for the Oasis project. This is located over in the area south of LPGA between Clyde Morris and Williamson, as shown on the aerial. They're going to be developing this into a multifamily / commercial development, and their proportionate fair share amount offsets the mitigates for the traffic created by the development. Will be paid over time as sections of it develop.
Councilman Santiago?
To approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second for the approval by Troy Kent. Questions? Danny Robbins?
No, it's just for a second, sorry.
Okay. Any questions? Any comments? All in favor of accepting the proportionate fair share, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries 6-0. Item 10, amendment to grant agreement with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection for an additional $40 million for the feasibility study, design, permitting, and construction of the Volusia County 2022 Hurricane Ian and Nicole Recovery Project. Jessica Fentress.
Good afternoon, Jessica Fentress, Volusia County's Coastal Division. I'm here this afternoon to request approval of a modification to the existing grant that we have with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. The original grant was approved by this council back on March 21st for an amount of $37,678,745. As part of the last state legislative session, the Florida House and Senate, as part of their budget, fully funded the FDEP's Hurricanes Ian and Nicole Recovery Plan, which resulted in an additional $40,010,255 to Volusia County for a total grant amount of $77,700,000 associated with this grant. Just as a reminder, there's an additional $5 million grant that we got as an emergency sand placement, which brings us to a total of $82 million in grant funding for hurricane recovery. Today, we are looking for approval of the amendment, and then just as you approved in March, we are asking for authorization for the county manager to execute any future amendments as long as they do not change the total amount of funds awarded.
Okay, before I ask for a motion, does anyone have any questions?
I had one question, Mr. Chair, thank you. I'm good with this, and actually I can make the motion, but also at the same time, I know we had talked with Clay and Paulo briefly. If you remember back, a little while back, we talked about the deferment or deferral of the sand placement that we had against the seawall, and we all approved it. Because we were in hopes of the natural accretion of sand that would occur. Well, that's not quite happening as we anticipated. So a lot of people have, not a lot, there's been one or two folks that have reached out to me personally with respect to that, and seeing that we're approving $77.7 million for sand, basically, to see if the council would entertain the idea of a waiver of that, as opposed to, but the waiver may be contingent on the signed easement, be a point in time resolution as well. It wouldn't be something that would go, those people that have already, we didn't know what the future was going to hold with respect to that. So there have been some people that have either invested into it themselves already, or they have done the sand or the work themselves. This is from this point forward, and again, contingent on the fact that they give us a signed easement for the placement of that sand. So I'll make the motion to approve this, but I would also like to make the motion to see if this council would entertain the waiver of that as opposed to a deferral based on the conditions that I said.
I'll second your motion, Matt, times 2.
Which
questions?
Yeah, let's.
Yeah, you want to handle the first?
Let's go to your first motion,
yes, sir.
Which is to approve this. I need a specific motion.
Motion to approve as presented.
And I need a motion to approve and to give the authorization for the county manager to execute amendments to the grant agreement for modifications to the agreement that do not change the total amount of funds available.
I'll make that motion as well.
Well done. And that motion is made by Matt Reinhardt, second by Danny Robbins. So let's deal with that one first. Questions on that motion?
This is the original motion as staff presented. Okay, no questions on that.
Any comments?
I have a question. $77 million?
.7.
So is this going to be another dog and pony show? Check, big.
I have not been made aware of that. Typically, the office of the governor reaches out directly to do that, and we have not received that type of communication.
All right. And when do we expect to get the money?
It's a reimbursement
Got it.
based on
Okay.
invoices paid, so we'll get reimbursed.
Okay.
But the money should be operational in about 30 to 45 days.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And you're up for the second motion that comes, okay. Any other questions or debate on this motion? Okay, then I'll call for the vote on the motion to approve and authorize the county manager to execute amendments. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion carries 7-0. And then you had a second motion.
Second motion, yes, thank you, Chair, would be to entertain the waiver as opposed to the deferrals that we set forth back in January. But it would be contingent on the fact that these individuals would have a signed easement, and it would be a point-in-time resolution. In other words, it would be effective.
Yes, the request from staff, because I'm going to have to draft that resolution, is direction to staff to bring back a resolution.
Yes,
with
yes,
those.
bring back a resolution.
We'll
Yes,
put it on
thank
a
you.
later agenda.
That's why we need attorneys, absolutely.
For a future, any future date, or would you like it at the next?
What would be a first, would it be Sunset Waves, oh, I'm sorry, Sunset goes down, it should be the first.
You can do it at probably one of the December meetings, either the first or second one.
Let's go with the first December meeting, if that's possible.
We have 2 meetings in December? We do?
We do.
Okay.
Scheduled.
Otherwise.
Scheduled.
Okay. Okay, Councilman Santiago.
Yeah, I got questions. I don't have a problem with the motion. Yeah, I don't have enough information, I think, and I know it's just to bring
We're
it
gonna
back.
bring it back, yeah.
But I still have a few questions of what is, can you give me, the council, a synopsis of the effect of that request, if we were to approve something
Sure,
like
so
that?
currently, and Clay can jump in at any time, currently, we have a requirement that when a property owner puts up a new seawall, there is a 4-foot artificial dune that is supposed to be planted, in front of the seawall. The issue is during the storms, the entire elevation of the beach, dropped. And so when people were putting up these seawalls, the requirement kicked in to put the berm or the dune. When you have a beach elevation that is that low, it is inundated with tides. So that dune, you're potentially literally throwing sand into the ocean. Mr. Reinhardt made a request for us to defer that requirement to, not require a property owner to build or to secure it by a bond until 2025, so that one of two things can occur. Either the beach accretes naturally and it builds back up, or there's a man-made project, because I think we were thinking we had $37 million so that, the county or someone can go and reinstall these dunes. So we delayed that until we would reassess in 2025 what the condition of the beach was and make a determination whether to require those property owners to put the berms or to waive it altogether. So now that we have additional monies and we know a little bit what our resources are, that is Mr. Reinhardt's request to waive it.
Claire, Director of Growth and Resource Management. What's prompting that is now some of the property owners have completed the seawalls and they are looking to potentially sell the property. So they still have an open beaches and dunes permit because it was not a waiver, it was a deferral. So in the communications we've had with them, they've got basically 3 options. They can go ahead and if the site is located such they can put in the sand and they can put in the plantings at that time without it being impacted by the tidal influences, they could do so. Or they can pay us into our dune restoration program the equivalent amount that would cost for them to do that if we feel that it was not practical to do that. Or the third option is with the purchaser of the property, you can transfer the requirement of the permit to them. But again, that's in the sale and purchase of land, that often is a negotiation point that often causes the purchaser wanting a reduction in price. So those are the three options that are currently available to all of the property owners along the beach side who have done seawalls, who are responsible for doing so. If they are coming into that situation, I think what we've heard from a property owner is that he would like to see that waived entirely because of the revenue that we are getting from the state for our beach renourishment program.
So the effect of Councilmember Reinhardt's resolution request would eliminate anybody's requirement to either exercise those other three options. Is that correct?
Yes, so long as they provide us an easement to put the sand, because, we require an easement to put sand on, people's private property, even though we have customary use.
And where would that money come from to put that sand?
Well, that's the $77 million total. Now, the issue is, we would have the right, not necessarily the obligation, to put sand on the property. I don't know how much sand we actually do have access to.
Do we have an estimate of what it would take for the county to, excuse me, let me back up. If this resolution were not to go through, right, that it still has the private obligation, what are our expected expenses to replenish the beach back to its normal? That would come out of
That's a heavy question because this is dune restoration, not beach renourishment. I don't know what the cost.
I should say out of the 77, out of what we can do for the 77 million. You get where I'm going? Do we have enough money to fulfill our obligations today? And are we going to just be adding additional burden to the general fund for these beaches, dunes, for the private property?
Jessica Fentress, Volusia County's Coastal Division. We have enough funding with the revenue that we provided through grants to do a sand placement. It's not going to be a 50-year project. It's a one and done kind of project, and then do the feasibility study. It would not put a financial burden on the general fund. You also have the Port District that is we're trying to leverage our grant funding to make our grant funding go as far as possible. And if the acquisition of sand from the inlet or the ICW or a dredge material management area can be offset by port funds, we are using port funds. For example, we use port funds to relocate the gopher tortoises at the Edgewater pit, just so that our grant funding could go farther.
I understand. Let me make the question a little bit easier. Not that you couldn't comprehend it. I don't want to say it that way, but maybe easier for me. If Matt didn't make this request today, by the way, I don't have a problem with your request. I'm just making sure that we can fulfill our financial obligations. Yeah. If Matt did not make that comment today, request, what are our current projected costs to utilize the $77,700,000?
We will use every red cent of that 77.
So we have, what you're saying is we currently today have enough work to utilize the entire money that's been allocated to us.
Yes, but if I may add to that, what we are requiring by code for private property owners to place in front of their seawall is most likely less than what the county would place on the beach should you give me an easement. And it will provide more of a comprehensive protection for the neighborhood and the surrounding properties if they provide us the easement, because it won't create a weak point.
Repeat that last piece, that it would provide a more comprehensive, explain that a little bit better?
Yes. So you want to have one comprehensive solution across a strand of properties. You want Mr. Reinhardt, Mr. Brower, and your property all to have a very similar level of protection. If Mr. Brower chooses that he's just going to do the minimum required and not give us an easement, then Mr. Brower's property is now at risk because he may not have as much sand as I may place for you and I may place for you. So what that does is it creates a weak point for the ocean to come in and then impact your property and Mr. Reinhardt's property. So it is, from a coastal management perspective, we would rather have as many easements as possible so we can provide everybody the same level of protection.
Why couldn't then the requirement be that I'll use the word distance, or the amount of sand distance from the wall be the same for everybody across to avoid a weak point?
The code requires 4 feet, I believe. 4 to 1 slope. We are looking at 3 to 4 times more than what that is, just due to the amount of sand that we have available.
I'm not trying to be difficult here, but I'm really,
I may be able to help if,
I don't mind. I'm trying to really help understand.
With that 4 to 1 that they're talking about, that's the basic requirement now. We're talking that we have the sand available to go even better than that. So what's the difference of you doing that 4 to 1? I'm going to put more, but the current tides right now are impacting that. Yours is gone.
Yeah, I get that.
Yours is gone. So I can be that person like you are, put that sand there, sell it, and then it's gone right after that because of the natural tide.
Yeah, I get it. What I'm trying to, I guess, understand is the comment of the weak point, right? If we know that if a design allows, I comprehend it, right? If we allow for someone to have a lesser designed dune, then yeah, it creates a weak point. But why couldn't we mandate that all of the dunes along the seawalls are the same, regardless of how much? Sorry.
I'm going to jump back a little bit, and maybe this is addressing the concern. Do we have enough sand to be funded by the $77 million to cover the existing permits that we have outstanding to ensure that there's going to be adequate sand placement in front of these new seawalls to help facilitate restoration of the dunes? That's really what we're rolling into. And if we do have that, then it may be appropriate to grant a waiver at this point, but only for those who are tied to emergency permits that are resulting of Ian and Nicole, so that way, if someone comes in after the emergency order is done, or it's not tied to anything associated with Ian and Nicole and are looking for this waiver, they are not getting one, quote, for free.
Okay. I think your offer, it makes me much more comfortable, right? I just didn't want to.
I can amend that motion
everybody's
then.
beach house improvements. Okay, thank you, man. I didn't mean to be difficult. I think we came to a good landing point.
No,
Thank
this
you.
is a much-needed discussion. I'm going to have a question for you in just a minute, but I'd like to hear from the Deputy County Manager, Suzanne Conchin.
thank you, Mr. Chair, council members. Much of what I was going to say when I first queued up got covered in the Q&A that just occurred, but let me just reemphasize a couple of points. The code standard of a 4-foot dune, you could increase your code standards, but probably not under SB 250. So just to bring us back to an earlier discussion today. And it's costly to the property owner. So with the $77 million, as long as it's limited to those repairs and new seawalls that are constructed under the emergency final orders for Hurricanes Ian and Nicole, I think we're in a very good place. The only additional comment, I think Paolo may have mentioned it, we're not sure how far actually the $77 million will go, but it will add more sand than historically we've ever experienced in Volusia County. So there may be a one-off property that is beyond the limits of where we'll go that gets the benefit of this waiver. But I think we'll be adding so much sand into the system, the idea of in lieu fees already being a part of our code, that staff's very comfortable with the waiver here, given the generous no-match grants we're getting from the state for the sand. But just to be clear, we lost over 6 million cubic yards. That was the estimate, more than 6 million cubic yards, which is why Volusia County received $77.7 million of a $200 million statewide fund for sand. We're not going to be able to put 6 million cubic yards of sand with our $77 million. So we'll certainly be hoping for accretion, and we're still working hard on a federalized sand project, or at least a study that will talk about more sand or other options for the beach in a long period view.
The only thing I would add to that, since you said that, it would be if we could get, when that resolution comes back, the number of permit qualifiers that potentially could be with that, and for me to, I think it would be helpful for decision making. What do we estimate the value of? I know the properties are different, right? but I don't know what the number is. It could be 100, 200. I have no how many homes.
We can do that because we can use a per linear foot multiplier, because what they would have to pay is the equivalent of a per linear foot up to 4 feet high with a 4-to-1
The
slope.
reason I asked for the value, Council, is I'm thinking in terms of, I'm only going to use this word because for description purposes, like we have a SHIP program, right? Where people needy, we give them monies to work on their house, get improvements and things like that. And there are requirements around SHIP and clawbacks for the sale of properties within a certain time period. So I would consider this, certainly makes a great strategy. However, if someone's going to sell and flip their property or whatever it might be, I won't say flip because that's pretty quick. But if someone's going to sell their property, multi-million-dollar, multi-house on the beach, and we gave them tax dollar benefits, there ought to be a clawback. I get it. It won't be a hindrance on the sale. But if they're going to sell it for a certain time period, I think we should apply a similar standard to SHIP, like everyone else in this county, where the clawback comes back to the taxpayers, and we put it back on the beach. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just think it's fair.
Jessica, I have a question for you, and I hope this doesn't just complicate it further, but just recently, Jake Johansson, Matt Reinhardt, and myself toured the beach with you, and one of the problems, and I don't know if what we just voted on in item 10 or this amendment will, or this resolution will help, but as we toured the beach, there are properties that have not built a seawall, and the properties on either side are building seawalls with returns, and yet the ocean's coming in that weak spot. Those returns aren't going to protect the properties that have made this investment. Will any of this apply to those properties that have chosen not to even clean up the mess and build a seawall? Because we can't.
In order to obtain the waiver that Mr. Reinhardt has requested as part of the resolution, you would have to have an open beaches and dunes permit. But I believe what we're discussing is that anything associated with the Hurricane Ian or Hurricane Nicole damage, let's say it is a vacant lot or a property that can't financially figure it out yet, and they have to sell. The new property owner, if it's Hurricane Ian or Nicole related damage and they go in to do their shoreline restoration in whatever format they choose, they would then have to get a beaches and dunes permit, and I would assume that the requirement for the waiver would still be on the table since it's storm related, and it's not 15 years from now. So as long as it's within a certain time frame.
But they won't be able to take part in this $77 million worth of sand.
Anybody that provides the county with an easement, pretty much south of Granada down to the rocks in Bethune is eligible for sand right now.
For how long?
Until we run out of sand or we run out of money.
Okay, thank you. Jake Johansson.
Thank you. Probably for Clay, but you never know. What I've discussed with you before, Clay, and the rest of the team as well, is I do not want, because we have all this money, to give it to people that have obligations for the safety of their property, the safety of us, and the safety of the beach. If this was inland and a house was dangerous, we would go in, kick the people out, board it up, and give them X amount of days to fix it, then we demolish it. If the house was causing a health hazard, say it was a meth lab or something like that, or endangering county property, say like a beach, we would take quick action to take care of that. We're being a little sensitive to the people on the beach, and I understand that. They went through a harrowing experience. But what I don't want to do is say, we have $77 million. We've heard the term waiver, but I don't want that to get misconstrued as to what we're doing. I get it. Don't put good sand on the beach to be washed away tomorrow. That's stupid. So I got no problem with the deferral. But what I don't want to do is allow the cost of deferred beach to be added to the property upon sale, because the first thing those people are going to do is come crying to that podium right there and go, I bought a property, I didn't know I needed $50,000 for a sand dune, They didn't tell me, and we're forced to make that decision. So I don't want that to happen like we see with the lien reduction. I say if they don't pay, and I understand there's a lot of people that probably shouldn't have a house on the beach that do, and now they can't afford it. It's kind of a form of gentrification. But we got to lien the property, and we got to make it right. And no matter what we do with the county, the $77 million is taxpayer money. If we're using it to fix somebody's private problem that they can't fix, then we need to hold them or the next people accountable for paying for it. Because I want that $77 million to go as far as you can, and the only way it can get there is if the people that have to pay. So that's where I am with that. And I don't think your motion changes any of that, so we're good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Did you want to add something to your motion?
No.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm good with the fact that it could be tied with the emergency final orders with Ian and Nicole.
Mr. Chair, it's just, we're going to have to do some analysis in a lot of these. I'm not sure I can make the December 1st. We'll still try, but it may slide to the second
To the
meeting in
second one?
December.
Okay, understood.
Based on, the requests and the conditions and all the data that we're going to provide in that item.
Thank you. Yeah, it kind of grew since we talked about that.
Okay, before I call for the vote, we have one member of the public who would like to speak to this and probably item 10.2. Ben, is it Crajan? Is Ben here?
He indicated he was not able to stay, so he did leave.
Okay. And if there's no other comments, debate, I will call for the vote on Matt's motion, which he will restate now.
Well, let me go back to my notes. I'm sorry. Okay, my motion was to, as opposed from the deferral to a waiver of the sand placement that would be contingent on a signed easement. It would be a point-in-time resolution and tied with the emergency final orders of Ian and Nicole. Is that correct?
Would that,
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Go.
Does that include staff proposing also a ship-style similar clawback if the property is sold within a certain time frame, similar to ship?
Yes, if that's part of the motion, we'll bring back some options. It may kind of
One quick
morph.
question, the clawback, explain that.
Well, what happens like on the ship program, needy for poor families can apply, let's say, I think you could get an air conditioning unit fixed under our current ship program, and the county pays for it there. If they sell their property within a certain time period, I don't know, the years or something like that, then they have to pay back. If there may be a proportionate share based on time, but a similar ship-style program to pay back the taxpayers.
Okay.
If they sell, only if they sell.
Within,
Whatever the numbers are.
yeah.
Correct.
gotcha.
So we can probably, so currently the easement that we're asking is for 5 years. We can put something in the easement such that if it changes property, we trigger some kind of clawback mechanism. We'll
Come back with something.
We'll look at,
Yeah.
we'll look at options.
Okay.
To see if that.
All right,
that can
thank you.
occur.
Well, it's only if they sell.
That's it.
They live in it forever.
That makes sense. Okay. All in favor of Matt's motion, and this just brings it back to the council
To either the first or
for
second
further
meeting of
discussion
June.
in the month of December
Yes.
at some point. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion carries 7-0. Okay, that takes us to item 11, transfer of SunRail operations and funding.
Mr. Chair, I'll handle this, and I'll have Ms. Coleman and Mr. Booker available for any questions. Carissa, why don't you queue up the presentation and go ahead and move it to really to slide 5, or there you go, right there. All right, if you haven't been out to Old New York, but to the DeLeon station out there, it's well under construction. They've poured the ends of the platform, cleared a lot of area, working on the parking. So there's a flurry of activity out there that's going on right now with the department. If you'll recall, the Department of Transportation, it was decided to do Phase 2 North and DeLeon. They came in and basically worked with us and came up with a little bit different design, and they reduced the construction down to about 11.8 million. Our share would have been about 19.8 million under the original estimate. So the department has taken that on, and that's underway now. Previously, we had put in 6.7 million to build the DeBerry station back in 2014. So a little background, anyone who hasn't been following, SunRail has been in operation. It's going to be, by time the department is done and with this project in August, they'll have been running it and paying for it, the operation, for about 10 years. So, but for about the last little over a year and a half, we've been working with a transition team as the department intends to turn it over to the Central Florida Rail Commission, as was contemplated in the contract. That so those talks have been underway, but the department is now seeing the construction coming to fruition, and it's becoming apparent that the transition that needs to take place is going to take a little longer than the construction that's out there to get the station built and the train running. So what is being proposed before you today is a request to the department to have more of a phased transition. The department's interests, of course, are that they have been running and paying for 10 years. They would like to at least start seeing the partners put in their allotted share for operating the train. So that right now is in question and part of that negotiation, and I believe the department's going to ask the county managers and city manager of Orlando join in the effort or take over the effort of the transition negotiation. So there'll be that will be coming forward. So go ahead to the next slide. So they're asking for this phased approach. The group is the department. They, I think, will support that request, but they are needing the group to ask them at the next meeting. So we're looking at that at the November 6th meeting coming up. This is our last chance to talk about it before that occurs. Right now, again, there's not even a bank account or anything there for CR, so they're a long way from being able to do it. If you'll recall, one time we had even the Links representative up here, that's one of the considerations about them helping to take on and run the thing. Of course, Mr. Harrison passed away soon after, so Links was in a little bit of a disarray, but I think they've now put people in place with some rail experience and are getting ready to take that on. Next slide. So the first question and what's here today is we really need to have authorization for the chair to go down at that meeting and support this asking for the phased transition. After that, the managers will vote or will work and negotiate, come up with a contract that we can bring back to everybody, and then work with the department. And that will give kind of the dates of the transition when actually we start running it. There's a ticketing system that still needs to be finalized. There was a procurement. They're working on the installation of that. Positive train control, that is something that did not exist when we took on SunRail. Those costs are significant. They need to be, they could just become part of the overall operating, but the department, I think, has been positive in maybe having some funds that they could help offset at least some of those positive train control costs. In our current contract, because the department has run the thing for several years, the original caps that were in place for the various entities are outdated. We're already over those caps, so we would have to amend those caps, but I think our interests are certainly that we want to keep caps. It's just that they need to be updated to reflect today's dollars and costs. And so all that really needs to be worked out and then go to the Central Florida Rail Commission to vote. And anything like that, we would also be back here to make sure that you guys support that as well. But we don't have anything right now to bring to you. It's just really, are you okay with the phased transition approach? And that's it.
Thank you for that. And I'll just add to it that I wanted this to be on here today for discussion because I don't want to go to a Central Florida Commuter Rail Commission meeting and vote for something without knowing what this board wants. This is, there's not a lot of great positive steps when we look at the cost of SunRail. They have come alongside of us with the cost of the station. They're working with us on making the station here in DeLeon an exceptional station. There's still more work that I hope that they will agree to do, help on that. So in the long run, this is a positive thing that we're stretching out the time period that we have to pay for it. I would like 7 years. We're not going to get 7 years unless you tell me to. So I think what we're looking at now is a total of, what, 3 years? 2 years, maybe?
Well, right, that's to be debated right now. I mean, the department's position is, hey, we're going to be done, and there's going to be a train on that track this summer. They're targeting somewhere around August.
Right.
So their position, as it would stand today, is that, we're ready, here you go, Commission. But they realize we're not ready because of some of these things that have to get worked out. So that's what we'll need to talk about how far. And some of that discussion, because of the phased approach to building it, you have some of the partners who have had the entirety of the system in their area has been operating going on 10 years, and others like ourselves only a part. So that's something that we'll work out with the department, and they have definitely expressed a willingness to talk to us. But they also don't want everything to get hung up on the one item, so we'll continue to talk to them about how maybe they can work with us, and it may be with other things besides the train itself. So just keep that in mind. We are in line for a lot of big projects that will be coming through the county in the next few years.
Here's my concern with it, George. I've been on the Rail Commission for 3 years, and for 3 years we've been talking about transition. We still don't have a contract that I'm aware of. We don't know what it looks like. We don't know what the cost. We don't know who will pay insurance. We don't have a bank account. we're not ready to, the commission's not ready to take this over. If it's taken 3 years to get that far, wherever that is, I can't imagine we could get any further without another 3 years, but.
That's the department's, they definitely want a plan in place within 3 years. But I will say they want the plan and they're going to push for that. But they are definitely, before that 3 years, going to want to start seeing contributions, financial contributions from the partners. So that will be worked out. And then again, that's why I think the director or secretary wants this to be elevated now to the manager level. So that's where it'll be.
John, you said positive train control was not part, this didn't even exist when this started, but is it in the contract?
The federal John Booker, Government Affairs, Volusia County. The federal legislation came in after the documents were signed by the funding partners. So it was a disconnect in that regard. The corridor is owned by the department, and so again, to whatever that they may contribute at positive train control, recognizes the fact that it is owned by the state, and we are a tenant on it with other tenants. So that issue is a requirement of the federal government, and to operate, you have to have it.
And so it seems like, therefore, we should ask the state to pay the cost for that. If it wasn't part of the original contract, it wasn't something we ever agreed to.
And that's part of what, if you can, if you approve the phase transition today and give direction to me as the manager to go forth and negotiate the rest of these items, then that's what we'll be doing, and I'll be bringing back to you the results of that at a later date.
Councilman Johansson.
Yes, sir. These are most of the comments. We, as your alternate, I'm not intimately involved, but at least tangentially involved in this. And since I've been down in this area, I've heard nothing but SunRail. So it's not like this is coming up to hit us over the head. We knew it was coming. I'm pretty convinced, based on my conversations with Secretary Tyler, that he and FDOT don't want this to fail. There's federal money tied to it, so they almost can't let it fail. It's not like he's going to say, "I quit. You guys are can't move off the dial here, so I'm done." You want 3 years, he wants 9 months. I think I don't want to call it the inaction, Chairman, but the slow, methodical CFCRC move to get this done, and some unfortunate key people leaving. I think moving from FDOT to Lynx or wherever the heck we're going to let it go, I think that will take the time it needs to take to do it to succeed, because FDOT has a vested interest in it succeeding. And I think between you on the board and George behind the scenes with John and Laura, that we work hard to negotiate the best contract we can possibly get, knowing that we have always been vulnerable with this. It's something councils wanted years ago. We said yes to it. We got it, and now we're kind of literally at the tail of the whip here. So we need to engage and do the best we can to get the best we can, knowing that they're just like Mr. Santiago did earlier with the school board. Hey, I got a lift station over here. FDOT's got some projects that they're doing in Volusia County, so maybe there's a little tit for tat, maybe there's a little thanks for helping, you know, a little quid pro quo that we can work with them to make it work from a SunRail, FDOT, and transportation overall. So I strongly encourage the chairman, as a member of the board, to negotiate the best deal that Volusia County can get, and George with the contract moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Jake, I agree with all your comments. It's kind of where I was going. And, you know, we are where we are. That ship sailed a long time ago. And so now I would be more in the position to make it clear, let's try to meet those target numbers, be a good partner. Lack of a better term, crying and screaming about the costs, that's already gone, and it's here. We got to make the best deal, like Jake said, that we can. So my opinion is let's be a good partner with DOT. I think that'll net dividends in the future. And let's try to meet those target timeframes. That's my opinion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Laura, do you have anything to add? I will add it for you then. You've done tremendous work on this for at least the 3 years I've been involved with it. And you're representing the county well. Oh, is John here? Is that John? Is that John? Okay. All right. Okay. It sounds like the will of the council is that we go negotiate hard, get what we can. I think we have been good partners. We've, you know, we insist on following the letter of the contract. When there should be a unanimous vote, we'll continue to press for that. But we're not trying to be obstinate. We're trying to protect taxpayers and a growing budget. So with that, it sounds like we're Michael Dyer.
Sure, you can get a motion if you like. I know we've done it that way before, but basically, if you did decide to do a motion authorize the chair.
It would be helpful.
Vote in favor of the phased approach at the upcoming CFCRC meeting.
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
David Santiago makes a motion for the phased approach, seconded by, was that Jake Johansson?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So that's what we'll do. Thank you. And John Booker for item 12, legislative priorities.
Hello, John Booker, Government Affairs for Volusia County. Excuse me for a second. Anybody on this side might need to tell me who you are. So the upcoming Florida legislative session begins in January of next year. Recently, our delegation met, listened to a lot of stakeholders who have business before the legislature. We prepared this document that you should have in your packets. It's typical of our home rule focus. We were worried about preemptions, economic development, quality of life, and those things that are important to the county, and what we've tried to pick out over the past 10 months or so of what this council has talked about. This is y'all's document. This is a best guess at what council finds important. So if you have any additions or comments or deletions, please let me know and we'll get it done. We'll incorporate this document and then share it with our delegation members as committee weeks continues. Today, you know, that they are doing a dual session, special session on some of those bills that Mr. Dyer talked about earlier, and then a lot of the pre-work that goes on along with the session. As always, should any issues arise between now and March, which is the end of session or proposed end of session, then we'll bring that back to council and get y'all's feedback on that. So having said that, the legislative agenda is there for you to review. If you have any discussions, additions, or comments, we look for your positive support, assuming that there are none.
Well, there might be. David Santiago, you had your name up here first. I'll let you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's actually the our appropriations request, right? So it's not necessarily a full package of legislative agenda, because there may be some policy issues that we decide to kind of go after as things develop, I assume. I've read the list here. I don't have a problem with any of these lists. I think they're pretty good. I don't know if we're going to change or add them, but I'm okay with these. I think they're very relative to the conversations we've had here over the past year. My only ask, and you may already plan to do this, is it looks like we're in different budget silos on these 4 requests. I'm trying to reflect back on the process of where the specific dollars would fall into the appropriations buckets. I would ask that if you could get with our lobbying team over there, Southern Strategy, and really sharpen our pencils in strategy with each request and how it's worded. Members, I say that because oftentimes, 2 or 3 words on a line item for an appropriations request can easily just be, hey, that sounds good, and you move forward. There's thousands of requests that come up there for funding, and I just make sure that we put an emphasis on marketing and strategy for each particular item to have the best opportunity for success, along with bill sponsors. Thank you for putting this together, John. Appreciate it.
Michael Dyer.
Thank you.
I don't think your microphone.
Thank you, Russ. Russ helped me out. On page 12-6 of your agenda item, just wanted to highlight, John's done a great job putting this together. There's a reference to home rule and state preemptions. I know you talk about this every year. Paulo maintains a list of all of the things that the state has done to preempt us. It's 9 pages, single space line. So it's a ton of things. But this is a reinforcement that you want to take action to try to reduce those preemptions. You're in very good company with local governments on that. But I wanted to point out, you specifically reference, if you approve it, Senate Bill 250 is an example of one of those preemptions. As a charter county, you have all those powers of self-government unless the state legislature tells you you can't do it. You have more authority than a non-charter county. Most of your good medium to large-sized counties now are charter counties. If you're a non-charter county, you only have those powers that the legislature gives you expressly. So what does that mean for us? Well, you have environmental minimum standards in your charter, which are implemented by ordinance, which you apply, which you would not have if you didn't have. You wouldn't have beach driving if you weren't a charter county. There's a number of different things. But I just wanted to highlight this because I know it's relevant to what we're talking about. You are addressing the preemption issue. I know Florida Association of Counties, Florida League of Cities sings the same song. But every year we get more. But as a charter county, we're still in better shape. You are, as a legislative body, than a non-charter county.
Thank you. Jake Johansson.
Thank you, sir. I've been thinking a lot about this legislative priority list and trying to marry it up with our strategy, George, that I know you're working on, our strategic goals and objectives, and our budget. And although these are asks or programmatic, and then we have some appropriations. I want to try to get council to consider marrying those all up. So we're talking about every one of them kind of in parallel with each other. They can waterfall off with the strategy, then the budget, then the legislative priorities. But I don't want it to be so late. I want it to be a little bit earlier, so when our Volusia delegation says, we're all meeting in DeLeon next week, we have our priorities approved, not that we would necessarily disapprove, but we sent the chairman up to the podium with a legislative priorities list that we hadn't really approved yet, which we're here to approve now. I don't want that to happen, and so that way the chairman isn't guessing. So I would love to see that all kind of running like bing, bang, boom and be done. So when the legislative delegation comes forward and says we're meeting, we already have our plan, and we're not wondering what the chairman or George or anybody else is going to say on our behalf. So I'd appreciate it. Just in this case, it would have been 2 weeks sooner, but a little bit sooner. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilman Johansson. I concur with that 100%. I know for me that would have been helpful, and that's. I'd like to make a suggestion. This is probably covered in what you have already listed, but I want it to be as pointed as possible. We actually had members of the public bring this up this morning. I've been looking at our home rule charter. Every time there's another preemption, I go back and look at the home rule charter and say, how do these two things go together? And they don't. Really, but we have to live by the law. You have covered in our priorities. You've covered the Belvedere situation, that we understand the need for efficient fuel transportation, but this is a wrong spot. And we've informed especially the Volusia delegation of that. They concur with us. I think Representative Leak especially has been real strong on it. But then I also look at at our home rule charter and talk about the abuse of the environment and our responsibility to protect the health and safety of our constituents here. And I would like for those things, and maybe this will be done, but I think those two things should be put together so as pointedly as possible to our state legislature that we are a home rule charter county, and Senate Bill 250 makes it almost impossible to do that. And I don't think that's the intent of the law. The intent of the law was to help people on the coast repair, not to prevent us from protecting citizens from a fuel farm in the center of the county. So do you need anything, Mr. Dyer, any stronger to go to the legislature, especially the Volusia delegation, in requesting that they repeal 250 based on our home rule charter?
Well, if you look on that page 12.6, if we put it back up, if you would like stronger language or give us additional direction, we're free to take it. If you would like us to take a specific position on Senate Bill 250 beyond what we've written, what John's written here, we certainly can. I know that by the end of this week, we could find out that Senate Bill 250 has been amended to no longer apply in Volusia County in the East Coast. So it's certainly timely. I think John's done a good job of capturing it here. If you want us to go further, certainly welcome to take that direction.
I don't see anything in there about our home rule charter that directs us to protect the health, safety, and And,
You're speaking, specifically taking a position that you would like to see it repealed.
Yes.
For Volusia County.
yes, I would, pardon me? Right now? Danny Robbins, do you want to give us an update?
Looks like at 10:45 a.m., I kind of received an update. Yeas 110, nays 0. I'm just going to research it real quick just to exclude Volusia from.
They are voting on that now?
That was the House. The Senate voted on it yesterday, originally, and it'll go to the full Senate.
What was the Senate
tomorrow.
outcome?
I couldn't tell you. Off the top of my head, I would assume that it was
It cleared committee yesterday.
It did, okay. Then you'll update us later at this meeting or next meeting?
Well, I think
I'm looking at, I thought you were just
I think
looking
we're
at-
going to have an answer by end of close of business Friday and whether it passes. If you like, Mr. Chair, what we could do is, depending on the outcome of this week and the next meeting, if you are not satisfied with the outcome of special session, it seems like it's passing, but I've been wrong before. We can take a specific. Well, I just made that up.
It's gonna pass.
I'm joking, but we could take specific direction on that bill if you like, if that's the approach you like to take.
Okay. All right, David Santiago. Deputy County Manager Suzanne Conchin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of council, and John, I'm going to throw you a curveball on the left side, though, so you can catch it with me. But because of some of the comments that I heard a few minutes ago, I just want to point out that in addition to our legislative policies document and agenda, we also submit independently appropriation requests. For example, on the fuel farm, you won't see anything in this document per se on the fuel farm, but we have been working on an appropriations document, carefully sharpening our pencil, and we will work with Southern Strategies. We are working with with Representative Leake's office on it for $4.5 million. If it is necessary to help prepare an alternative site with, say, utilities or road infrastructure to relocate the facility to a more appropriate place than its current site. In addition, we're working on an appropriation request for the Veterans Park in the west side of the county. The park study that you know is underway. That is a major park project. We have a teed up $3.5 million appropriation request to help us offset the cost for that park. We had last year and a repeat request this year for some assistance to supplement our emergency operations center with some sleeping quarters and showers. You may know that the state has designated our EOC an alternative site should they have to vacate Tallahassee. The state, FDEM, and the governor would take residence in our EOC, so we're hopeful they'll be willing to help us with that necessary addition to the EOC. And I believe there's a request for some mosquito control facilities, but I can't remember the details of it. We'll make sure council gets all of these, but I didn't want to fail to mention them since appropriations were discussed on the dais. When is the deadline for submission of appropriation?
The 14th of November is, so we're getting bill sponsors. Just started that yesterday. And so as Ms. Conchin said, the 4 projects that we've identified, we'll work hard and get whatever funding that we can and direct Southern Strategy to make it happen.
Good, thank you. We have one member of the public who would like to, yes.
Can we, I'm trying to find a way to consult, I know this is a 7-member board. If there's an opportunity to share the messaging for each of these requests, including title for each of the appropriations requests, Members, the reason I asked for that, it's strategic. Obviously, good bill sponsor, good project, but messaging is key too. I'm just telling you from experience. I want us to be most effective with these requests.
Well,
Title has a lot to do. I've been in those appropriations meetings. I don't know what yet, though, until I see it. Oh, yeah. You're giving me homework. Okay, I get it. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
That's okay. That was good. Jenny Nazik. Oh, I'm sorry. It's John Nicholson. I was trying to bait and switch.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. I meant to go to the meeting and missed it. What I would ask you to do, and I've asked over the last 30 years, is to work on the sales tax. It is not good for those of us that deal in tourism. That's Miami-Dade County, that's Broward, Tampa, St. Petersburg, Orlando. What happens is they judge the sales tax and what you get back on your population. And New Smyrna Beach doesn't have a big population. Daytona Beach doesn't. Ponce Inlet doesn't. The Daytona Beach Shores doesn't. Ormond really doesn't. So all of those in our community raise a tremendous amount of money on sales tax. We have tourists like you wouldn't believe. I just mentioned to our commission, we now have 8 or 9 100,000 people events each year. But Ash used to boast that we had 5 Super Bowls every year and it didn't cost us a dime. Because normally you have to bid on a Super Bowl and it costs you hundreds of thousands of dollars. So what happens is, at the time I looked at this originally in the 1990s, the city had raised or paid $93 million in sales tax and got back $5 million. That's a loss of $87 million. And we had somebody on our commission who says, well, it's only $87 million. Well, you have no idea what a small town, especially if you're in the hole. And in the 80s and the 90s, we were in the hole in Daytona Beach. That is a great deal of money. I don't know how much those 5 cities are losing, but whatever it is, that would pay for the half-penny sales tax that we talked about a couple of years ago for infrastructure. So I'm asking if we could find some way of adding something to this, to the point where we're not asking to change it, but that at least a percentage stays where it's raised. So if Daytona Beach raises $100 or $150 million, $5 billion is not enough. So a 10% or 20% stays with the locality. It doesn't hurt them that bad, but it really does help the city that raises the funds and gets to spend it, because we have to pay for those tourists. The roads that they use, the infrastructure, we have to pay for all of that. And yet the funds that we need for that is going somewhere else. So I'm asking you, I was told it'll never change, but nothing ever changes unless you ask. And I think a base like 10 or 20% is small enough that they might bite at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do you, anyone on staff need a motion for the legislative priorities? Are you good with what was said here? You're good? Okay. Motion. Would somebody make a motion to approve the priorities given and that does not exclude further input?
Motion to approve legislative priorities as stated and included with the appropriations that were provided, but not limited by that.
Okay. And second was by Councilman Reinhardt? Yes, sir. All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. That brings us to the final item of the day, appointments by Chair, At-Large, and District 3 Council Member appointments to the Code Enforcement Board.
Correct. So at the last meeting, the Chair and the District 3 members postponed their appointments to this board. Since then, the At-Large member also did resign. The The individual does not have to live in your district, and whenever possible, the code does state that it should include an architect, a business person, an engineer, a general contractor, a subcontractor, and a realtor.
Mr. Chair, sorry, if I have Ms. Slack here. Ms. Slack, could you just clarify for council's benefit, which occupations are of that list Chris just gave, are we needing to fill?
Certainly. Right now, the ones that we need to fill are an architect, a subcontractor, and a contractor. Because one of our contractor who's currently on the board's up for reappointment, Mr. Hall. And a business person, because we have 3 vacancies.
So I know this is one of your, it's a very time-consuming board. We try to fill those occupations where in litigation where somebody's tried to get out from a code enforcement board decision because they said the occupation was not represented. So to a degree you could help us fill those, that would be greatly appreciated.
Okay. Vice Chair Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to nominate Gary Brulette. And County Attorney, did we have any luck contacting that architect I forwarded?
Russ Brown, Deputy County Attorney. Yes, sir. Myself and Slack spoke to Mr. Jay Pendergast. He's considering it, and he hasn't, as far as I know, submitted an application, but we did, Carissa followed up and forwarded him an application.
We need to twist his arm a little bit.
That could still be done. Maybe you can help us with that.
All right.
And I believe the gentleman you just nominated would fill the subcontractor spot.
Okay. Jake Johansson.
Yes, sir. I'd just like to state that I also have an architect on a short leash here, just pending application, so we might be okay. We'll see.
Okay. So you're deferring till next meeting? Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to do the same. I actually had a contractor who decided that it's a much too time-consuming board, and it is. It's a very busy board. It's an important board, and so I was glad they told me that because I don't want somebody to turn in half effort. So I will defer until the next meeting, Carissa. So we have a nomination of Brulette. What's the first name? Gary Brulette. For District 3 as a subcontractor. Is there a second for his nomination? Matt Reinhardt makes a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And is there any public participation? It's already spoke 3 times. Okay, so I was only half wrong. Jenny Nasak.
Jenny Nazak, that other JN person from Daytona Beach, Beachside. It has been a pleasure today to watch all of you work and listen to you speak. This has been my first time that I have been able to take an entire day to partake of the full experience. Thank you. I thank you all for your defense of fiscal prudence and also home rule. Very important. I wanted to follow up on my resolution that I read earlier today about the greening of the beachside. I wanted to highlight a couple of really beautiful sites that the county has done. There is the Andy Romano Beachfront Park. That's a beautiful dunescape environment. And also right near my house, the Kemp Street entrance to the beach with all the tall seagrasses and sea grapes. And so that kind of landscaping is really just the best for our little sandy, windy area, and it'll reap many benefits for tourists as well as residents. Let's see, what else did I want to bring up? Transportation. We have to be so, I don't know what we have to, creative and proactive in retrofitting some more sustainable transport. It's really hard because we have a lot of auto dependency that's baked in, but I like seeing the movements about the SunRail and some other things that'll help us be less 100% car dependent. I also want to encourage everybody to think of this Belvedere fuel terminal thing as totally optional. I call it NIABA, N-I-A-B-Y, not NIMBY, but NIABY, not in anyone's backyard. I don't want it near any farms. I don't want it near the rivers or the ocean or the woodlands. I don't want it anywhere. We need that land. We need our water. At the end of the day, we can't drink gasoline. It's actually a lot easier to just conserve fossil fuels than to keep expanding all this infrastructure. And yeah, we need our water and food too. So thank you all. Appreciate you all.
Thank you, Jenny. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. One, I concur with Jenny on the beach landscape, because when you come down here, what are you looking for in terms of a landscape around you? Are you looking for all the trees that you had back home? Do you want to see exactly the same landscape that you had back home? Are you looking for tropical? Are you looking for coconut trees and whatnot? We have to decide whether we are northern or southerners. And I'm quite happy with what was here originally before I got here. And so I like the idea of having a natural environment on the beach side, plus all the way up and down Volusia County. Secondly, Danny, you had a thing on sex offenders, and I just happened to be last week in Collins Park. I was having my morning coffee and reading, and there was a kid, 18, 20 years old, swinging on one of those disc swings, just happy as a lark, and he's been doing that probably 5 or 6 times that I've seen him. But he would be arrested because he's too old to swing on a swing. And then I had to go to the bathroom, so I took a direct route from where I was sitting to the bathroom, and it goes right through the middle of the park, where the swings are and all the things for the kids. Then I would have been arrested. So I'm worried about the unintended consequences of this, because I consider both of those innocent behavior and not to be arrested for. So I ask us to take a look at that very carefully. Third, I was at the coffee shop that had dedication at the Hilton. When I was there, found out that they had a study on the Ocean Center, and it was at the point where it needs to expand. It's fully occupied, and it needs more space and whatnot. And then I looked at the walkover, and 20 years ago, they were talking about when they built that walkover, that they didn't have the money to get it across, to get to the Hilton. So I'm asking you to look at that, because if they do go through this and they do expand it, now's the time to look at that, because there are several gradations, and every time you add more, they get bigger and better conventions that are able to come. That walkover takes the Hilton to the next level, because technically we consider that the hotel for the Ocean Center, but the convention business itself does not, because you have to walk out into the open. You have to walk across the street. If that walkover was there, they would have better conventions. So I'm asking you to consider that. I'm asking you to work with it. The Hilton said they would contribute funding. It's in the CRA, so we can get funding from the CRA. We get funding from the city. If we get several people donating or contributing, the hit on any one of them is a lot less, and it's so beneficial to the Ocean Center. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes public participation for the day. We'll move to final comments by the county manager.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First item, I'm going to have Suzanne report on. We had some very good news regarding a very large, another large grant coming our way.
Council members, on August 1st, we brought you a request to allow us to submit for a U.S. Department of Agriculture conservation grant under their Regional Conservation Partnership Program. We put up $20 million in Volusia Forever. monies over 5 years, and the USDA will put $25 million as a match into the programs, along with some other local partners who participated. They awarded Volusia County's grant request, which was made in partnership with the Alachua Conservation Trust, fully at the $25 million request, the largest grant to Florida out of this program in its history. So that'll bring dollars into the community. These are for conservation easements on our forest and farmlands, which were a new category when the program was reauthorized 2 years ago. So kudos to Brad Burbaugh and his team and the council for pursuing this. We'll be bringing you more information and projects that will be offset more than dollar for dollar for the community, help our dollars go further. So happy to report that.
Well, thank you. The only thing I have is I just want to give a heartfelt thank you to the council, to my team, everybody here that's helped out and sent me, my family, well wishes, flowers, cards, and donations to my brother's family, this untimely passing. So I do appreciate it. And, you know, when you work for an organization that has a heart, it makes a difference. So I do appreciate all that. Thank you.
Mr. County Attorney.
Yes, sir. Just wanted to, I know I sent an update to you the other day on our litigation with the West Volusia Hospital Authority. So years 1 and 2, we have received money from them, so it adds up to about just shy of $5 million. Year 3, you just approved. We've sent that invoice. We have a conference call with their attorney on Friday. One of the questions we're going to have is, are you paying? If the answer is what it's been the last 2 years, we'll need to bring an agenda item back to you for authority to bring a suit to collect for the 3rd year. We do have a trial set in January where they are trying to contest paying the 2nd year payment we just received, and I think they want that money back. So Mr. Bledsoe and Tom Portuello are handling that. So thank you.
Can I ask him a question?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. As a follow-up to that, and I don't know, are there any procedural or laws, administrative matters that allow us to make a claim against the attorney that continues to do these frivolous acts? I mean, he's spending tax dollars on both sides.
Yeah, well, we can...
wasting, better word.
There are some procedural things we can do if we feel that the action is frivolous. I don't think we're there yet, but we can.
I need you to get mad like you did earlier.
We even like the snort also, but we loved it.
All right.
It's the first time we've seen it.
You know, I think kind of honestly where we are is I think things have really come to a head for the trial we have in January, because for the first time they've actually countersued us, making an argument that I think they have to make to a state administrative agency to appeal, which they've never done. So we will argue that, and believe me, talking to Mr. Bledsoe, we're very, we want to be aggressive in filing actions for frivolous claims. Unfortunately, with this statute, there just isn't a lot out there that we can point to, but I appreciate your comment, and I'm very mindful of it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Certainly. Okay, that brings us to County Council. Actually, before I go there, Suzanne, I want to follow up on your update on the USDA grant. Those are for conservation easements. So that would mean that the farm that they're on, the agricultural land that they're on, the owner can continue using that land?
Yeah, subject to whatever terms of the conservation easement would be negotiated.
And they're not taken off the tax rolls?
Correct. The fee simple would remain with the property owner.
Right, okay. I just wanted to point that out. Okay, first up today, Matt, I'm sorry, but it's you, but you look prepared.
I'm ready. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. A few things. Transform 386, just a reminder for my Midtown residents. I hope they're listening. Hello? Because I said that they weren't. I wasn't saying anything about 386, but I am. The application process, my understanding, will begin on Tuesday, November 14th for qualified applicants, and they can go to www.transform386.org. Just want to make sure that was put out there. You guys are my witnesses. Just the last week on Wednesday, I participated in the White Cane Awareness event. Yes, you guys missed it. You would have seen me with a blindfold. You missed it. So, but I thought it was a great thing for Mobility Week. I was able to, for a short time frame, to understand the constraints associated with those that are blind and have to utilize public transportation, as was pointed out earlier about transportation needs. So it was important. I think that next year when it comes around, I'd like to see, I'm going to challenge Danny Robbins to be out there. All right. So we briefly talked about it today, the Q breakfast where we get our economic update. I would encourage more people to attend that. I started doing that process during my campaign and talk about being informed with the way tax dollars are spent and how the revenue is brought in. I mean, you have a better understanding it's then. So I would encourage more to attend. We talked a little bit about public works. Mr. Bartlett, you do a fantastic job. I appreciate what you do. And I'm going to give you a little kudos. So I know you're still, lack of a better word, negotiating with a certain company. We have gotten some more calls with regards to that road on Clive Morris and Daytona Beach. If you notice, that road is rippled. Those that need to be made aware, I think we need to be transparent and let our public know. The company that laid that down, it is under warranty, so we are actively trying to have them repair that. That's, I'm talking about the part of the county road of Clive Morris before Bevel, and then there are some, when I say before Bevel, from Dunlawton to Bevel, and then the areas on Bellevue also. Yeah, and then he could give you the scientific reason for that, but it ain't working. So nonetheless, Mr. Bartlett and his team have been working actively to get that company to repair it. That being said, when we talked about, Tad, when you brought up earlier about working with certain companies, ones from Orlando and other areas, obviously they charge more to come down here. So we're limited as to what companies we can use. Yes, even the inmates. I get it. I understand that now. Thank you for the clarity. But when we have companies like this, can that be taken into consideration before we utilize those companies? Again, how they respond to that, how they respond to, they want to argue the fact that they don't think they need to repair it. I don't know where that's at. I don't know if we need to take legal course against them for it, but I would have great concern, and I'm sure my counterpart down there, Mr. Santiago, you would agree when you talk about utilization of these companies that don't perform.
Yeah, that's, you know, when we have a construction project, whether it's a road project or a stormwater project or anything like that, utility project, you know, we have inspectors out there making sure they do things right. And sometimes with all that oversight, they still don't. And we have had those issues in the past. We do have our purchasing folks would probably be a little bit better to speak to this, but there are ways to essentially document those deficiencies, and then eventually through our process, our purchasing process, basically they wouldn't be allowed to bid for a certain.
Good. Well,
so we've done that, and we have the warranty period, and those issues you're talking about, we're the contractor to see that they get resolved, and if a contractor has a pattern of those kinds of issues, you know, we'll work with our purchasing folks to see
Excellent.
if there's other things.
Thank you very much. As those words to music to my ears, I appreciate that. Thank you. The next thing, Jenny, I would like to get with you later with respect to your greening of Beachside. I heard you speak about it at the Beachside Neighborhood Watch, and I took some notes at that time. My apologies that I didn't get back to you because my intent was to. The elimination of non-functional turf grass and plants that don't require fertilization and irrigation, getting Daytona, and I say Daytona because you brought up a good point, John, getting it back to the way it used to be. So I appreciate that, and I would like to get some more information from you, and maybe that's something we should actively pursue. So I appreciate you bringing that up. And last item, I'll save the negativity for last. So I know you guys get tired of me talking about the corrections department. We did something good here with respect to lieutenants, and I appreciate the hard work done by our staff. And I wasn't going to talk about this before, and I've seen some more comments since, so how do I say this? I'm done. So not done talking about them, but I get comments that are made on social media with respect to the fact that, well, they don't know why Reinhardt doesn't talk and in more support of our correction staff. Well, folks, if you're here, or like John is always here, I pretty much bring it up every single meeting. So there's no truth to that whatsoever. I will be your biggest cheerleader, continue to be, and that's just not true. So they talk about the fact that we don't care as a group up here too. As a council, and I can tell you from the response of how they respond to my motions and comments that they do care, and our staff cares. So that's not true. So I know they're stressed. I know that they've got issues. They want these issues addressed, and they want it done yesterday. I get that. Totally understand that. But it takes time. And we will get there. I have every confidence. I said that before. We will get there. So those that are sitting behind the keyboards and writing those comments, it's not just correction staff that do it. Others, there's no bigger board, group of people that are going to bat for you than these group of gentlemen up here, and our county staff as well. So I just wanted to put that out there, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple quick things here. I was approached by members of the enterprise community. For those who are not aware, District 3 assumed enterprise with the redistricting. Just a little history about them. You know, it's like they're not chicken, they're not fish. They're kind of stuck in between an area of Osteen and Daytona, and often they get overlooked with certain things. So I was approached by members of the community, and the trail goes through there, and they were looking at possibly there's a piece of property behind our fire station, and they had some questions for Tim Bailey, Director of Parks, and for staff. I know that some of those folks already met with some of the people that came forward, but to try to ascertain this little piece of property that's behind the fire station for like a cut-through spur for to close the gap with the trail, I guess in that area. I haven't done a site visit yet, but I'm going to. I think staff would just need a little bit direction to maybe get us some more information on possibly what we can do. And the whole reason behind this is that there's about 300 homes in there, and it's that clip through there is actually very dangerous for a bicycle. So they were looking for a safer spot to access our world-class trail system. Chair, would you like me to put that in a motion for just staff to look at that and maybe bring it just an additional?
I think you should.
So I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to come back with some additional information on creating a cut-through spur for the folks of Enterprise, and I can help coordinate that with Tim Bailey and
Happy to second the motion.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0.
And Mr. Bartlett, if I could, after our last rainstorm a couple weeks ago, I got contacted by one gentleman in particular, but several in the back. It's actually not too far from where I live, but further back in the community off of Dirt Road. You know this scenario better than I do, and I would just need council's help on reviewing this specific situation. Mr. Bartlett has that information, and if you could just enlighten us real quick.
Sure. So Mr. Robbins is speaking to a situation we had with a what we call non-maintained or an emergency maintenance road, where there was a significant washout of the road. We ended up going in there and getting it repaired. But what Mr. Robbins is speaking to is we have 86 miles of roads that exist in publicly dedicated right-of-way that the county council has never accepted for maintenance. I think most of you have heard the story. Back in 1976, someone with the county rode all the roads in a Dodge Omni or some kind of car like that, and if it was open and passable and there were houses on it, they accepted them for maintenance as county roads. We're referring to local roads, not thoroughfares. Flash forward to a few years after that, you know, that you have all these platted subdivisions throughout the county. And so you have right-of-ways that were dedicated to the public, but may not have been open and passable at that particular point. The way permitting and building permit worked back in the day is people would go in and basically build houses on these plats and then cut in their own little road. It was in a public right-of-way, never built to any sort of county standard, never accepted for maintenance by the county council. It just kind of existed. Like I said, we have 86 miles of these roads, and one of the biggest areas we had was West Highlands, the numbered streets in Orange City. That bubbled up about 20 years ago. The county actually imposed a special assessment on those folks living out there, and they were brought up to a county road dirt standard, and they're currently assessed yearly for the maintenance of those. So these roads have been an issue during the hurricanes. Because they were considered public right-of-way during a debris removal situation, because it is public right-of-way, FEMA would reimburse for debris removal. So typically during hurricanes, we'll go in and do one pass of debris removal on those roads. We also will keep them up. Most of them are dirt. There's a few paved ones, but most of them are dirt. We will maintain them if the fire services goes out there and says it's impassable for an emergency vehicle. So basically the point of this is we have 86 miles of roads that are considered non-maintained except for emergency situations. And now as I sit on DRC, we see a lot, you know, given the state of home building, a lot of these lots were acquired inexpensive places for people to build houses. We add that when someone comes before DRC, because they're dirt roads, they have to connect, the land development code requires that they connect to a paved county road. If they request a waiver to connect to a dirt road, we require them to file and record a notice to future owners that that portion of the road that they're on is non-maintained. So I think what Mr. Robbins is looking for is what can be done about these roads. Obviously 86 miles of dirt roads. We currently maintain 80 miles of county maintained dirt roads that we grade every other week throughout the county. So these are 86 miles of dirt roads that aren't routinely graded unless there's a need for an emergency vehicle to get through. So
pretty much, and I've lived back in there for about 20 years, far away from the nudist colony, by the way, David. That's back there. But this area, the grader does go down through it quite a bit, you know. But I have noticed over the years, though, there's a lot more washouts. What I'm trying to figure out is how we can't do 86 miles of this, and we can't treat someone different than the other. I don't want to get into that. Is there some? I would just like to maybe explore to see what can we do, whether it's how we groom it or how we do the drainage, something, because I've personally noticed it change And that's all I'm asking, and I think these people are reasonable, but he's been dealing with it. Some people couldn't leave their driveway for like 4, 5, 6 days.
Yeah.
So they're kind of stuck.
We
Stuck
you
at
know,
home.
when I was road and bridge director, I used to get a lot of those calls,
Yeah.
and we understand their frustration. You know, at the end of the day, there's a few options that, you know, the county council could, as a policy decision, decide to accept those roads as county maintained roads. They could accept them at a lower level of service. They could do a special assessment to bring them up to a certain standard. There's all kinds of options. We could bring something back to the council to go through all those options and talk
Just
about it.
At your convenience, I don't know if council's okay with that, just maybe looking at a couple possible options to maybe, we can't ignore it forever. And the reason I say that is years ago, there wasn't a whole lot of people back there. And these roads, 2 vehicles can pass on them. They're actually nice dirt roads. We do a good job with it. But there's a lot more people back there now.
And that's what we're seeing is that, you know, 20, 30 years ago, 1 or 2 homes, not a big deal. You might even have had a guy with a box blade and a tractor that took care of it himself. And now, given the state of the housing market and how expensive things are, people are acquiring these lots because they're inexpensive and they're building houses on it. And you're seeing explosive growth on some of these areas.
Thank you.
Really what makes the special assessment district come into play, because now you can share the cost amongst more people. And like the West Highlands was the largest we've ever done. That's the one you mentioned. That had the effect of really changing that neighborhood into a much safer and nicer neighborhood. And I think property values went up significantly. And so that's a success story really out there. But I will point out though, in that a lot of these have to be really have a fairly major rehabilitation just to get it to a point you can maintain it. So it's not just start running a motor grader. It's really rebuilding the road, a lot of tree removal, a lot of things that had to happen to get, because if you're going to do that, you have to have a certain width. We can put some stuff together, but I do feel that probably one of the models of most success was the West Highlands.
Yeah, and one distinction I want to make is we have some areas where there is not public right-of-way. They're legit private roads where there is no public right-of-way dedicated or anything like that. Ranchette Road would be a good example of that. So this is not those types of roads, although they could, if they wanted to, do a special assessment district.
Yeah, sounds good. So whenever you can, that would be great. Council, something I think would be a good community, thank you, Ben. Kind of like a community, I don't know if you'd say building or an opportunity for us to reach out to the community, but I have a young daughter, a little over a year. She just started walking, and I know we're either all parents or grandparents up here. I don't know if it's something we can look into, but a baby swimming survival class, maybe partner with the lifeguards, maybe at like Daytona State, for them to teach the babies how to survive. I think that's something really cool that we can. I don't know if there's a grant. We have grants for AEDs and other life-saving things. I don't know if that's something you guys would be interested in.
I think the YMCA offers that for infants, swimming lessons. I don't know if there's a charge for it, but usually the YMCA is pretty reasonable.
Yeah, but if something we can do as an outreach, I don't want to say free of charge, it's all costs money, but I know we can get grants and stuff like that. If it's something we can explore, I think that'd be kind of cool.
I think it's also a heightened public service message, right, on the threats to it and awareness.
We have water
I don't have
everywhere.
opposition to looking into that.
I also don't have any opposition to it. You know, the number of young kids with the amount of water around them. I can tell you, Councilman Robbins, a gift that we gave our daughter for our grandson Hudson was infant swim research lessons, and he took a lesson yesterday. Our son Wyatt went through it. You know, we have a pool in our backyard, and it's something that I applaud you for bringing this up, because it's something we need to make residents acutely aware of, because there are retention ponds and pools and bathtubs and things. And when you see your daughter, who is a year old, at the end of their time with this swim lesson, survival lesson, and they're put in a body of water, completely clothed, and they turn around on their back screaming, because a screaming child is a living child, and they're floating, it is extremely impactful. Yep, we pay for it for my grandson, and we just got another grandson. We're going to pay for it for him as well.
Who's providing the classes?
It's up in Ormond Beach. It's called Infant Swim Research, ISR, and I'll have to look and see the name of the company. But you're right, Chairman. I believe the YMCA also provides things, and it's something I'm also, as Councilman Santiago said, I'm not adverse to looking into this and seeing what can be done.
Yeah. So, just at our convenience, if we could look into that and see what we can do for our community, and maybe get a grant and have our beach patrol, the best swimmers probably in the world, I think that would be great. I really do. Just to close, a couple things I'm looking at for the new year, guys. Last meeting, I read off pages and pages of permits and fees. I think we had a unanimous head shake because you guys wanted me to shut up and quit reading them. But I want to look at consolidating, or maybe even cutting those permit fees to actually extend and make more affordable housing for our working class, because these nickel and dime things, at the end of the day, it's death by 1,000 cuts. I know we can do better, and when times are better, we can flex this stuff. I'm going to be working on that.
Hey,
Sorry.
Dan, I just want to respond to what you said, because I don't want to lose your thunder, but I agree with what you had said, because it's out of control on many levels, not just the county. When a constituent of mine, went for a fence permit, it was an $800 fence that they bought. They had to pay $150, and this is not county. They had to pay $150 permit for an $850 fence. It's crazy. I just wanted to give some fuel to your thunder there.
Yeah, every once in a while I put a shot over the bow to so people know. But so want to work towards that. We hand out a lot of money for affordable housing, and it's only affordable for a select group of people. And I'm just looking to chip away at some of this others to make it more affordable for everybody. And then the other thing I'm working on, looking for cuts where we can. You hit on it, Mr. Santiago, earlier. I want to dedicate general fund dollars every year and start tackling some of our transportation. So I'm setting a goal of $2 to $3 million in cuts that I can come up with, and I'm going to be working on that for the greater part of the next 6 months to try to come up with something where we can actually dedicate dollars to tackle every year, where we can have a set amount of money go over, where we can kind of plan a little bit better, because with inflation and everything else that's going on, none of our transportation needs are going to get fixed. I really don't want to get involved in a conversation about the sales tax. I don't think we're there yet. We haven't expended all of our energy yet with some other stuff. So that's it. Thank you.
Deputy County Manager, did you want to add to the infant lesson?
I've already had some text. I do want to let council know you do fund swimming lessons for disabled children through your Children and Family Advisory Board grants. That's one of our grants. And we'll look into ways we can sponsor infant swimming lessons, maybe in partnership with the YMCA. So I just wanted to let you know, we do some of that through our CFAB grants already, just as an informational point.
Great. Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today I got a few. I'm usually quiet at this time, but yeah, except having fun with you all, which I should. Not even 4 o'clock. I know, but I'm going to have a little bit of fun, because I noticed something today. I don't know if it's a trend. So, Matt, you gave a lot of love to the public works guy. So I don't know if that helps moving your paving projects higher or not on the list. So good job, guys, today. Keep up the good work. Let's look at that list tomorrow. Couple things I wanted to know. Earlier today, it's not the first time we've had folks come out and complain about, I'm not giving validity to it or not, I don't know, but the situation regarding code enforcement officers and some allegations that have been made. The gentleman made a comment about body cameras. Body cameras have come a long way for law enforcement, for protection on both sides. I think it's something worth to look at. I don't know the cost. I don't know if what would turn out to be, but I don't know if I would love to be able to go, hey, let's go to the videotape. That did not occur, right? Or it did occur. But I just want to see if there's consensus to say, look at it.
David, if I may, real quick, 2 years ago, it was one of a major concern. That's kind of what led us in prior council to getting the ones for corrections, But I had asked this question several years ago before this even came up, because it was one of the top complaints. Hey, why is government on my property? What are they doing? What are they doing this for? And it's so easy. And when I was a police officer, at first I was against them because it was something dealing with the type of work that we were doing in the unit I was on. You had to be very careful in terms of tactic and information. But this is different, and they have evolved. And it's a protection tool, because at the end of the day, it's liability, and you're dealing with somebody's, rights. So I get it, and I'm with you 110%. I'd support you in that, teetotally. Anybody that can red tape your job or bring the heavy-handed government down, I think it's a great idea. And other cities are doing it in Volusia County.
Yeah, that's what I heard. It sounds like there's consensus.
Just to expand on that, other cities are talking about it, and New Smyrna was talking about doing it. And actually, it wasn't as a result of any conflict or misunderstanding that the civilians were having with the code enforcement officers. It was brought to light when, in another state, a code enforcement officer was killed going to the door. So, and there is no type of, they couldn't tell who. So it's a protection measure for both. So it is something that warrants a further discussion. It's something that a lot of cities, like you just said, are thinking about or have gone to it. The city of Daytona Beach has body cams, code enforcement, just putting it out there. So it's already here.
Maybe we could reach out to another government entity to help us pay for it.
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought that up, David. I wrote it down to bring up too on mine. So I'm glad to hear you say that. In fact, I think the business owner that brought it up said he'd pay for it the first year. I don't know if that's, well, never mind.
He might not know the cost.
But for the reason that you said, it protects our people as well. If somebody accuses them of lying, show me the video, and then we can look. So, but I think we need to give an opportunity to the county manager and Clay to come back and tell us, about unintended consequences, whatever. But
bring it back.
I think
we'll definitely look into that. We already have. We've been expanding their use through the organization. We did corrections. I think we're with animal control, and we'll look at that too. And then we can get that red flag in that commercial. When someone doesn't agree, we'll throw the flag and we'll review the.
You struck a nerve.
We'll review the video.
Thank you, Don Dempsey. You wanted to remark on it?
Well, I don't know if Ben's been working out or not. Looks like he's lost some weight. So I just want to join in on the hookup session here. But no, one thing that's very useful at least in family law cases and stuff like that is we don't necessarily use body cams, but if we can just create an ordinance that says any conversation between code enforcement or zoning, I hate to say this, but can be recorded and is admissible in court. That way we don't have to bear the cost of body cams. We don't have to bear the cost of preserving and public records requests and all the hoops that go through, all the added cost of preserving body cams, making sure they're working, making sure. If we just come up with an ordinance that says, hey, anybody who's meeting with a code enforcement person or a zoning person, we consent to them being recorded, and we consent to the audios being, we don't want to violate the wiretapping statute. You can't do it right now because of the wiretapping statute, but if we create an ordinance and we just put everybody on notice that, your phone calls with constituents or, disgruntled taxpayers, it's subject to being recorded and used against you in court, that saves us the hassle. If we're really just trying to make people feel better and that they have a resource, so if they have a valid complaint, they can prove their case and not accuse county workers of, lying or conspiring. And they just, where's your tape? Let me hear your tape, and it's that simple. We don't have to go through the expense of maintaining body cams and public record stuff. That's all I would say.
I think staff can bring all options to us that are legally available to us. I'm okay with that. Okay, next, I think you don't need a motion. I think you guys have enough direction on that, I think. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The other thing I wanted to bring up was, I think it's Senate Bill 120, but don't quote me on that. I think the Local Act, I know, we have a city manager that has been very vocal on it and a few members about it. I had to sit down with them going over the bill, which I was very familiar with. I wanted to see if there's a consensus to get our own staff to give us their analysis of the Live Local Act and how it would impact Volusia, and then we make any decisions accordingly. I don't want to put more work on you guys, but I'd like to hear from you. I trust our professionals. I know. But I trust our staff, with the analysis they give us to be correct. So if there's consensus of that, it'd be good.
We'll do that. We'll put it together.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next one is, I understand that there's been precedent, I think staff can help us with this, that in years past during the holidays times, we have considered canceling one of our meetings. I know the second meeting in January is like right before Christmas, an evening meeting. Excuse me, December is the evening meeting right before the holidays. I do want to see if there's any consensus to postpone that one, or cancel that one. If I'm incorrect that there's precedent for this, please stop me, staff.
Can I jump in, David?
Yeah.
Staff, is that going to put you in a bad position with anything that you have lined up for us to work on? And if not, then I would second his motion to cancel the second meeting in December.
Yeah, we need to take a look at what's in the queue as far as any land use things, and then there could be an effect on, things like evaluations and things like that. But I'll do a little analysis of what's up ahead. But if you guys want to give us some direction pending what we find out, we could do that.
The consensus for that? I think we all evaluated Mike today, so that was good. We're done with his evaluation. And Ben. Yeah, and Ben, thank you.
Yeah, and just to touch upon what George said, because we have some shot clocks when we have to act on some things with a timely manner, Clay's going to look to see if it's possible we can still operate so we don't violate any of those.
Sure. I guess if that's the case, you could tell us on the first meeting in December, and then at that point, we can cancel if we so choose.
Next meeting in November.
That's right, November, that's right. I'm thinking it's the third.
Yeah,
Right. Okay.
Right, we have another one this month. So.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then, I wanted to bring this up for a couple months now, and today I remembered about it. I wanted to see what the council's thoughts are on having individuals come to this council and play their own videos in our system that gets transmitted over the air. I know we haven't had any scenarios where it may not have been, I'm not talking about council members, I'm not talking about staff, but where anybody can come here in the public participation stage. I think it's already happened once, where they can play something that gets put over our airways. I'm concerned that if we don't take a position early, then and have an advertised policy on it, and we can ask legal opinion. One day we may get something that we're like, oh my gosh, we're in a jam. So, Mr. Chair, if I could ask our council to see if there's any direction or any precedent to any of this where we can consider?
Chairman?
Yes, Mike, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but we do have an advertised, they have to turn in the video at least 24 hours ahead of time so we know what's coming.
I think we need something a little bit more.
Okay.
More.
Danny Robbins, and then Troy Kent, and then Mike Dyer.
County Attorney, I'll let you, we ran into this, Mr. Santiago, in the past when it came to a lot of controversial stuff around short-term rentals, I play video for hours and hours, and it was just loaded with misinformation. That's why we took a stance last council in creating policy where we'd have to look at it, number one, beforehand, but it was also limited. Like, you had to speak, you know, these props and all the drama it's not fitting for this scenario. But I'll let the county attorney elaborate on that.
Yeah, so Mr. Robbins was touched on what I was going to mention, so I think the chair did. So in your meeting rules or ordinance, you do have a requirement that someone submit their video, at least, or electronic media, so whether it be a PowerPoint or a video, 24 hours in advance. Carissa or another staff member runs for a virus check of that. That's the reason for that. Council was faced with a situation at one time where, you know, arguably somebody was playing videos in order for people to speak to the council that were not present. So council directed us to change the ordinance and say that, well, you can present this electronic media, but the audio should only contain the public participant's voice. That is not always enforced. I can say sometimes if you have somebody that wants to present, you know, a clip from CNN or Fox News and it's not their voice, we can do so. It's not an issue that's come up with this council. You could also prohibit videos. There's no entitlement for somebody to play a video during public input. They speak to you. If they want you to see something, they can email it to you. So I think you have a variety of options. We can talk to you about that to change it.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ayer. I'll hear what you have to say.
Yeah, and I was just going to jump in and just say mostly what we've already heard, and that is that, you know, I've read through our rules frontwards and back a couple of times, and in it talks about they need to receive it 24 hours in advance at a minimum to check it for viruses and things like that. So, but I see what you're saying. There certainly could be a problem, and you know, I didn't pay attention back in the day what Mr. Robbins was talking about. I can only imagine what that was like, you know, with video after video and misinformation, and you know, it just bogs things down. So I think it's a good thing you're bringing it up.
Yeah, thank you. And you know, turning it in 24 hours, there's no vetting process of that anyway from a content perspective, right?
Yeah, and honestly, you know, we run into a First Amendment issue.
Sure.
You know, because Carissa and I have talked about that. You know, you may get a video of something that really isn't on point, but it's during free public input, and they want to, you know, for example, they weren't happy what, you know, what Judge Pirro said on Fox News last night. They want to express that to you. You know, you do have a rule during general public input that when somebody's not speaking on an agenda item, they should be speaking on an item that you can do something about. You know, maybe it's not on your agenda, but if somebody's talking about something that's entirely off point, you could intercede and stop them. You could stop, as I said, having electronic media. I think that does simplify it as well. So I think with the way technology's evolved, we're just dealing with more of these issues that 5 years ago, quite frankly, we didn't.
Yeah, and that's why I'm bringing it up, Council, because the day hasn't come yet, but it'll come. I don't know when someone's going to televise something through our means, and we can't stop them because of First Amendment right. But if we have the rule in place ahead of time, whether we don't permit it, then there's no issue. So I think just trying to be preemptive of what may come one day. And so, but if we do it ahead of time, we're not in anybody's violation, correct?
Right. And so what I'm hearing from you, Mr. Santiago, is maybe the discussion is, you know, do you want to change the rule to say, hey, if you want to come speak to council, you can speak, but we're not going to have videos.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I move that we direct staff to come up with proposals for us to potentially address this, to expand or eliminate the submittal of videos.
Second for discussion in the future.
Okay. The motion is to have direct staff to bring back a discussion on expanding our rules on videos, eliminating, reducing, whatever the case may be, Motion by David Santiago. Was there a second to that? Second by Troy Kent, and I believe Jake Johansson wanted to speak to this issue.
I did, sir, quickly, and since it's coming back, I'll be extremely quick about it. But I would like, I hope at the end of the day, I don't want to stymie somebody's ability to provide me information. It can be done via email. Maybe Mike, you and Carissa can figure out a way to, after the fact, embed it in the public comment. If it's a public comment item that's not agenda related. If it's agenda related, you send us letters all the time. Just send us an attachment. Doesn't have to be shown, but can be provided as part of our packet. Because the entire packet doesn't get shown. I think it just can be a piece of information that we can watch, and then the public can go, what the heck's he talking about? Well, it's in the agenda. You just need to pull it out and watch it. So as long as that's part of it, I'm good with this.
I agree.
Okay, so this will come back, but not in December. For discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. My last item is the cultural grants funding that we have recently approved, and I know this council voted to continue the program. I wanted to put some ideas out there similar to the theme we've been following to reduce taxes, right, and become more efficient. I wanted to see if there's a thought process on modifying that, not eliminating it, but modifying it in a way that if you really look at the list on there, they are organizations that have been on that list. I'm going to use the word forever, but I'm not being factual, right? I would wonder if we could modify that program. We could throw different numbers or ideas where it's a phased off approach, where new programs can thrive right now. So right now there's a barrier to entry into this cultural arts program because we pretty much just rubber stamp the same number every year and the same people apply and the same people get the money. But I'm okay with seed money, I think, and I think this council will, and it could be, I'll throw a number, 100%, 75% the next year, 50%, and then if you're not thriving in year 5, I don't know about your program, but drive them to the program where they become self-sufficient, frees up funds, whatever we allocate, to allow new entrants into the environment, and we'll see how it goes. I think it'll support the program, and it'll help drive those organizations to raise funds. I see heads bobbing, so.
Jake, did you want to?
I want to make a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
So a motion to have staff bring back a sundown program by nonprofit to have a 5 or 7 year sundown plan for each one of them, so we can stimulate some new cultural growth. Hopefully, keeping those other people in business as well for the foreseeable future, but it weans them off the government tax dollar and makes them self-sufficient within an X amount of period of time.
I think it's a healthy discussion, and I'll second that. I'll just ask the maker of the motion, are you okay with Councilman Santiago sitting down with staff and his idea of the timeline of what you laid out? I think you've given it some thought, and I think that your thought, you can help staff with some of that decision that they bring back to all of us. You okay with that, Jake?
Absolutely. I think we all ought to help staff
second.
as often as we can.
Perfect. Second.
Okay. Danny Robbins for discussion.
Thanks, Chair. I had a question. Mr. Kent, you're probably more familiar with this than anybody with the school end of this. Can these same organizations, can they go tap the well of the school board and ask for, do they do the same thing like we do? Because what I would want to do is, if you tap the well once, I'm a one and done kind of, but to keep on hitting the taxpayer at all of our different governing boards and all these things, it gets old, to be honest with you.
It's a really fantastic question. I can't answer for the school board, but I can answer for the city of Ormond Beach. And I believe other cities as well that have some cultural arts programs available, that yes, I think that does happen. And I think it's part of the application. We could address that with part of our application process with who else, where else are you receiving support from this? Because you bring up a really good point as far as what about the new groups that want to participate but can't because the groups that have been getting the money for 25 years are continuing to get that money and there's not an opportunity for them. And I think, Councilman Robbins, you're hitting the nail on the head with, let's be very transparent, let's see the whole picture.
Yeah, and incorporate that into our kind of our application process and maybe put them on a rotation. Hey, you received, if we can limit it to one government entity you get money from, and then, hey, you can't get money from a government entity for another 5 years, 3 years, something that allows other people to come in and have that same equal opportunity to for some help. But I think that's a fair approach to this. It does help out. I know in New Smyrna Beach and in Southeast Volusia on our economic development end, there's a lot of great programs. But I see where you're coming from, and I support anything that area.
I would just like to include, if the staff would, when they're preparing for this, if they would let the Cultural Arts Council know so that they're not caught off guard. They should have some input on this. I know this year they went through the whole list and cut amounts to people, but it's still the same companies, which I think, or same nonprofits, which I think is your point. But they should be part of the conversation too, is all I'm saying.
I agree. I think this will help cultural arts thrive with new entrants into the area.
Because what scares me is they hit us, and they hit the school board, then they hit Ormond, New Smyrna Beach.
Double, triple dipping.
It drives me nuts.
Okay, so we need to vote on we've got the motion and the second motion by Councilman Johansson, second by Councilman Kent, to have staff bring this back. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
And Mr. Chairman, just hopefully I'm the last one to compliment Ben. You've been working out. It looks good. Thanks.
Ben, when is your birthday? Okay. Councilman Dempsey.
I'll be short. Two things. One, Mr. Ferrantino, the guy that owns City Limits, he was talking about his frustration in dealing with the government and all that, and I don't know how that's going, but I know it is a common complaint that people get frustrated in dealing with the government, and not only ours, but just government in general. And when trying to pull permits and all that stuff, I've experienced it myself. When you build a house or something, then you pull in permits, and then you get another permit. I mean, it gets frustrating, and for a lot of people, it's very frustrating, and they don't have the resources to hire an attorney to walk them through it, or a general contractor, especially if you're somebody just doing stuff on your own property for yourself, and you don't want to hire a GC just to build a shed or something like that. So I know we talked about this in our goal-setting meeting months ago, but I would still like to explore the possibility of getting an ombudsman's office here in the county so that people have a resource to go to, the ombudsman is designed to be an independent agency that doesn't work for the county, but they're a middle person, and they're there to solve problems. And if the county's being unreasonable, or some officer with the county is being unreasonable, then they can address it and just help these people and walk them through the permitting process and anything else they have to do to be compliant without having to hire a professional and have the added expense. So I don't know if we could maybe vote to direct staff to look into maybe setting up something like that. I think that might be a good resource for the community. Thanks.
Danny Robbins.
That's a great thing, Don. But something I'd like, and we can team up on it, or this group can team up, we could start getting rid of some of this crap and really make it, and we may not need a ombudsman office. So if we can buckle down, come, the new year and tackle some of this stuff, but, that may be an option. I'd support you with that, but I'd soon as I'll get rid of some of this stuff.
Yeah,
God, I'm sorry.
I like your idea. I think 3 years ago, I brought that up right as soon as I was elected. One of my goals was to bring new good business into the county and help our local businessmen grow. And I too hear this complaint all the time. They're not used to dealing with government, and it's expensive and it's time consuming. So I think we should do two things, one of which I've heard two people say. I think every meeting we should be bringing back permit requirements, regulations that we think we can get rid of. And let's talk about them and discuss it and see if we can get rid of them. The other thing is, I think my approach was getting the cities and the county to all work together. It didn't work. There's just, because it's cumbersome and the cities want to have their own standards, the county might want something different. So maybe the ombudsman is the way to go. I would love to hear more about that. So I would support you in that. George Rectenwall.
Yeah. As far as the ombudsman, I think when we were discussing that would have been a county employee, maybe separate from, not necessarily in that department or that area or somehow, but if you're going to have an outside person, that would be, I think, a different structure. Now, I have talked to some of the local engineering firms and people out there that have been willing to, for small businesses or mom and pops, to look at pro bono type work that as attorneys do, or very low cost, maybe having almost like a like a walk-in time or hours, where they could help people with what would be fairly minor issues. We definitely are looking right now at eliminating certain things, but I will tell you, what you're going to get in and find is a lot of it, again, you're talking about state building codes and things that we are not allowed to not have. So, but again, we'll look at the idea and things that we can. We are actively doing that as we speak. You'll see that we have, and of course we've just today brought forth the business tax receipt idea that we worked on, and we do have a way, and we're working on a way to get more information so that we're not going to lose the information we gained from that. That is being done. But you will see more things that will be streamlined. But and the ombudsman idea is being put forth, but that would be a county employee, not an outside person.
Don, this is your time. There's still names up. Danny, are you okay?
Oh, I was just gonna, if you don't mind. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you look at Wikipedia, the definition of an ombudsman is a public advocate who is an official who's usually appointed by a government or by Parliament to investigate complaints and attempt to resolve them, usually through recommendations or mediation. I mean, I think that's the idea of an ombudsman. When I was at undergrad at University of Pittsburgh, we had an ombudsman's office there that was a branch of Pitt. And we would go there and talk about your complaints with the registrar or anything you might have. So I don't think it's a bad thing, even if they are a county employee. We're not trying to call them as witnesses in lawsuits against the county. This is just a mediation type scenario. I mean, look who investigates the police. The FDLE, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, investigates complaints against the police. So if we're talking about the fox guarding the hen house, I mean, I'd hope we're not going to get to that point, but I don't think it's a deal killer just because they would be paid by the county. Put them in an office across the street.
Well, from the business perspective, we've had this, and just the person retired from it is what happened during the COVID and hasn't been replaced. But we had a person through our economic development office. So that was a totally different area. They had a completely different boss, different department. That way, if there was something that needed to be arbitrated, it would be elevated to my office. So that way, again, they were there to help out from the business perspective. And then, you know, as they grew and got more expertise, you know, could leverage the relationships they had from within to get things done quicker and again, maybe help people right up on the front end after they got a little bit more experienced with it. So.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to create an arbitration scenario or mediation scenario. I'm just trying to give people an added resource instead of calling and being frustrated when the phones are not answered or calls are not returned. This just gives them another outlet to maybe get a simple answer that they may not know the answer to, but this person might be able to help in 80-90% of the scenarios, and if it's something they can't help them with, then so be it. But then they need to hire an engineer or a contractor or a lawyer or whatever. But to handle, I would imagine most of these answers could be had just through an ombudsman or something like that. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying, Mr. Dempsey, too, is you're looking for somebody, as George had said, it's a function we used to have, and we just haven't filled it with somebody retired, but you're looking for somebody to help people navigate the process.
Yeah. Or more.
So don't let this die. This is a good idea. So where do we go?
Well, I guess just move to have staff look into setting up an office, not maybe just one person, but, you know, an actual office, and if need be, a couple of employees or several, just to, and then advertise it to the public so that they know there's a resource that we're providing to them to help them with their frustration and all that. So
I would hope that would make us a more desirable place to do business and give our current business owners some hope. Okay.
Well, I guess I'll make a motion to direct staff to look into setting up an ombudsman.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Don Dempsey, second by Vice Chair Robbins. All in favor, Jake Johansson.
I'll wait for comments. I'll wait for my personal comments.
Okay. All in favor of having this come back for more information from staff, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? But not in December. Or on Ben's birthday. Okay, go ahead, continue, Don.
And then last, I know you guys have all seen Paul Richardson come up here during public comment last couple of months, and he's talking about wanting to, make sure that we appropriately celebrate our country's 250th anniversary of our founding. And I talked to Paul about this, and I mean, he's got some good points. So we're basically 2 years away, 2.5 years away from our whatever centennial anniversary, the 250th anniversary of our founding. And I was thinking maybe we could set up a committee. I know Paul wanted to be involved if possible, but if we could set up a committee to try and figure out an appropriate way to honor our forefathers, our founding fathers. I don't know if that would involve like a mural on a wall or a statue or just something to commemorate our founding fathers. And I know we have a lot of parks and stuff that commemorate different things. I'm not aware of anything that really commemorates our founding fathers. So I thought it was a good idea that he had, and that gives us a 2-year leeway to try and come up with a good idea that we could vote on. And then if it's a statue, I'm sure that'll take a while to build, or if it's a painting, we got to find somebody to do it. So this would give us a little over 2 years to. So yeah, I moved to have it come back.
Second.
Okay, and the motion was to have it come back from staff, how we would
How we
form
could
a
form
board or a committee?
Yes.
I think we could do a board that each of us appoints people to.
Yeah,
And,
there you go.
Okay. But not December. Or on Ben's birthday.
Well, it's in July, it might be on his.
Because we want to be able to celebrate Ben's birthday
Okay.
cleanly. Okay, did everybody hear the motion? And the second? that we're going to send it back to staff to bring us back some recommendations in forming a board committee, that maybe a board that we appoint members to, but I'll let them bring back an idea for celebration of the bicentennial .5 celebration. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion, are you getting all this? Thank God for recording, so. Okay, Don, continue.
That's it, I'm done. Have a good night.
All right, Jake Johansson.
There we go. All right, Ben. I saw you walking away and Mark Swanson said, dude, there's other councilmen that still have to congratulate you, so go sit back down. So you're looking good, brother. Thanks for being with us tonight. The comment I wanted to make regarding the ombudsman is, I know the auditor is busy, but maybe it would be a good idea to somehow try to weasel in a forensic kind of reconstruction of the city limits. He said, she said, and try to get down to what happened there and if something needs to be done. I got his side of it. I don't have staff's side of it yet. I don't know. And I know usually the truth is somewhere in the middle, and maybe one other, if he has time to see. And that'll give us some background on where our ombudsman, if we decide to do that, needs to go. I think those are great ideas. Ombudsman, navigators, people to get your average person through the wickets necessary, so our code enforcement people or our building officials don't have to keep on going out and re-inspecting and re-inspecting and re-inspecting. My historic knowledge in the city and here somewhat in the county is that by and large, when people try to do things on their own and cut corners to make it cheap, is when it falls short, you know. You know, everything I've done in my home, I've gone through a contractor who's bonded, insured, and they go, oh, the added cost is because you got to buy a permit. And then when they're done, they say you got to call to get an inspection. And then you got to be there when the inspector comes in. It's all worked out fine. So maybe you can, maybe you can't. I don't know if the auditor is the right place to put that, George, but it's an idea.
Well, one thing I would say that is relevant to this particular issue, city limits, it's an ongoing code enforcement case.
Mm-hmm.
So your code enforcement board has found them in violation. I think they're giving them additional time. So some of the comments you heard at the last meeting, those would have been appropriate for them to say at the code enforcement board meeting.
Yep.
And they're trying to pull, so you got kind of a broader issue of, policy and how your staff interacts. That's separate. But, he said, she said, what's actual violation? That's something your code board has already ruled on, actually.
Perfect, which brings me to my then next thought. We have a code enforcement board. We've already talked that the code enforcement board is extremely busy. It's a very time-consuming job, and we're down 2 now, right? Mine and yours. We're down 2. I had talked earlier about possibly moving to a magistrate. That's not out of the realm of possibility, correct? And if not, I would like to bring that forth, and I would like to discuss it and maybe make a motion to investigate using a special magistrate that would relieve all code enforcement or code folks. It would take away some, if there is any, and I'm not aware of any good old boy network stuff happening. Not that I think it is, but it might be. And then put it on one person. I found that a magistrate in a couple of different areas has been very effective. They haven't always done exactly what I thought should have been done, but you live by the law and move forward, and they usually don't have any ties with the county, so at the end of the day, they walk away and they're like a judge, and not too many people argue with a judge.
You, and you use a special magistrate for some types of cases currently.
Yeah.
So that is an option. Some jurisdictions have gone that way. And so it would be kind of abolishing your citizen code enforcement board, using a magistrate. The process for your staff would be the same, to just be presenting to a different person. So we can bring that information to you.
Yeah,
and you can make a decision.
I'd like
if
for
you
that.
like. If council wants us.
Motion, second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye. All right,
Can you clarify who seconded that motion?
Danny, Vice Chair Robbins. I'd also like to make a motion to, so one of the things I think we noticed today with the school board was there was no board member here. There was no CFO here. There was no superintendent here. Not to say that the people that weren't here didn't do a good job, but I would like to make a motion to seal the importance that we think it is for children to be safe in our schools, to send the chairman and the city manager, or at least the deputy city manager, to the next school board meeting to spend 3 minutes telling them how important it is for us that our county thinks that the children should be cared for, but not on our dime, but on the school board's dime. And I think it's important that the leadership show up, because we thought it was important that their leadership did not show up. So I make that motion that they attend the next Volusia County School Board meeting and share with them our passion for keeping our children safe.
Jake, just for clarification, who did you want to have attend? Was it you said city or county manager?
Chairman and George, or Chairman and Suzanne? And if the chairman can't go, Danny. Vice Chair?
Second.
Okay, I'm good with that. So we have a motion to request the county chair or vice chair and the county manager or deputy county manager to the next school board meeting.
I'd imagine that's where it's going to come up, and they're going to say
that we turned them down.
Status quo. Yeah, and I don't want status quo to be the answer.
Okay.
Because that would make it not a safety of children issue, but a financial issue. And that's not what they came here to and told us it was for.
You seconded that? Troy Kent, okay. Motion by Jake Johansson, second by Troy Kent. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Can we send Ben also?
Any opposed?
Because he's getting a lot of love today.
Oh, God.
So, and just to clarify that, Mr. Johansson, so my understanding, just the message would be, this council does support child safety.
Absolutely.
And
Not on our dime, on their dime, is what I heard Mr. Johansson say.
Yep. Yeah. Yep. We love the idea. We just want you to pay for it. Because I'm afraid the message will get lost.
If I could just add to that, I would doubt that anybody up here would say we wouldn't pay for it. If a school board was broke, if they didn't have the money, they have a huge budget and reserves just like we do. So they can pay for it. So for them to come to us and put it on us and try and make us look bad, yeah, I'll be glad to go to that meeting. And I'm sure Suzanne is thinking right now, we got to write him some talking points. So, yeah.
Well, yeah, we can all go.
Yeah, anybody can go.
It's an open meeting.
All right, go ahead.
I got an email and some pictures, and George, I'll share with you the information about this World War II watchtower, and it's on the beach, and it's got historical, you're familiar enough about it? And I'd be remiss if I didn't, as a veteran, at least bring it up and see if there's something we can do to protect it, preserve it.
Talk to the owner.
It's historical, yeah.
It's privately owned.
So is it in fact privately owned?
Yes.
Got it. Oh.
Pre-built.
Oh, there you go. So I'm learning stuff. All right. I'll talk to you offline about it, but it got brought up. I will tell you that just a piece of information. Last Saturday, I went to Seminole College, and
Graduate?
yeah, I learned something. I spent the day doing selections for the Naval Academy for Congressman Mills, and I'm here to tell you that if you ever, Troy gets to see kids every day, granted not high school, but I know he's seen them in other ways. But when you think the next generation is lacking, and you interview 16 ladies and gentlemen that want to go to the Naval Academy, that have over 1,300 SAT scores, have patents pending, have just a wealth of education, and some of the sharpest kids I've ever met. Happens every year. It just gives you a little bit of goodness in your heart that the next generation, there's people out there that are going to carry on and protect our freedoms and do the right thing. So I was honored to do that. I'm doing it this Saturday for Congressman Waltz for the northern part of the county, and I can't wait to do that and meet another, I think, 18 candidates who are squared away and ready to make a difference in this world. So I'll share that with you and end with Friday, Saturday, Veterans Day. It's not Memorial Day. So I'd like you to give a tip of the hat to those veterans out there, and maybe even their spouses and families. They go through a lot in the period of their time in the service, and they sacrifice about as much as the active duty force does and the reservists. So if you see them out there, when you say thank you for serving, think about what you're thanking them for, and give them, like I said, a tip of the hat, and enjoy your weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. George, I spoke to you privately, and I'll just say publicly right now, welcome back. And the Kent family continues to pray for the Rechtenwald family. Councilman Johansson, you know, it's experiences like that you just shared that I do believe helps restore your faith in not only mankind, but the youth, that everything's going to be okay. And it's important that we share stories like that, because there are good kids out there who are hard workers and who want to do the right thing. So I'm appreciative that you shared that with this group. Also, you know, Council, I don't know how you all feel about it or what your availability is, but I also like that Councilman Johansson brought up the idea of, you know, get ahead of the message. We support safe schools, but George, I think it's important. I appreciate that the offer was for you or Suzanne. I think Suzanne can go, but I think it's important that you're there. Mike Dyer, I actually think it's important in solidarity that you're standing there. And if this council, I think we could all be there. We wouldn't be there for long, for the comments, and then we can leave. But that way they know we're a unified front. Your schedule might not let it fit in or work in your schedule, but hopefully it will. I just briefly want to reach out to Public Works and just tell Ben and Todd, Ben, I want to say happy early birthday. And Roberta Road up in Ormond by the Sea, You know, it's supposed to be getting some love. And also, you know, the road by Tomoka State Park that floods all the time is supposed to be raised really soon. I just wanted to make sure I put that in your head for a quick moment there. The county fair is up and running, and several of us had an opportunity to be at the grand opening of that. And, you know, Councilman Robbins has done this a few times, so he's like the old hat and helps us not look foolish at these things. And I appreciate his leadership by being there for Councilman Reinhardt and myself. It was really a neat thing. It was positive. And no, but I was wearing a cowboy. I was the only one wearing the cowboy hat. But if you've not been to the fair, go to the county fair. It's a great, wholesome family event. And my son talks about when he was 6 years old, him and his cousin holding a little monkey, you know, way back when. That's what, when we talk about the fair, he's like, remember that monkey that I was holding? And I'm like, I do remember that monkey. So, you know, one of those things. I want to say, you know, Regrow the Loop is rocking and rolling. And I talked last time about the tree giveaway for those that participated. And to Jenny, who spoke today, and you got, or Jeannie, I'm sorry, Jenny, you know, I love that you tickled Councilman Reinhardt's buy-in bone a little bit about what should be planted over there. Because council, the next time you get an opportunity to drive up through District 4, it's remarkable when you're on A1A in Ormond by the Sea and you drive up towards Flagler and you can see where the state had to spend serious dollars to save the road. But it's what's remarkable is the seagrass, the sea grapes, and the sable palm areas, they survived remarkably well without any seawall there. It's amazing what nature did, and it's like right in your face when you see it. So when you talk about, you know, what we need to plant there, and you know, I hear other council members get excited about it. You know, the proof is in the pudding, as they say in Old England, and you can certainly see it right there. I think that's a good thing. Matt, we've joked a little bit about you always talking about corrections, but on a serious note, I want you to know, coming into this job, I knew absolutely nothing about corrections. I lean on you heavily for anything dealing with corrections. I expect to hear from you. Just like with Jake, he's got a totally different view of city government. As you know, Jake lived that life as a city manager. That's a different life than elected official, and I lean on Jake for that. Danny was a police officer, so when he speaks about this stuff, I want to hear it. With Jeff, when I hear something about environmental or rural areas, you know, I perk up and listen to what he's saying because he lives and breathes this stuff. David, with his time in the state legislature, you know, I mean, just an invaluable resource for us here. And then we've got Don, who, when he talks, we all listen because of, you know, his depth and both sides of the aisle from the legal standpoint. It's a wonderful mix of different backgrounds up here. And I'll just say, Mike Dyer, we loved the side we saw of you today. Like, where's that been? And it was pretty incredible. We appreciate it. I want to touch briefly on the complaints. Is Clay Irvin still in the house? Best in the business, Clay Irvin. I just want to say this, council. If I don't say it or you don't hear it, you don't know it. It was a weird thing after we first got sworn in, Clay. I received 3 or 4 complaints in a month's period about Clay's division. I immediately, you know, the complaints were, we've had a permit in and nothing's happening. Where's this permit? It's a delay on your staff's part. I follow the rules. I send it to George. Council, when I tell you that Clay Irvin and his staff responded in either half a day or minutes, and on all 4 of the instances, here was the answer. Staff didn't drop the ball with anything. It was 100% the contractor or subcontractor who was telling a story to their client oh, well, this didn't happen because the county's, holding up the permit. Clay has timestamps. The guy's on it. He's like, really? Here's the timestamp of when they came in. They asked for this permit literally 4.5 hours ago, sir. And by the way, we're getting it out to them today. So when you hear stuff like that, it's a slap in the face to staff. It's like trying to give a black eye to staff. And I'm not saying that what we've heard recently, that there's no validity and it's not accurate. I'm just saying factually, Clay Irvin came to the table with the facts and said, here's when this took place, here's when it was resolved, and I sent it to each of the homeowners, and each of them were like, oh, gotcha. Because what you really need to do is have a conversation with your contractor or subcontractor who's trying to make our staff not look good.
Should we send Clay to that meeting instead?
Possibly. Possibly. And Ben, but happy birthday again, Ben. Council, I'm just going to briefly say thank you for the support. And last but not least, Suzanne, can we get some pictures up there? Can we get the pictures up?
Would they check for viruses?
So we're going to run through a few pictures here, and I'm going to end with this. But this past Saturday, November 4th, we had a minimum of 150 Volusia County residents at our new dog-friendly section of the beach. And, the dog days of summer are over, but the days of dogs on 0.6 of a mile on our beach are just happening. And I'm going to tell you a little something about my wife, Heather Kent. It doesn't matter what is going on. Look at Dudley in his hat. That's bad boy Dudley wearing the hat with my son. My wife is wearing a shirt that, we have dachshunds that says Weenie Mama, and she's holding Miss Daisy. But for my wife, I've got to say, Robin's okay over there. True story. I mean, that's the shirt she was wearing. I've got to say, for my wife, it doesn't matter what kind of mood she's in. If I show her a picture of a dog dressed with human clothes, or a dog with like human teeth in their mouth, she thinks it's the funniest thing in the world, and she dies laughing. So the day before this event, we received a bikini for Miss Daisy, who my son Wyatt is holding in that picture, and a hula skirt or a skirt, and bad boy Dudley had a Hawaiian shirt. There's Miss Daisy right there. Had a Hawaiian shirt he was wearing. And I wanted staff to show this to you because I just want to say it was wildly successful. And Michael Ryan, who's in the house, you knocked this ribbon cutting out of the park. The weather was a little less than ideal. It wasn't raining, but boy, was it windy. And you're a quick thinker on your feet. It was a huge success, a lot of fun had by all. You exceeded any expectations that I had. Chairman, thank you for your words and for being there. Suzanne, thank you for showing up. Our beach division was there. Our sheriff's office was there. Council, Daytona Dog Beach has 24 volunteers who are committed to working during the operational hours of this 7 days a week, doing beach cleanup sweeps. And I'm proud to say it's been exactly 7 days since this has opened on November 1st. And by the way, I just want you all to know you were right. When we first got this approved, I wanted it open the next day. And some of you said we needed some time to make sure we got this right. And you were right. We needed to make sure we had things in place. We needed to make sure we had, we didn't have, but we have them, but we do, sponsorship set up, waste station set up. Today, the county installed dog watering stations. That's happening right now. There's 2 of them that I know about. And it was done the right way. It's not tacky. It's classy. And I'm pleased to tell you that Nanette McKeel-Petrella, her and her team post every day. And it's been 7 days, and she has stated they've picked up pounds of trash in that 0.6 mile section every day. She says the ocean just brings it up, but they have yet to see any dog waste on the beach. If they do, they're prepared to pick it up and clean it up, but she's saying they haven't. She has yet to see a dog off of their leash on the beach. And that's exactly what we were hoping for. So I just wanted to tell you, thank you for believing in this. Thank you for having the courage to try something different that this county hasn't, these residents in our county haven't experienced in 36 years. And I'm thankful for lack of a better words. And let me just make sure I have all of that set, everything else set up I was going to talk about. That's it. Thank you very much. Have a nice night.
I'll be really quick because I promised that. Here goes my being quick. Vice Chair Robbins.
Chair, this is for you. It goes back to your Valentine's Day. Maybe we can make up a shirt. If you don't tell your dog you love her, someone else will.
Okay, I'm not going there, especially after the is it Weenie Mama? Weenie Mama. Okay, I promised y'all we'd be out by 5. I've got 1 minute. I don't know if we're going to make it, but they've touched everything I wanted to talk about, except I'm going to add something to the dog beach thing because this is a trial. And you might have just answered my question. I was going to ask Suzanne if there is a way that we can get updates if there's complaints or something that we need to act on, because I want this to work. And if there's any issues there, how do we know about that? Is Nanette doing that?
Chairman, staff, from what I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, has actually given Nanette's group a tracking list that all of the volunteers who have been trained, by the way, they have been trained, that they are tracking dog waste, trash, how much trash, dogs off a leash, things like that. I believe that's already in place. Correct me if I'm wrong, Suzanne.
Could be. Actually wasn't aware of what may have been worked out with Nanette. That sounds fantastic. We've also created a method to capture concerns, complaints, and even positives through our staff tracking. So with animal control, beach services, and coastal, they'll be tracking all activities and input, and I can happily report back to council on a periodic basis. We know this was an 18-month pilot program, so we want to make sure that we have all of the good, all of the challenges put together, so you'll have information when it's time for that hearing.
Good. Because there are humans involved too, and one of the big complaint that we heard going through this is that the pet owners are not going to pick up after their dog. They're not going to, there'll be dog fights. And that's the only thing other thing I wanted to add about the dog beach. There was every size dog. There was a horse dressed up like a Great Dane there. And there was not the first bad interaction by dogs. The Great Dane and the Dachshund got along. There was a lot of sniffing, but no fighting. And 100 dogs at least.
No dog fights because mine weren't there.
There was, and I didn't bring my dog because there would have been he's an 85-pound puppy and he's not trained yet. But it was Mr. Ryan, yes, you did a great job. You have a tremendous staff. We say that all the time, but communications staff is just first class. So
are we going to send Ryan to the meeting too?
No, we're going to send Ben, I think, because he's the best looking, right? No. So, we talked about body cams. Thank you for bringing that up, Councilman Santiago. The permits, Vice Chair Robbins, I'm serious. I think each of us should bring permits to talk about. Some of them will be related to the state building code and that we can't do anything about, but there's certainly some that we can. The last thing, everything else was talked about. The last thing so I just want to talk to Ben for a second. But I will say in all seriousness, Ben, when I first started this, you quickly became my go-to person because most of the complaints we get have to do with public works with road problems, drainage, flooding, and you have spent, I'm sorry for this, but you have spent so much time with me, meeting with the public at Shockney, in New Smyrna, wherever it is. You're doing it again, I think it's this week, is it tomorrow? Meeting with residents of New Smyrna about flooding issues, and that keeps us, flooding issues keep us all busy right now. And I'm not even sure there's anything that we can do for them. We have very few of our own stormwater canals there. But the fact that our county staff is willing to meet with these homeowners about flooding issues, this is an over 55 community, I think speaks volumes of you and your staff and county leadership. So I do appreciate what you're doing there. The Jenny, yes, the green landscape on the coast. I want to take that a bit further, but I'm not going to hand something to staff to bring back in December or on Ben's birthday. But I will ask the county manager for if he would set up maybe as a first step a meeting with me, Tad, Ben, and probably Clay to talk about landscape issues, water. I agree with Jenny that anywhere we can transition out of turf grass, because the amount, even if we're using Bahia that doesn't require as much water, we still have to mow it. There's maintenance there. There are beautiful alternatives in landscaping besides turf grass that would help the county to not only look good, but to save money in maintenance. We have to cut back on water. Jake says this all the time, let's conserve water. I want the county to lead the way in that. So thank you for bringing that up, and I will pursue that. And with that, sorry, Carissa, it's 5:05, but we will adjourn.